Adventure Time is a special show. I was one of those lucky kids who got to grow up with the show as it aired. I've been watching this show near religiously since I was like 5. Its world and characters are dear to my heart. Finn and Jake especially, they became my 2 favorite characters in all of fiction. And I am certainly not alone in that. Adventure Time was a phenomenon for a while. People went crazy over the show. Though as it went on, its cultural relevance died down a little bit. The quality never changed though. This show is a damn masterpiece. Those early seasons can be a bit unfocused and rough, but Adventure Time evolved as it went along. It started tackling more complex themes. One moment you're watching goofy adventures, trying to stop a mountain from crying. Next thing you know, you're in the middle of one of the most realistic coming-of-age character arcs ever put to screen as Finn tries to figure out why life is worth living. And then a couple years later, we're diving into a severely depressed man coming to terms with his girlfriend becoming an undying god of chaos. Growing up with this show was amazing. I don't think I could have asked for anything better in a childhood cartoon. One that was entertaining when I was in elementary school, and years later, it gets me thinking about life and art and love and death. It's kind of amazing what this show has been able to pull off in its run. I've been watching and rewatching this show for just about forever now, and I still absolutely adore it. So I figured I should make a video about it. You know, something small. Not something that's going to take a whole year and a half to make and probably be double the length of your average movie.
Yeah, so you read the title. We're ranking every episode, all 280 of them. We're here for the long haul, folks.
Though I'm not doing this alone, I'm bringing along my bud Ash to help with me, as they're just as crazy about this show as I am. What's up, Ash?
Heyo, I'm Ash, and I'm flat out in love with this show. It's by far my favorite show of all time, and I basically cannot go a week without thinking about it. This show is so important to me. It's a massive part of my childhood. And also, it's just a straight up masterpiece. I'm also a massive BMO and Marcy fan, so some of my rankings may be skewed based on my love for them. But then again, all of my opinions are completely factual and correct, so you already know that my rankings are good. Whoa, adventure show!
Along with Ash, our other friend Sabrina will pop up here and there for her takes on episodes. What's up, Sabrina?
Hey everyone, I'm Sabrina, and I am super excited and grateful for this massive thing we are doing. Adventure Time is a show that means a lot to me as well, but my experience is a little different. I didn't really grow up with the show, only watching the first season or so a few years after it came out. I then binged the entire show over one summer and got hooked. I can say with complete confidence that this is my favorite show of all time. It tackles all of the important lessons and themes in all of the right ways, but we will undoubtedly get into that more later. I'm ready. Are you two ready?
Ugh, ready as I'll ever be. The order will be in my personal ranking, not Sabrina or Ash's, but their spot for each episode will be shown in a little blurb somewhere.
We'll be ranking the main series, as well as Distant Lands and Fiona and Cake, which brings the total number of episodes up to 294.
Oh yeah, and I should mention that this is obviously going to have spoilers. Adventure Time is a crazy big show with so many different plot lines all happening at once. We're going to be jumping around from one plot thread to another, most likely out of order, and it'll be more than a little bit confusing for anyone who isn't already initiated with the show. So if you haven't seen it, give it a watch. Seriously, Adventure Time is one of a kind. And of course, gotta give the obligatory, these are my opinions, not objective facts talk. My opinions ain't gospel, don't treat them that way. They're just my perspective. Sabrina, Ash, and I have had some great discussions regarding nearly every single one of these episodes, and I'd genuinely love to see some more discussion about your takes in the comments. Alright, I think that's everything. God, these early F tiers are going to be brutal to get through. Can't wait until we get to the episodes we actually have something to say about. I'll try my best to make the episodes up to there quick and entertaining, but man, for as incredible as this show is, there is a lot of utter crap in it. Bear with us.
Disappointment in the game of life!
Who the hell decided this was an okay thing to make? This art style is legitimately the most nauseating thing I have ever seen. I haven't actually watched this episode in years just because I can't handle the art.
This is something that I wish I could put down. This is something that should be killed.
Listen, if I wanted to watch a couple argue for 11 minutes, I would just wait until Thanksgiving. Though it is the second worst episode in the series, there's still this one really, really good joke.
Ah!
He broke the skin, dude!
I guess my fingernails are really long.
Irritating. That's all I have to say. Irritating. For some reason, somehow, Ash is a really big fan of this one, so I'm gonna go ahead and let them say their piece.
I don't understand how you can hate this episode as much as you do. It's not groundbreaking good or anything, but it's definitely not F tier. Let alone the third worst episode of the show, are you kidding me? It's a really good demonstration of how growing up makes you understand childhood wonders less. The song is also very catchy. I love it a lot. It's really cute. For me, the episode is just a really cute showing of Bimo being a goofy little child, and I'm such a sucker for that. And you see the parental-child relationship that Finn, Jake, and Bimo have. Episode is a high C, low B.
I don't think this episode is as bad as Bucket thinks it is. It's just one of those episodes that's just kind of there. It's overall inconsequential to the larger plot lines in the story, but I don't think it's terrible. It's certainly not one of the best episodes in the series, but again, not terrible.
This show has a lot of episodes about completely random side characters that no one really cares about. And yeah, a lot of them are really good, but why in the world did they do one about Jake's ass?
Yeah, this episode is weird. I feel like it tried to be vague and mysterious, but just kind of came off as uncomfortable. And like the writers had an idea that they just couldn't fit cleanly into the world of the show.
Finn and Jake abduct a child and it spews a bunch of gross sludge. That's the episode. Speaking of spewing a bunch of gross sludge, let's go to our next episode. I don't care about this fugly slug's love life. I do not care. I don't care. Ice King's heart gains sentience and wants to rip out Princess Bubblegum's heart and make out with it. The only reason this episode is so low is because of Ricardio. He's ridiculously creepy. And not the fun kind of creepy, just plain creepy. If I had a nickel for every time there was an episode of a massively popular Cartoon Network show that released in 2010, where one of the side characters is forced to stay away from their love interest for a stupid reason, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened twice, right? Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig can't stop making out in public, and yes, that's the full episode, and it is gross. The only reason this isn't at the bottom is because Mr. Pig has an incredible singing voice. Like, seriously, they need to let this man sing more.
Well, I'm still loving you, girl, from halfway across this great big world. And in my dreams, I'm holding hands with you.
In what world would I ever want to watch an episode about a bunch of goblins begging Finn to spank their ass? I am so dumbfounded by the stupidity on display here. The writers of the show are so smart, and then seasons 1 and 2, they just do this. Alright, we're finally at that point in the video where I feel like the video actually really starts. Unfortunately, that's because I have to talk about Frost and Fire! Finn gets these weird fantasy dreams, and he thinks he needs to make them a reality. So he writes an extremely personal, very hurtful letter to FP as the Ice King. Flame Princess and IK fight, fulfilling Finn's sick fantasy. Finn comes clean to FP, telling her that he wrote the letter and explaining why he did it. FP rightfully breaks up with him after he demonstrates that he can be a total sicko. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this is Finn at his very, very worst. He's disgusting in this episode, manipulating his girlfriend to make his desires a reality, as well as destroying the Ice King's whole home in the process. One of Finn's character flaws is that he can go way too far in some places, and he is not able to catch himself when he does. I don't think that all of this was out of character for him, but I feel like he should have been able to realize what he was doing to Flame Princess. This is straight up villain stuff. I put this one at the top of F because while what Finn did was pretty vile, it does open up some important growth for him later down the line.
I don't think this episode deserves to be at F. It is uncomfortable, but not bad. I don't believe that the actions of Finn outweigh the importance of the episode. Finn really did learn, and that shouldn't be understated.
Duke of Nuts! What have you done?
Jake wakes up sick, but the only cure is a good story. Too bad Finn is a garbage storyteller, so he goes out to make a story of his own. A bunch of hilarious antics ensue, like Finn terrorizing a bunch of baby birds, and Finn forcing these 2 animals to kiss when they both clearly do not want to. It's pretty messed. Kind of hard to watch. Finn and Jake find the former Goblin King, Zergiok. You know, that dude who spanked a bunch of goblin ass? Well, they find him reformed, living in peace with a bunch of birds. After he proves he's actually good, Finn and Jake point out that the dude's eyes are in his beard. And once he puts it back in, he relapses back to his old weird self. He loses his bird friends and runs away again. My thing with this is, why would I ever want to follow up to Zergiok? It's kind of a slog to get through. Finn and Jake teach this obnoxious-ass dude Donnie how to not be obnoxious, and then they realize his obnoxiousness is pivotal to the well-being of a town, so they make him an obnoxious-ass dude again. The only reason this episode isn't lower is because anytime after this someone mentions Donnie, it's absolutely hilarious.
Gunter and the Penguins, wow, that's a great band name, throw a party until Gunter's head gets busted up and this weird brain sprouts out. He then sends a signal to this planet with these aliens, and they lore dump on Orgalorg for the rest of the episode. Orgalorg was this big, powerful monster who got struck down by Grob God God Gob, Gob Grod Gob, God 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 Bob, Grod Grob Grob Grob, Grob Grob Grob. He got struck down by G4, his body and mind compressed into that of a penguin, so Gunter actually has a big, evil, massively powerful alien monster in his brain. What annoys me about this episode is that if they wanted to use a villain that was dormant in an unassuming body, then they could have used Sweet Pea and the Lich. I mean, they were right there, instead of retconning Gunter to be a glob butcher. But the episode itself is just boring, just penguins throwing a party until it abruptly changes to lore time.
Jake takes a vow of non-violence and then is immediately thrust into a situation where violence is the answer when Finn gets captured by these crystal dudes. Jake watches his brother turn into a crystal before Tree Trunks is revealed to be behind it all. TT needed Finn to be a crystal so he could become her king. Jake gets over his pacifism arc and kicks TT in the gut and saves the day. I genuinely don't know what to think about all this. I'm just gonna move on to the next one. This wolf hugs Finn and turns him not into a werewolf, but a hug wolf. So at night he starts breaking into people's houses and hugging them. I feel like I don't really need to explain why this is in D tier. LSP accidentally bites Jake, and apparently lumpy people have zombie rules and can convert other people into lumpy people. Great. So they get eaten by a frog and are sent to lumpy space to find the cure. The boys briefly turn into the very worst versions of themselves, they find the cure, and the day is saved. I honestly can't stand lumpy space as a whole. It's filled with people exactly like LSP, and living there would be my absolute worst nightmare. It's kind of amazing how people liked LSP after this episode. How did she become a fan favorite when this is her first impression?
Granted, it was literally the second episode. I'm not saying that the quality gets a pass, but I think that it should be kept in mind.
This random, irritating wafer man gets an episode to himself. Why is there an over-dramatic scene of Finn and Jake being so torn up about this random guy they never knew before? And why does it get a sequel episode? Oh my god, James 2 is nearly just as irritating.
I feel like James 2 is a better episode, just because of how crazy it is that someone is willing to fake their own death multiple times just to get medals. It's a weird concept, and I really like the visual of Multi-James too.
LSP babysits Sweet Pea. What do you know? A character I don't really like babysits another character I don't really like. I wonder why I don't really like this episode all too much.
Finn accidentally throws a splash potion of poison on PB, but she thinks the rival of the Candy Kingdom, the Duke of Nuts, did it, so she sends Finn and Jake to take the man to prison. Finn meets the Duke and sees that he doesn't really seem like such a villain and starts getting second thoughts about capturing him. Especially so when he reveals the reason PB hates him is because he steals all of her pudding. The man has a pudding deficiency and goes cuckoo for it. PB doesn't believe him, so Finn fesses up to Bonnie about being the one who threw the bottle, and they let the Duke go. It's kinda just a nothing episode overall, not anything to write home about.
Ice King has his fanfiction meetup where he reads Fiona and Cake. After it's over, Fiona herself comes out from the crowd and plays this tape of Fiona and Cake. Ice King, of course loving Fiona, offers her to crash at his place. Fiona reveals herself to just be a rabbit lady and then tells Ice King about how Fiona and Cake was a TV show in the past. Then IK kicks her out, goes to sleep, and ideas of Fiona and Cake get beamed into his head. This episode is downright impossible to follow. Apparently Fiona and Cake was a TV show before the Mushroom Wars, not to be confused with our Fiona and Cake TV show, but if that's the case, then how the hell is Fiona and Cake beamed into Ice King's brain? Will we ever get a follow-up to this? Yeah, so I wrote this before Fiona and Cake came out and the red beam got explained. So, yeah.
This is the very last Fiona and Cake episode on the show, and it's barely a Fiona and Cake episode. I wish they just told another good old regular story like the rest of them. Some of these problems will be fixed by the upcoming Fiona and Cake TV show, no doubt, but still, confusing ass episode. Jesus Christ, I said Fiona and Cake 13, now 14 times in the last 2 paragraphs. I don't care, I'm not rewriting it. While Jake catches up on his Adventure Time lore, Finn meets this little paper man who's in a war with these other little paper people. They fight a bit, make some books moldy, take their tops off in front of librarians, and eat Jake's flesh. You know, usual cartoon stuff. All sounds pretty funny out of context, but in reality, it's actually pretty dull. Tree Trunks got her apples stolen, so she goes on a wild goose chase trying to find them. Turns out, they've just been sitting in TT's closet the whole time. Woo! I love spending a whole episode trying to solve a conflict that's barely a conflict at all. Shelby's butt falls off, and the butt becomes a new worm. Shelby's new little brother, Kent. Dude wants to be a hero, so he goes off into the treehouse to defeat the Rat King. This one is fine, I just don't really care about Shelby's brother at all. We get more episodes about Shelby's little brother than we do just about Shelby, and I think that's a damn shame. Also, Kent literally never comes back. They don't even mention him. I think that's pretty funny.
Someday, you'll be Kent's food.
This episode is a masterpiece. The fact that Bucket has it in D is an absolute disgrace. I have it in S+. I know that that's probably too high for it, but I just love it so much. It's such a unique and creative way for an episode to exist. I've never seen a cartoon use a space so well and create a totally meta, new dimension, and then tie that dimension back into the episode. I normally watch this episode twice, back to back. Once for the plot, and once to the little guys, because oh my god, I love the little guys. Watching them bounce around and do their little things is so adorable, although it does make the end of the episode that much sadder. All in all, very fun, good, creative episode. God, I can't stop thinking about the little guys, they are so amazing!
Lemon Grab takes a trip to the Mountain of Matthew, where he sees some pretty jank stuff. He goes through some trials and at the end meets this cloud boy who wants to destroy the world, I think. So Lemon Grab feeds him some candy, and then he explodes into a bunch of little guys. I have no idea what this episode is trying to say. Something about the ego death of Lemon Grab? I don't know. It's probably the most confusing episode in the series. It does get cool points for imagery, though. Peppermint Butler sets this dude named Brocco up with bubblegum. Needless to say, she is less than interested. Guess Brocco isn't aware that PB is a flaming lesbian. Brocco tries to win over Bonnie's affections to no avail. Finn even outright tells him that Rogeron leads to nowhere, and he keeps going anyway, which is really, really funny to me. PB knows Brocco wouldn't be happy without her, so she makes a robot clone of herself for him to be with. The resolution is concerning, and Brocco himself is just really bland and annoying to me. Ice King invites Life-Giving Magus over to hang out, but he just wanted him over so that he could give life to his furniture and become friends with them. IK quickly gets overwhelmed as the furniture gets all philosophical and out of his league. He eventually gets fed up and kicks them out. It's boring, on to the next one. LSP wants to write a book about how all the boys are slaves to her lumps. Jesus. So to get some insider deets about Finn, she signs up to be his adventure secretary. While LSP writes her book, she realizes that Finn was the hot one the whole time because his lumps were on the inside. Yay, another episode about how LSP is super self-absorbed, my favorite. I can't imagine it's easy for Finn to be so endlessly patient with her. I think it's pretty apparent at this point that I don't really like LSP. This episode is a good example of why. Her wholly unapologetic self-absorption is a trait that many think is hilarious, and honestly, I can see why people enjoy it. But I personally can't help but find it annoying as all hell. I feel like they get better at writing her in a way that isn't so irritating in the later seasons of the show. Finn and Jake come across this girl whose flowers have been stolen. The only way to get them back for her is to go into the City of Thieves, but anyone who enters the city is destined to steal from it. The girl tricks Finn into stealing from the King of Thieves, then they give the girl a bath and that cleanses her of her sins, I guess. Yeah, even with me explaining a lot of these episodes out of context, this one is pretty hard to follow. It's not super great. Life-Giving Magus accidentally touches Finn's hat, so now it's alive. Cool. Little Dude causes a ruckus and runs away to the Candy Kingdom, and then possesses a Gumball Guardian. Life-Giving Magus brings a bunch of good dudes to life to take down Finn's hat. Also as a bonus, LGM learns to stop the cycle of generational trauma in his family. This one is basically the Jiggler Part 2, just not as gross this time. Though this episode does reveal a really important lore tidbit, Jake keeps an emergency sausage flare with him at all times, and I think that's absolutely priceless. LSP runs away from home and terrorizes a village before Finn and Jake come by looking for her. She recounts the tale of how she ended up here, which involves running away from home and living with wolves. At least she makes the conscious decision to apologize and fix her mess by giving her food to the starving villagers. LSP's story, where she completely fabricates drama between a bunch of wolves, is pretty funny, but most of the episode is just showcasing how she can be unlikable and selfish and annoying and narcissistic and difficult and self-absorbed and mean and bad. Cherry Cream Soda has moved on from Root Beer Guy's death, getting married to Starchy. RBG gets resurrected and tries to get back to his old life. But Cherry Cream Soda is like, no dude, I moved on. Starchy then gets jealous and they fight, and then CCS is like, actually, I want to date you again. I actually really like the concept of this episode. Having your loved one come back to life when you've moved on from their death is kind of a fascinating premise. I would kill to see a movie about it. Unfortunately, being in a show like Adventure Time, it's not played super serious. It's just really awkward. And I'm even one of 3 Root Beer Guy fans out there, and I still dislike this episode. Okay, alright, I know this episode is one of, or possibly the most hated episode in the entire show, and while that's not without reason, I disagree. At this point in the series, Finn is going through it. He annihilated his relationship with Flame Princess, he just learned his dad is a scumlord, and to boot, he's lost his freaking arm. He's at his lowest, so it makes sense to me why he feels the need to distract himself with girls. Some people think it's out of character for Finn to make out with a bunch of princesses, but the dude's 15. Hormones going wild. But the thing that everyone hates is Finn getting his arm back. From a queen bee that wants to f his flower arm. That part I can't excuse. We had Finn without his arm for 4 episodes. It sucks that this major character development that was foreshadowed all the way back in season 2 is dealt with in such an agonizingly stupid way. Or even the fact it's dealt with at all. The way they just unceremoniously bring it back is honestly disrespectful to the character and the audience. Could you imagine how impactful it would have been if Finn's arm had been gone forever? And that especially sucks because I just love the imagery of Finn and his flower arm. Something about it just seems so right for him. If this episode had ended without Finn getting his arm back, I think it would land at a comfortable high B, maybe even an A. But because the episode goes the way it does, it's all the way down here.
Mama said there'd be days like this. There'd be days like this, my mama said. Mama said, mama said.
Flame King's old pal Donjon helps FK break out from Lamp Prison. FP and Cinnamon Bun go get Finn to help take the throne back, but Finn straight up ignores the plan, so he and FP get captured and Cinnamon Bun has to save them. Luckily, Donjon is throwing a tantrum at Flame King because, your daughter won't marry me. So they duke it out, and when they're separated and weakened, they put him in jail. On paper, this one should be great. CB and FP together is always a treat. We even get some Keith David with the Flame King. But here's the problem. Finn. Finn in this episode is downright insufferable. For context, this is right after Finn and Flame Princess break up. FP makes it clear that she doesn't want to get back together with Finn, but he still asks Cinnamon Bun, hey, you think I got a chance? He touches her shoulder while on the way to the Fire Kingdom, and when FP says no, he even tries again. He desperately tries to convince her that he's grown when it's entirely clear that he hasn't. He's a condescending ass when he talks to CB and takes over his plan. He says out loud when he's in jail, you won't marry that guy because you secretly have feelings for me. No, she doesn't. And finally, at the end, when CB makes a big speech about how he knows FP can be the best ruler because her heart is pure, all Finn can think about is, man, did I just get shown up by Cinnamon Bun? Yes you did, you creep, because CB is the only character in this entire episode who has an ounce of respect towards Flame Princess. The boys are having a cookout when Ghost Princess asks them if they can find out how she was murdered, so she can ascend to the 50th Dead World. While they investigate, GP finds this dude named Clarence and they fall in love with each other. Finn and Jake eventually figure out that Clarence was GP's murderer, but they were in love, so they ascend to the afterlife together. This one is boring. It just doesn't have that usual Adventure Time charm for whatever reason. I can't quite say it's bad, but there's just not much to enjoy here. Princess King of Ooh wants a floating mushroom to sit on, so he has Finn and Jake hunt one down. While they're off, they meet Canyon, Billy's ex. The gang encounters this giant mushroom monster that makes me question what exactly the writers were thinking. Hell, they probably weren't thinking, they were probably tripping balls. The gang gets the mushroom back to the King of Ooh as a throne. I think. I actually don't really know for sure, I just don't want to watch this episode again. This one is pretty much just a list of pros and cons. King of Ooh is always irritating, the monster is really boring, and the plot is flat. but spending more time with Canyon and that hilarious ending bit can bring this one up to C tier. Ice King shaves and becomes unrecognizable to the princesses of Ooo, somehow, and masquerades as the Nice King. Princesses from across the land flock to him because they all want a piece of the new king. IK resumes a scheme of putting ladies in cages, but this time it's okay because he's hot. Finn and Jake become the new king's nice knights and do stuff for him, but they eventually find out his real identity and mash his potatoes. And then the princesses get a chance to beat him up too. It's a little concerning how the princesses willingly let themselves be trapped in a cage for the chance to marry this dude. There aren't too many redeeming qualities to this one, it's just meh.
I would not put this in C. At max, it's a high D, because it's just kind of dumb and super annoying how Finn and Jake don't recognize Ice King. Yeah, I know, there is dramatic irony about his transformation into Nice King, but he still sounds and acts pretty much exactly the same. He even uses his magic that Finn and Jake have seen dozens of times. And furthermore, this episode just isn't that much fun.
On to the gut grinder. Jake might be the gut grinder. Who knows? I don't care enough to remember this episode. It's probably the most forgettable episode in the entire show, if I'm being honest. This dude named Peacemaster threatens PB and Pep-Butt. He's fed up with PB's tyrannical rule, but he doesn't get the chance to change anything before Pep turns his children into monsters. And then Pep just walks out with a sweet smile on his face, like, dude, you just turned this guy's kids into monsters.
It's especially bad since this is never touched again. Peacemaster just lives with it. I know there is a message in there somewhere about accepting your children for who they are, but seriously, Pep-Butt, that's donked up.
It's Sweet Pea's first day of preschool. Finn and Jake escort him on the way, just in case the Lich pops out. Right as Sweet Pea's about to start school, King of Ooo shows up and tricks him into doing this funny little dance so he can rob people. Sweet Pea overhears King of Ooo in Toronto talking about how they're going to take care of Sweet Pea. They threaten to burn down his orchard if he doesn't come travel with them and help rob people forever. By this point, even the Lich has had enough of their BS, so he rears his ugly head and scares them straight. As I've said before, King of Ooo is bad. Nothing changes here as he manipulates this 6-year-old child for his own benefit and then threatens to burn down his home. What this episode does get points for is an ever so brief appearance from the Lich, along with one of his iconic speeches. If it didn't have that, it'd definitely be in very low D tier. This witch sits on Jake and will suck him into her bottomless butt if Finn doesn't get her some princess hair. Wow, I can't believe this is an actual episode. Finn speedruns a date with PB and asks for her hair. He brings it back to the witch, but she's just like, this is just bubblegum, and doesn't accept it. So as a last resort before Jake gets completely vored, Finn straight up tells her that she's ugly, and beautiful hair won't make her beautiful on the inside. She says, yeah dog, I guess you're right. Finn feels bad for making her cry, so she takes off his hat and reveals his luscious locks and gives them to her. Thurop Van Orman's voice coming out of this witch is so off, but at the same time just feels right. And the reveal of Finn's hair is no doubt iconic. But I still can't rank this episode any higher than this for the premise alone.
I'm sorry, I just can't get past the idea of ass-vor.
Viola fails to get this acting gig she wanted and instead becomes LSP's assistant. She lies to Jake about getting the part, so she sabotages LSP and takes the lead role at the last minute, and Jake's super proud of her. This episode is real boring. There's not a single joke in this whole thing that lands for me, but Jake trying to be in his kids' lives more is pretty sweet, especially after not exactly being the best dad in the past. All of the princesses of Ooo are at a real boring meeting. LSP decides to ditch and hang out with Marcy in the Breakfast Kingdom. They cause some havoc, breaking into Breakfast Princess's room, kidnapping her, and leaving her stranded in the desert. There isn't much of a plot to this one, it's just Marcy and LSP bumming around. But these two make a surprisingly entertaining duo. Wish there were more episodes with the two of them. Marcy and these ghost guys trick Finn and Jake into thinking they're vampires. But the ghosts just use it as an excuse to beat Finn and Jake up and nearly kill them. In fact, they were going to kill them, like, multiple times. Luckily, Marcy sees what they're up to and tells Finn and Jake the truth, and then they all watch a movie together. These ghost guys are really annoying. They take Marcy's mostly harmless pranks, but instead make them totally harmful. PB trusts Finn and Jake with delivering the royal tarts to the royal back-rubbing ceremony. Okay. Our boys get the bright idea to make a basket of fake tarts, have Cinnamon Bun bring them down the safe path, while they take the real tarts and go down the path that no one would ever suspect them of going down, the Desert of Doom. Of course, because Finn's plan is absolute bunk, the tarts get stolen and they arrive at the back rubbing ceremony with nothing. But it turns out that Cinnamon Bun had the real royal tarts the whole time. The only note I have on this episode is that the royal tart toter at the end used to give me nightmares as a kid. Jake steals a donut from a witch, so she decides to rid Jake of his magic powers. She'll only give him back if Jake apologizes to her. Unfortunately, Jake's too prideful for that and decides not to. Life gets hard with no powers though, and he's unable to save Finn when he's in danger. So Jake goes back to the witch and apologizes for stealing her crap. Then he finally gets his powers back. His lesson was learned. He then immediately cripples the witch, steals a donut, and stretches away. The imagery of man-baby Jake is pretty horrifying. The witch character is pretty funny. I actually like her a lot. Just not a whole lot else to say about this one.
The boys are on their way to the ice cream marathon when they spot a frog gnome knight that tasks them with guarding these magical beans. 2 are good, but 1 is evil. Finn and Jake get bored guarding the beans, so they decide to plant them. First one has baby pigs in costumes, second one has magic wands, and the last one is a pod full of ice cream that magically refills itself. Finn and Jake are distracted by the third pod when the baby pigs run off and terrorize a wee little mushroom town. Finn gets the idea to fire ice cream at the pigs and they explode, because they're allergic, I guess. Another typical early Adventure Time episode. A bit weird, slightly disturbing, with some truly unhinged jokes thrown in. Like, the first thing they do when they find the Gnome Knight is try to convince him to die. Like, that's absolutely gut-busting.
Oh, well, you should just let go, man.
Yeah, you've had a good run.
Finn gets sick of everyone recognizing him as a hero, so to escape, he makes an alter ego, Davy. But as he quickly gets lost in his new identity, Jake tries to snap him out of it. This one's a bit dull, and especially Davy himself, but Davy being a dull, boring, normal person is kind of the point. It's pretty harmless, an episode I wouldn't be shocked if someone vehemently hates or kinda likes.
Guess what? I'm the person that doesn't like this episode. I get Finn being tired of everyone having heroic expectations and doing some weird escapist things to cope with it, but it just doesn't sit right with me. I can't stand how he just completely renounces all of his history and identity for like 20 minutes. I will say, Finn flipping out of the tree fort perfectly unmoving and then landing perfectly still, unfazed, is pretty funny.
Marcy tricks Finn into becoming her henchman for eternity. She makes him do seemingly bad things until it's revealed that what she's doing is actually harmless. Marcy keeps getting more intense, and Finn freaks out more, but he eventually catches on that Marcy's just toying with him. I've never really liked these episodes where Marcy messes with Finn and Jake in really cruel ways, with one exception. This one doesn't break that trend. Jake's antics trying to save Finn are pretty funny though. Finn and Jake find these guys frozen in a block of ice, and when they rescue them, they beg for a job. Finn and Jake basically give them their jobs as adventurers. While they get fat and happy, the businessmen go a little overboard with keeping the people of Ooo safe. Finn and Jake stop them and send them away in another ice block. This episode was the first to introduce the fact that Ooo isn't just a fantasy world, it's post-apocalyptic, which becomes the core of so many future conflicts. Not much else notable about this one. It's not boring, just not impressive. Though I do quote, "You gotta flambe more than is probably necessary."
You gotta flambe.
There is no way for me to be unbiased here. I love this episode, but not because it's actually good. I just think it's one of the best episodes to show what early Adventure Time was truly like. It's dumb, has little cohesion, and the events in it lead nowhere in the future. But I feel like it's because of that is what makes it so fun to watch. This was also one of the episodes I watched when I was pretty young, so there are definitely some rose-tinted glasses there.
Lady's parents are visiting, and Jake is worried about meeting them because back in the Crystal Dimension, the Rainicorn's home, there was this giant war between dogs and Rainicorns. So he's worried that when Lady's parents find out their kid is dating a dog, they might not like it. So Jake pretends to be a Rainicorn the whole day, all the while pretending Finn is his butler. They beat Finn up and continue to make fun of him the whole episode. Jake eventually gets sick of it and then reveals he's a dog. Thankfully, Lady's parents love dogs. This one is a bit aggravating. I don't like how they just shit on Finn the whole episode. Why couldn't Jake just say Finn lives with him? That would have been so much simpler. This one does get points for the homies help homies line, and the fact that Finn canonically likes the taste of human flesh. Jake is stuck between hanging out with Lady and hanging out with Finn, so he decides, why not all hang out together? Finn and Lady quickly get along really well and become fast friends, and Jake starts to get jealous. While they're hanging out, Jake goes off with Tiffany. Finn and Lady see, and Lady gets upset, and then they apologize and stuff. Everyone in this episode is irrationally jealous of everything, and like, Jake, you wanted Lady and Finn to get along. What is your problem? It's kind of annoying to watch. Nice way to tell people how stupid being jealous is, though. Also, Tiffany! Ice King is upset that he's not invited to a party when he was. He just forgot to check his mail. So he spends the whole time trying to sabotage it. The plot is kind of just annoying. Wow, this episode is unlike any other. It's a solo adventure with Martin, set in space. And honestly, it's okay. Martin has like less than half a dozen episodes that he's in, so any time we spend with him is nice. But this episode just further establishes what a dirtbag he is. I only find Martin interesting if he's with Finn, or Minerva. Sure, time with Martin is nice, but this episode doesn't tell us anything about him that we didn't already know. Kim Kil-won buys the treehouse from Marcy in exchange for a lunatic base. Finn and Jake can't buy it back because they spent all their money like 2 episodes before this one, so they don't have a home. KKW is doing all this because he thinks Jake is too immature. He thought by kicking Jake out, he would get a job and take on a more respectable life. By the end of the episode, he learns to accept his dad for who he is, and he gives him the treehouse back. I think this episode could have worked a lot better if it was all from the perspective of KKW, because we don't see why he's doing all this until the last 2 minutes. So he comes off as a full-time jingle blaster, as Finn puts it.
I'm gonna be frank here. Your son's a real-time jingle blaster.
I very much understand Kim Kil-won's perspective on his father, his actions, and lifestyle, and the message of don't try to make someone else's life better by making it similar to your own. It's something that I struggle with and I think is important for certain people to know. Overall, very good episode.
Petbud is making a cool new sword for Finn, and he's got to infuse it with some Nightosphere magic, so he summons Hunson Abadir. Petbud reluctantly allows Hunson to go see Marcy under the eye of Finn and Jake. Hunson tries to connect with his daughter, but Marcy isn't having any of it. Girl's got a gig that Hunson completely sabotages with his lack of social awareness. Cousin Chicley makes an appearance and causes a ruckus, and then the gang goes to a diner. I really want to like this episode, but something about it is just off somehow. The whole thing is just so awkward. And yeah, it's kind of the point with Hunson, but it's not just him. Nearly everything in this episode is just... I can't even describe what it is. Something's just off. Though I do like the small bit of development for Marcy where she tries to understand her dad. That part's good, but the rest of it, awkward.
The music in this episode is really good, though.
Yeah, I forgot to mention the music is great too, obviously. Yeah, come on, it's Marceline the Vampire Queen. Starchy's sick and PB's got a scientific way to cure him, but he's convinced the only way to cure a sickness is with magic. So PB, Finn, and Jake cosplay as wizards and sneak into Wizard City to get a cold spell. They get found out, however, and are sent to trial with the Grand Master Wizard. He'll let them go if PB admits that magic is actually pretty cool, but PB with no hesitation says, nah, magic is a bunch of bunk, science is better. So they all get sent to prison. And then at some point they escape. I don't know, I don't really feel like rewatching it again. PB hating magic is a pretty cool character trait, but it's annoying that she sends her and her friends to jail because she's a stubborn little ass about it. Wizard City itself is a cool place to explore though, and it's pretty funny how they just hold Starchy down and give him the antidote after all that. This little fish dude gets Finn and Jake to help him find a mega frog that's been terrorizing his village. The boys mess around at first until the frog finds them. Finn kisses the frog and he turns into a prince. The boys kinda just bum around in the forest most of the episode. It's a tad boring, though I gotta say, the atmosphere of the rainy forest looks really pretty. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Oh my god, the animation is beautiful. I've always been enamored with stop-motion animation, but seeing that style in Adventure Time is something else. The rest of the episode... no bueno. BMO gets this alert that a supermassive world-destroying storm is on its way, so Finn gets Jake, BMO, and LSP to help him build a shelter. While everyone else is busy working on that, Jake's like, hold on guys, I need a minute to think about this. They all get increasingly agitated that he's doing jack squat to help them, and when they confront him about it, he says, I've been soaking up the beauty of the earth. Like, that's fine, the earth is pretty freaking beautiful, but that's not the priority right now, Jake. The storm crashes into their bunker and is like, "Aha, I put others down because I'm super depressed and stuff." And Jake says, "But bro, isn't the earth beautiful?" And the storm says, "Shit dude, you right. LSP especially is kind of insufferable this episode, just does not care at all about anyone else, and it's most apparent and annoying here. I would put this episode in D, but that beautiful animation, it's enough to make it all the way to the top of C.
I'm sorry, Bucket, but claymation has just never sat right with me. I think that this is probably one of the best instances of claymation, but I just can't enjoy it a whole lot. Especially the eyes, man. They just don't sit right with me.
Before we move on, I want to take a second to ask you to give me a sub. We're about an hour into this thing, and if you've made it this far, it's clear you like my stuff at least to some level, so if you want to see more videos from me in the future, and you want to help my channel grow, I would appreciate the hell out of it. That's all. Back to your regularly scheduled nonsense.
Billy! Also, if I'm a bear!
Finn and Jake are feeling very good about their hero abilities, and are starting to get bored and want a real challenge. That's when they meet the Farm. The Farm is basically this huge guy who wears a bar in his clothes and beats up everyone who tries to fight him. Finn and Jake try, but get schmacked and leave to go train. Finn's ego and masculinity has been broken. He is very dead set on beating the Farm, while Jake is over it and just wants to play his video game Comby's Castle. Finn eventually gets very upset about this and breaks Comby's Castle. Jake and Finn then start beating each other up before quitting and making up and deciding to go fight the Farm. Although now they are incredibly tired and banged up, and before they get to the Farm, they pass out. They then share a collective dream and meet the Dream Warrior. He tells them some cheap tricks to help them in their fights. And then they wake up and use the tricks to beat the Farm. Kinda a mid-episode, not bad, not good. Enjoyable to watch, but I don't go out of my way to go watch it. The dream sequence is pretty funny though.
Finn and Jake tune into Starchy's conspiracy radio show, where this time he's talking about these mysterious blank-eyed girls. Finn becomes increasingly scared of them, while Jake is convinced they're baloney. Until they start terrorizing them at the treehouse. After Jake admits they're real, they stop, and it's revealed they're just girls playing a prank, or actually, they're weird ghost flower dandruff things. This one's definitely got the creep factor going for it, as well as usual cute moments between Finn and Jake. Finn discovers that he has a very deep fear of the ocean. The manifestation of his fear, Mark Hamill, says he'll never conquer it. Jake tries to get Finn to overcome his fear the whole episode, until Jake gets knocked out and sent to the bottom of the ocean. Finn knows that he can't willingly swim down there, so he knocks himself out and wakes up at the bottom of the ocean beside Jake. When they get to the surface, a limo of gas people drives out from Finn's belly and tells him, "Yo, even though you're flawed, you're still a great hero, my guy." And Finn sends Mark Hamill back into his guts. Finn doesn't get over his fear of the ocean quite yet, he just learns to accept it. He doesn't get over it for real until seasons later. The facial expressions in this episode are hilarious. Ice King finds this weird ice orb in his palace, and inside is this girl named Patience St. Pim. She gives a healthy dose of lore about the elementals, incarnations of the elements: fire, ice, candy, and slime. Bonnie, SP, and FB are all incarnations of their respective elements, while Patience is the ice elemental. Patience froze herself for 1,000 years in order to avoid the Mushroom Wars, but now she's back, and she's got big plans in store. I remember liking this episode a lot, but rewatching it now, it's a bit boring. It's mostly here to set up future episodes like Jelly Beans Have Power and the whole Elements miniseries. I really like Patience as a character, but the problem with her is that she only has speaking parts in like 4 episodes, with this being one of them. Her main purpose in the whole show is to show up, create an elemental apocalypse that flips the world on its head, and dip.
Most of the time, Adventure Time is great at pacing big plot and lore developments, but this is unfortunately not one of those times. The setup to the discovery of Patience St. Pim isn't great. The pacing of the development of the lore isn't great, and the episode just kind of feels like the writers saying, "Oh hey guys, here's some lore, okay bye." And it's just unfortunate that such an original take on the 4 elements premise was introduced in such a dumb way.
After a deadly duel with a particularly difficult foe, Finn decides he needs to get some armor. He goes to Chusku's, who sends him on a quest to find the armor of Zeldaron. On his quest, Finn walks into old women in the shower, and he plays a game that requires you to clutch a rubber ball with your ass, all while being mocked by this dude named Sir Slicer. He gets the armor, but it's for ladies, so Jake gladly stretches into it. Finn learns the value of embarrassment and throws a thimble at Sir Slicer. This one is pretty enjoyable. Just one of the episodes I don't have a whole bunch to say about.
I don't like this one. It's dumb, but not the fun kind of dumb.
These marshmallow kids are making a ruckus in the Candy Kingdom, scamming money from candy people. Finn figures all these guys need is a good nature walk, so Finn can tell them not to be total rubes. The Mallow kids won't do anything if they aren't scamming someone, so Finn tricks them into thinking he's scamming these sticks into a fire and scheming this tree into a bridge. I think this one is real underrated. It's a good showcase of how Finn isn't just a great fighter, but also a teacher. He cares enough about the candy people to help them become better, not just arresting them for their crimes. Finn throws his throwing and catching disc at the top of a tree, so he goes to get it. A squirrel feeds him an apple that shrinks him, and then he lures the boy into the tree to become part of a cult. I can't believe this is tame when it comes to weird-ass crap that's happened in this show. This one is pretty enjoyable, though. I really enjoy this squirrel dude. Ice King steals parts from all the princesses of Ooo and melds them together in this thing. Finn and Jake go get the parts back, but when they see the princess monster wife, they get knocked out by the sheer ugliness of it all. Ice King tries to show PMW that she's beautiful, though every time he does, Finn and Jake get back up and faint again. She eventually gives all her parts back to the princesses. I think the main lesson of this episode is that Ice King would make the best husband ever. Aside from, kidnapping women, he's so patient, and you can really tell he loves PMW to death.
It's also never touched upon how Ice King just stole people's body parts without any form of resistance, pain, or even question. The dude stole a whole ass arm from Muscle Princess. How?
These little cute boys try to attack Finn and Jake, but they're small and cute and helpless, so the boys feel bad for them and fake losing a battle to help their confidence. The King Cutie realizes this and tells Finn and Jake that he just wants to control people. Is that so bad? The boys then send him off to the Ice King. The fact that these guys think they can threaten everything Burrito makes them the evilest characters in the show. Nothing harms everything Burrito. Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig are getting married, but they get King of Ooo to perform the ceremony. PB gets fed up with him and tries to find a way to get him out. I always forget just how damn funny this episode is. Tree Trunks is a riot in this one. Finn being appointed to be on LSP Wedding Crasher duty is great. And of course, we have the ever iconic...
Nope, stop talking, go to jail.
Oh my gosh, you guys, it's the first episode where PB and Marcy interact! Too bad it's only for like 2 lines. Jake gets Marcy to help Finn romance PB, and he kind of makes a fool out of himself before realizing that the true girl was Marcy the whole time. Yeah, I'm so glad I wasn't part of the fandom when people shipped Finn and Marcy together. Oof. It's pretty cute when Marcy realizes Finn doesn't want to be with her. Bro just wants to go to the movies, and this interaction is downright hilarious.
Yeah, as friends.
Of course as friends.
But no tongue.
What?
IK infects the whole Candy Kingdom with his beard flakes, and they have to go collect his howls of pain in order to save the citizens from his, beard flake sickness? I swear, some of the shit that happens in this show. This episode is probably the most quotable Season 1 episode. I mean, we've got lines such as Finn calling his friends bosoms. We got, you know how friends are always howling in pain for each other? And, these bars can't hold me. Hoots is a weird one. It's focused on the cosmic owl seeing a pretty ladybird in Finn's dream, and then he searches for her across countless dreams to be with her. Any episode with Prismo in it is good by default. And OMG, look, he's playing the banjo! I find the lore of the cosmic owl to be really interesting. Any dream he shows up in ends up happening in real life, though it could be literally or metaphorically. His appearance in PB's dream foreshadows the end of Season 6, which is a pretty neat detail. It's a bit unclear about the mechanics of dreams in the AT universe. Like, Lady Bird is in Finn's dream, but at the end, the bird is revealed to be the dream of Gunter. So were Gunter and Finn sharing a dream, or did they both conjure up the same person by random coincidence? I honestly don't care too much in the end. Dreams aren't really touched on again in any important ways, so, who gives a toot?
Me! I give a toot. I give several toots. This episode created so many questions that will never be answered about the universe of the show, and I am not happy about it.
What Sabrina said, except I have the complete opposite opinion. I think that unanswered questions are so cool. I feel like they make communities live and just allow people to continue to talk about things that otherwise, if they were answered, no one would talk about.
Finn and Jake find this bear, and this guy really, really likes Finn. So much, he starts imitating him. Finn and Jake are worried that he's gonna try and steal Finn's identity, but everyone's like, dude, we know he's a bear, we're not stupid, Finn. He feels bad for getting upset with Bear Finn, so he gives him the Enchiridion to help him become a hero in his own way. That's so sweet of Finn, to help the next generation of heroes in OO. Wait, you're saying that the bear gave the book to the Lich? Oh shit, never mind.
It was obvious Finn didn't know the true power and knowledge the Enchiridion had, or he definitely wouldn't have just given it to a bear who, for all he knows, is gonna use it as a pillow or something.
I tend to like most of the Graples episodes, but something's just a little bit off about this one. I wish it stuck to the format of the other ones and didn't have a whole adventure with Qbert. The Graples themselves are pretty enjoyable, and just like with Lemon Hope, it's always fascinating to see OO in the future.
I love OO 1000 Years Later, but I also kind of hate it. I love the mystery and ambiguity of it all. Why does the sky look like that? How has the landscape changed? Who is still around after over a millennium has passed? But it also kind of feels sad. I look at all these images and I just think, where is everything? Where is the life, the vibrance? All of the energy that the world had is just gone. It's interesting seeing the things that have changed, but it really hurts to think that everything you know and love about the show and the world is probably not around anymore in this rendition of OO. The episode itself is probably the worst Graples episode, but I don't think that makes it a bad episode as a whole.
Tree Trunks' dream is to have a bite of the crystal gem apple that's in the center of an evil forest. Finn and Jake take Tree Trunks to the forest to get the apple. She's kind of helpless when danger comes her way, even putting herself in danger trying to help them. Finn gets upset with her that she's so unaware and he yells at her. TT runs off and finds the crystal apple. When Finn and Jake catch up to her, Finn apologizes and they help TT bite the apple. And then she explodes. It's TT's first episode, and straight from her first appearance, she became a fan favorite. And from this episode, I can understand why. She's a riot. Her trying to peacefully deal with all these monsters by putting stickers on them, or having a tea party, or even trying to seduce them is pretty funny. Her voice acting by Polly Lou Livingston is one of a kind too. Her delivery is simultaneously strange, yet absolutely perfect every time. I don't always love TT. She can be annoying at times for me, but overall, she's a great character. Since Finn got the Ice Kingdom destroyed with his breakup with FP, Ice King has been crashing at the treehouse. Finn and Jake have had enough of the IK being a pest all the time, so to distract him, they invite Abracadaniel over. IK and ABD get along so well that they accidentally summon a demon. Keoth is the demon that Joshua's demon blood sword is made from, and the dude gets his blood back when he forces Finn to break the sword. He nabs Jake and splits back to wherever he came from, leaving the episode on a cliffhanger. It's nice to see IK and ABD just having a blast together, and the cliffhanger leads to a standout episode later down the line. Oh, Ice King, you sad little lonely boy. This is his first appearance. Who would ever think that such a big loser would become one of the most tragic characters in all of fiction? That's what's so interesting about the early seasons. It's obvious the writers just pulled some of this stuff out of their ass. These tiny little details, these characters and events balloon in ways you'd never expect. Rewatching the show, it's so funny to see where all this started. Oh yeah, the actual episode. Finn and Jake get captured and then save the princesses, blah blah blah, they beat the IK's ass, woohoo, B tier. PB has Finn and Jake hammer a bunch of signs outside the extremely dangerous dungeon of the Crystal Eye to keep people from wandering in. So, what do you think happens? Yep, that's right, Finn wanders in. He wants to prove to Jake that he can do things without him. But he isn't able to withstand the dungeon's trials and gets captured. Luckily, Jake is right there with him. He wasn't able to make it through by himself either. The boys then decide that they should stop their petty bickering and actually work together, because friendship is pretty tight. Dungeon is a perfect example of what season 1 of this show is like. Lighthearted, has a small moral, and has some extremely clever comedy. Like, that bit about the cat that has approximate knowledge of all things is hilarious. Also, we just explore a dungeon, which actually happens less than you'd think in the show. I wish there were more episodes about our boys just going through a gauntlet like this, especially in the later seasons. They were pretty fun. President Porpoise is missing, so Finn, Jake, and Banana Man go off to find him. They talk with the evil vice president before the president just shows up. Apparently he was just late for work this whole time. The plot of this one is really boring. I don't like how the conflict was barely a conflict. I really enjoy Banana Man and his other appearances, but here he's just really dull. I don't know what it is. But hey, this episode still got some good stuff going for it, like some adorable interactions between Ice King and BMO.
And it's got some great jokes too, especially that one at the beginning where a bunch of random people are just hiding out in Finn and Jake's house. That's some funny stuff.
I don't know, I kinda liked the Goofy episode in the later seasons where there had just been a constant bombardment of plot. It felt like a nice break from everything.
You're acting highly sus, VP Blowfish.
Oh, Nectar, you sweet little cherub. The start of the actual most tragic character journey in the show. They could have easily forgotten about this little guy, but I'm so happy they didn't. Episode itself is also just really funny.
Yay! To the mesosphere! Finally, we can die!
Oh, Magic Man, you weird little man. The most unpredictable little shit you'll ever meet. The definition of chaotic neutral. Though he is bordering on evil sometimes. Just about the best introduction you can have for a character like him. Next time I play D&D, I'm definitely turning one of my friends into a foot. Thanks for the idea, bro. 5 Short Tables is a strange one. It's like a Greybles episode, but with Fiona and Cake, and Ice King as the narrator. It's always nice to see more Fiona and Cake, and with the Greybles premise, it's nice to see some other corners of the Fiona and Cake universe we haven't before. But other than that, this one doesn't have a whole lot going for it. Perfectly B tier. This one is just Ice King helping this island lady out of her toxic relationship. It's just really wholesome. It's hard for Ice King to be a decent person a lot of the time, but he's completely selfless here. Except for when he breaks into PB's room at the start, and straight up murders a god.
But somehow, Party God is still alive in the Time Cube during Wake Up? Maybe Ice King threw him perfectly into the Time Cube, and Prisma saved him. I don't know, man.
Another one of those episodes that barrels into something crazy down the line. We probably wouldn't have islands if it weren't for this one right here. Most other characters in the show have at least one other person just like them, but Finn is the only human. So it's heartwarming to see him try and connect with Susan, even if only for a little before she tries to attack the Candy Kingdom. They end up being unsure if Susan even is a human by the end, or if she's a hybrid. And that tender moment at the end where Jake comforts Finn is super sweet too. Wizard Battle is kind of one of those episodes that you tend to forget about, and rewatching it recently, I'm not sure why. This episode has some great stuff going for it. Abracadaniel the Icon makes his first appearance, and there's some cool magic combat too, as well as this nice moment where Finn finally admits to Jake that he has feelings for PB. Okay, Billy is legit a super cool character. It's a shame this dude is only in an episode before he gets body napped by the Lich. He tells Finn and Jake, hey dude, maybe violence isn't the answer. And they're like, yeah, sure, whatever you say, Billy. And they're like, actually, maybe slaying evil monsters isn't a bad thing. And Billy's like, yeah bro, maybe you're right. My plot recapping skills are unlike any other. Finn and Jake's reaction when Billy calls them his heroes is really cute. And God, I just love the Billy song so much.
Billy! Also, here for the bear! Billy!
Finn and Jake have too much money, so they go out and spend it all. Leads to some pretty, creepy scenes, but it's got some really funny moments for the most part. What brings this episode up a step is an appearance from the Psychic Tandem War Elephant. You can't not love APTWE. Finn and Jake debate the attractiveness of a skeleton, and then learn how to communicate with dust particles from a bunch of tadpoles. Jake learns how to grow a mustache, Finn learns to appreciate youth culture. Bam, perfect episode for a recipe of Adventure Time. Bam, perfect recipe for an episode of Adventure Time. Jake and Lady got babies. He tries to raise them right, but he's a little overprotective. It's kind of annoying to watch at some points, actually. But he learns his lesson by the end and trusts his kids with protecting themselves. I wish there were a couple more episodes with Jake's kids as, well, kids, because by the end of the episode, Jake says himself, Rainicorns age super fast, they're basically older than me already. Those problems aside, this episode is pretty good. You can feel Jake's abundant joy at being a father. And aside from Viola, I really like all these new characters. Each one of them has a very distinct personality. Well, at least later they do, not when they're toddlers in this one. God, Lemon Hope has got to be one of the most divisive episodes of the series. Peevee's trying to teach Lemon Hope how to be a decent person, so hopefully one day he'll go back to the Lemon Kingdom to free his people. But Lemon Hope's philosophy is that if he's truly the Lemon of Freedom, then he shouldn't be bound by anything. Why should he go free his Lemon brothers and sisters? He is free. He don't gotta do nothing he don't wanna. He runs away from Peevee, spends some time in the desert, has a bunch of nightmares, then decides maybe he should go rescue the people who sacrificed their freedom for his. He walks right up to Castle Lemongrab and demands that Lemongrab let his people go. And then he explodes him and bam, the lemon people are free. So, this one is weird.
It's weirdly a two-parter. I'm so conflicted about this one because there's definitely a good story here, but it's just hard to see at times. I was looking on the wiki, and apparently this is supposed to resemble a Bible story. I'm no expert on Christian mythology, but I have seen The Prince of Egypt, and I'd be lying to myself if I said this episode didn't remind me of the plot of that a little. I mean, the heir to the throne runs away from the kingdom, spends a couple years in the desert, and is like, yeah, I should probably try and help free my people from slavery, right? But another part of me is just like, that has to be a coincidence, right? My opinion on this episode can completely change based on what mood I'm in. Sometimes I think it's trying to say something, and other times it just feels nonsensical. Could be anywhere from D to B. I'll just let future editing bucket decide where to place it.
I really like the Lemon Hope arc. The story is hard to follow and the characters are annoying. It's a lemon grab episode, what do you expect? But what truly makes me love this duology is the imagery. It has this weird vibe that I feel is truly impossible to describe, but I love it. The ending scene in Ooh, 1,000 Years Later made me really emotional when I saw it for the first time, and I love it because of that.
There are so many reasons why this episode is perfect. It's completely BMO focused, and not only that, it's BMO told. Finn and Jake are about to leave for a princess potluck, but Finn can't find his sock. They end up leaving without it, and BMO pledges to investigate and find the sock. What ensues is pure gold as BMO investigates the entire treehouse, attempting to find the sock thief. This episode is so great for many reasons, but one of the main ones is how it transports you into the lens of BMO. You see exactly how BMO perceives the world and get to experience the pure imagination that they have. The faux world building in this episode does an amazing job as it really gets you enthralled into BMO's world. You get introduced to characters like Lorraine, Ronnie, Officer Davis, and seeing all these BMO characters for the first and last time is so enjoyable. I mean, it's a mouse, a chicken, a cat, and a TV remote. You would never get anything like this, except when you're seeing it through BMO's lens, and it's so fun. Also, Lorraine is awesome. Dude, I want a Lorraine-centered episode. The scene after BMO bumps his head with a human face always made me giggle.
For some reason, a whole guild of assassins wants to kill Wildberry Princess. What did she ever do to anyone? So this little cat guy crawls in Jake's nose and threatens to poison him if he doesn't do away with WB. Jake spends the whole episode trying to tell Finn what's going on without telling Meow. It leads to some pretty funny situations. And I love that the solution is just for Jake to grow at his liver so the poison doesn't affect him.
Big liver! Big liver! Yeah!
Jake dreams one night about the way he's gonna die someday. Yeah, apparently this is just a normal thing that happens in the Adventure Time universe. If the cosmic owl shows up in a dream that you're dying in, that's how you'll die. Jake is overjoyed to tell Finn about his croak dream and reassures him that he won't die for a while because rocket ships haven't been reinvented yet and they don't know no Banana Man. But the pieces start going into place and Jake rushes towards his death for no reason. Good thing Finn was there in real life so it didn't come true. It's a little disheartening to see Jake easily brush off Finn's concerns about him dying. This episode is interesting on a rewatch considering future events.
Another amazing BMO-centered episode. Although not nearly as good as BMO Noir, his journey with Bubble and Ricky is so enjoyable. I don't have a ton to say about this episode. It isn't incredibly memorable, and is honestly one of the weaker BMO episodes. But even the weakest BMO-centered episodes is amazing. BMO's wondrous, curious lens of the world is so interesting to follow, as he befriends most of whom he engages with. The biggest problem with this episode is kind of just how little happens. It's just them aimlessly exploring. But it does make sense in the context of the episode. BMO and Bubble finally find the treehouse and are no longer lost. They come to the door and Jake opens it and immediately pops Bubble and begins laughing his ass off. Even after BMO is horrified at the murder of their new husband. Oh yeah, Bubble and BMO were gonna get married.
Every room you ever go in, I'll already be there, waiting forever and ever until the end of time.
Oh, BMO, oh. What a horrifying sentence, and it's only BMO that could be that excited for it.
Finn and FP are hanging out at a crab rap party when FP gets tricked into signing a contract that says she's gotta do a rap battle with the son of Rap Bear, and if she loses, the Fire Kingdom belongs to Toronto. King of Ooh is nowhere to be seen, and I couldn't be happier. They follow SORP's trail, and FP eventually fights him and wins with the power of daddy issues. The actual plot of this one isn't too important. What makes this one so great is the fact that it's just an episode of Finn and FP hanging out together. It's nice that this is one of the episodes they thought was important enough to put in the last season. It's important to note just how much the two have grown and changed, both with and apart from each other. However, it's still an episode about the son of Rap Bear, so sorry, it can't get much higher than this.
I'm glad they can be happy together again. Not all relationships, even ones that ended badly, have to stay bad. They only stay that way if you want them to.
So usually I've been grouping two-parters together, but the quality of these two are so wildly different, it'd be unfair to rank them in one spot. King of Ooh is launching an election to be the new Princess of the Candy Kingdom, and the Candy people are stupid enough to elect him. While Bonnie is getting kicked out, Finn and Jake chase this weird-looking dude who turns out to be Gunter, or Orgalorg. This episode has a really interesting status quo shakeup. Bonnie, not being princess, sticks around long enough to have some cool episodes centered around it. It's just that King of Ooh is kind of insufferable. I really don't like this wax man. Finn and Jake offer to get some candles for FP at the Flame Kingdom, but end up overhearing a plot to murder the Flame King. So they stop them, but then Flame King tells them, yeah bro, we're all evil over here. Overthrowing a king is pretty normal. It's a pretty fun time, Finn and Jake sleuthing around the Flame Kingdom.
The jokes in this one aren't always great, but I have a soft spot for the bit where Finn and Jake try to be a painting, and then the guards get distracted by snacks.
Maja the Sky Witch resurrects this big boss dude named Darren the Ancient Sleeper, and they make their way to the Candy Kingdom for a gigantic siege. Luckily, APTWE is there to save the day. Something we surprisingly don't see all too often in the show are these gigantic battles with a large group of characters with some actual stakes. Darren is an interesting enough villain, with him and APTWE being rivals long ago, but my main problem with this is that Darren and Maja are dealt with when there's still 4 minutes left in the episode. The rest of it is used by APTWE as he asks Finn what his purpose is. But we do love APTWE, so maybe that's fine. So there's a really interesting story about this episode. Back in 2012-2013, there was talk of an Adventure Time movie in development. There was even a little work done on it too. Didn't end up seeing the light of day, unfortunately, but what there was repurposed and used in something big. This episode felt really large for a one-off thing, and now it makes a lot more sense why it felt like there was some missed potential. Jake invites Charlie to compete in the 59th annual Card Wars tournament. Charlie isn't into it, but she strikes a deal to play a game of Card Wars if Jake gives her one of his bones. Jake meets his old rival and his ex at the tourney teaming up, and he's reminded of his younger years when he couldn't handle losing. Those old feelings begin to bubble back up as he gets competitive with his opponents. Jake and Charlie clear the first round, but she pieces out after game 1, leaving Jake alone. Not wanting to lose, he stretches out into another Charlie and plays as a duo. Our girl Charlie has similar but much more powerful shapeshifting powers as Jake, as well as the ability to read the future through tarot cards. Apparently that's why she needed her father's bone, to read her own future. She sees that she's content and wise at 90, and then she merges with herself, seemingly taking all of her old self's knowledge in the process. She realizes that she's been a full-time jingle blaster to her pops, leaving him alone at the tourney. She meets him as he's panicking, and soothes his mind, relieving him of his overly competitive spirit. Then they graciously lose the tournament, but this time, Jake doesn't completely lose his shit. It's nice to see Jake overcome his ultra-competitive spirit when it comes to Card Wars, but that's also kind of my problem with this episode. Jake doesn't overcome his issues by himself. Charlie literally uses her powers to expel that side of him. That's not character development, that's a little something I like to call character teleportation. Basically, when the conclusion to a character's arc isn't earned, it can feel like they learned their lesson purely because that's the way the writers needed the story to go. The Diamonds are a great example of this, though their arcs not being earned is definitely a more egregious error than it is here. Though also I don't fault the writers because Cartoon Network cancelled Steven Universe because we just can't let the gays win, and gave them 5 episodes to redeem genocidal maniacs. AT is usually really great about not teleporting their characters. Nearly all of the character development is consistent through the show, you can see it track, but they play a game of drop ball in this one. Card Wars is still fun enough to warrant it being this high though, and thank God we got a Charlie episode too. Out of Jake's kids, we see her the least, so it's so cool getting to know her here.
This episode struck the perfect balance. It had a simple, whimsical premise, but developed and built on the characters without it feeling forced or strained.
Ice King shows up to Finn and Jake's house to tell them that he's getting married. To someone that wants to marry him? IK guilds Finn and Jake into throwing him a manlerette party. They show him a good time, but by the end of it, IK is having doubts. If he gets married, he'll have to stop stealing princesses. Finn and Jake show him a goose getting bored, and that clears his doubts. At the wedding, Finn talks to the bride, and in her eye is a woman begging for help. Ice King brainwashed her with the engagement ring. They fight and stuff, and they trick Ice King into marrying Jake instead. Just another good old classic Ice King episode. Plenty of great moments. Also, IK and Jake never get divorced, so from here on they are canonically married to each other. Just a fun little fact to brighten your viewing experience. Oh boy. Oh gosh. It's the episode with the deer, and it's just as creepy as everyone says it is. This deer breaks Finn's legs and he wakes up to a ghost town of the Candy Kingdom. He finds Jake, whose brain has been totally whacked, and he's convinced that the candy people are all planning a surprise party for him. Turns out he's been waiting 6 whole months for them, so Finn does some investigating and finds all the candy people wrapped in wax in the sewers. The imagery of the candy people trapped in wax, the horror of your best bosom going completely mental, and the reveal of the deer being the villain? Yeah, it's no wonder this is the creepiest episode in the series.
Part of me thinks that this episode would have been better outside of the world of Adventure Time, allowing for some darker imagery. Not that the episode is lacking in anything dark. But a larger part of me believes that the juxtaposition of having the bright, fun world of Adventure Time, telling the story of something straight out of a Stephen King novel is what makes this episode so great.
God, just the premise of this episode alone is hilarious. This horse stares at the bros while they're trying to fall asleep, but it's creeping them out too much, so they try for 11 minutes to get rid of it. Turns out Ice King was in the horse the whole time, spying on Finn and Jake. The way he just tries to leave without explaining a thing is priceless. Fun stuff. Susan Strong gets Finn and Jake to help her reclaim her land in the sewers from the nasty love gloves. Jake is suspicious of her from last time, but he learns to trust her by the end. Jake's boat song is the comedic highlight of the episode. I had it as my ringtone at one point.
This party's getting hotter. It's so hot, it's stupid.
So after production of the finale was finished, the team at Cartoon Network finally finished their deal to produce a Minecraft-themed episode of Adventure Time, because apparently they'd been trying to make this happen for a while. It just served as a nice last hurrah for the crew after 8 whole years of making the show together. The actual episode itself is just the characters messing around with the different mechanics of the game. Marcy and PB spend time building a nice little house, Lemongrab is upset that he can't read the wiki to figure out how to plant lemons, Ice King is trying to grief a bunch of guys, Finn has an encounter with an Enderman, and Jake is throwing a bunch of diamonds into lava. For some reason. This episode ain't canon, and that's not a problem. It's a fun time, a little bonus episode. It's not listed on Max or Hulu though, so the only way to watch it is by trying to piece the episode together on social media.
I love Diamonds and Lemons. I've watched it so many times, it's so good. It's just such a fun time. Nothing notable happens, it's just so goofy. Especially that it's just forking Minecraft. That's so funny. Why is it Minecraft? It's so good.
I also haven't seen this one for the aforementioned reasons, but from what I have seen, I don't think it could be that good. Especially since you had the animated television event of the decade literally right before it. Also, Minecraft? Did they really have to go with Minecraft? The integration just doesn't seem natural. I can't rank this one as I haven't seen it, but I don't think that I would think highly of it.
Finn and Jake sneak into the Ice King's palace while he's out and do a little investigating. They find this secret room filled with ninja stuff and learn some ice ninja techniques. They spar with each other, wrecking IK's room in the process. Once he gets back from dealing with Gunter's pregnancy, the Ice King convinces the boys that he hasn't stolen a princess and they have no right to destroy his room. Though, of course, he's lying and he's got Dr. Princess in his duffel bag. They then fight with their ice ninja powers. Plot sounds a bit flat, but it's actually pretty fun to see all this ice magic ninja stuff. I realize in a lot of these season 1 and 2 episodes there isn't a whole lot to say about them. You're just gonna have to trust me when I say they're good, I guess. After Jake was dad-napped by Warren Ampersand, Finn is missing his bro. It's been 5 whole weeks and he still isn't back. Jermaine shows up and tells Finn that he's had a dream about Jake starving alone in space. Finn figures Magic Man, or Normal Man, could help him out, so Finn and Jermaine take a trip to Mars. They meet Betty, trying to get over the fact that bringing back Simon is a lost cause, and Normal Man, now King Man, as he's the King of Mars. King Man hears out F&J's dilemma and takes them to the Temple of Mars, where they encounter a 3-part mind maze that tests their ability to let go of their troubles. Though it's mostly a focus on Betty's troubles with Simon, by the end, Betty lets go of the possibility of bringing Simon back. Apparently, by emotionally attuning to the temple, it was able to scan the universe for Jake and bring him back. As the trio of bros go home, Betty pulls an Uno reversed card and doubles down on her resolve to get Simon back, even getting Kingman to help her out by telling him they might be able to bring Margles back too. I find the mechanics of the Mars telemetry capsule really unclear. I don't feel like they explain it well at all. Kind of feels like Jake just suddenly comes back because he needs to be. The gang's minds are supposed to be programming the temple into finding Jake out there by attuning to their emotions, or something like that. All of the temple's trials are exclusively focused on Betty though, except for this one frog that looks like Fern. The way they describe the temple, wouldn't it make more sense for the trials to be focused around Finn and Jermaine, as they actually have a relationship with Jake, as opposed to Betty, who I think only ever shares like 2 scenes with her, and in one of them he's a bowl of soup.
What?
Second point, Betty undergoes a lot of development in this episode. The final trial even has Betty admit that her life kind of revolves around Simon. And then at the end, bam, complete and absolute 180. Now she's decided to go even further beyond and contact Adventure Time Satan to get her hubby back. There's something to be said about Betty's character in this, how her stubborn determination to get Simon back has been rooted in her brain so much, it might be too late for her to change. And yeah, that's true, that's a fine character moment. It's just that it really makes you believe that Betty has changed, with how determined she was to be better at the start, and her last couple lines at the end.
I spent so much time dedicated to Simon, I'm not sure there's even any me left anymore.
Additionally, Betty has gone from I can fix him to I can accept him for who he is a couple of times up to this point. This cycle is undoubtedly an extremely important aspect of Simon and Betty's story, but we've seen it before. We understand, and for a moment we thought Betty might have too. It reminds me a little bit of my main issue with the show BoJack Horseman. Now I love that show, it's absolutely incredible, but there's only so many times BoJack can feel terrible about his horrendous actions, go on a bender, and decide he needs to better himself before not bettering himself and hurting another person again, repeating the cycle. There's only so many times that can happen before it gets old. Again, that cycle is an important part to the story of BoJack Horseman, but it doesn't change the fact that as an audience, we've seen it before. It makes it unsatisfying when she pulls out the switcheroo on us. And yes, that's the point, but being unsatisfying for the sake of being unsatisfying is unsatisfying. Through all of these gripes, I still enjoy this one. I love any time spent with Jermaine, and even better that he spends that time not only on a quest to get his bro back, but also hanging out with Finn.
I was gonna say that this episode deserved to be ranked higher, but all of those are very good points. To a certain extent, I understand the desperation in trying to fix someone you care about. Especially since in the Adventure Time universe there are so many magical items, one of them has to work, right? However, when you've been given as many signs as Betty has that it's just not worth it or even possible, it's hard to be so understanding.
After the whole fiasco with the Lich taking over BB's body, Bonnie's been reduced to a 13-year-old version of herself. Finn and Bonnie are having a great time with each other until PB's old creation, Lemongrab, is put in charge of the Candy Kingdom. Bonnie and Finn come up with the ultimate plan to get rid of Lemongrab. Prank him until he decides to leave. Brilliant plan, guys. When they get tossed in the dungeon for 1,000,000 years, PB turns herself back into her 18-year-old self to get the throne back. Seeing Finn and PB interact in this episode is really cute, even if the whole I got turned into a younger version of myself thing is a little weird. Lemongrab in this episode is a hoot too. I can see why he became a fan favorite after this one.
You think PB had any memory of this episode? Because if she did, that probably would have made her friendship with Finn a lot weirder.
A baby firewolf follows a snow golem home one night, and they quickly form a bond. The snow golem tries to get the wolf home, melting in the process. He thinks he'll never see him again, but later on, the firewolves come back, so the baby and the golem can see each other. It's genuinely a really sweet story. It's like if Ice Age was good. Finn, Jake, and IK shenanigans in the background are really funny too.
This episode is absolutely amazing. It's such a good storytelling episode of random background characters. It's so adorable. And the B-plot of Ice King, Finn, and Jake, and the sandwiches is just so funny. You would not expect this episode to be as good as it is.
First of the Distant Land specials I'm talking about, and it's okay. My biggest problem with it is the premise itself. Why are we following Peppermint Butler? There are so many other characters that I'd rather see, like Simon, or Shermie and Beth, or Jermaine. Oh, I would kill for a Jermaine special. But nah, we get a special about Pep-Butt. But it's not even Pep-Butt, it's the dum-dum juiced version of him. In the original show, having a bunch of episodes about minor characters was fine. We had the time to delve into every corner of Ooh and beyond, but in a series like Distant Lands, with only 4 stories to tell, the time is valuable. The other 3 specials are about our main characters, people we love to watch, and Little Pep just doesn't grab me. But the premise aside, what they do with him is pretty cool if I'm being real. Love how Little Pep learns to be his own person and rejects the way his father wants his life to look like. The wizard school itself is pretty cool too. It's a tad predictable plot-wise, but it's still real fun. Oh, and I gotta mention the visuals too. I love the slightly enhanced Distant Lands art style. The backgrounds have so much detail and color to them. It's a perfect evolution to the look of the show.
Fortunately, I was lucky enough to have waited until all of the episodes of Distant Lands had released, so I watched this one before Together again, and I highly recommend this viewing order in case you haven't seen Distant Lands yet. Also, in case you haven't seen Distant Lands yet, what the hell are you doing on this video?
Jake's stretchy bio daddy, Warren Ampersand, visits Jake and whisks him away to outer space. Warren was the alien that impregnated Joshua. He's the reason Jake has his stretchy powers in the first place, but he's dying. He tells Jake about the prophecy. A giant stretchy alien named Ishkano is fated to destroy their planet tomorrow. Then he gives his belt to Jake, but it's a trick. Every time Jake stretches into it, it siphons his power over to Warren. Meaning Warren's fine, but Jake's not. Turns out Ishkano and the whole planet was a trick designed to keep Warren alive. Apparently he's done this with hundreds of his children, using them as batteries and leaving them to die. But Jake tricks him back and gets his powers back. Then as Warren tries to escape back to Ooh to get Jake's kids, Jake sacrifices his only way back to make sure his pups are safe, leaving him stranded in space. I think it's really cool how we get to meet Jake's bio daddy in this episode, and it's cool to get a bunch of answers about his past, things that have been a mystery through the entire show. But my main problem is, why now? Last season Jake already accepted who he is, so when Warren shows up, the result is absolutely no internal conflict. He immediately accepts everything Warren tells him because his identity is no longer a conflict for him. And while I wouldn't trade the episode where he does come to terms with himself for anything, I wish they had handled Jake's past a little bit differently. So while Jake the Star Child isn't bad in any terms, it has some serious missed potential.
I agree with Bucket. The writers knew the show was ending, realized they had a loose end about one of their main characters, and tied it up the best they could. It makes sense, the episode works, but it could have been better.
Baby's building a tower into space. Space is where he's gonna find his dad.
Tree Trunks gets a visit from her alien family because apparently she has an alien family. Next day, PB sends a probe up to their ship to spread candy life around the cosmos. The aliens get Tree Trunks to help her take out the rest of the probes. They eventually get PB to see what she's doing and stop it, and agrees to team up with TT to find a better home for her candy probes. This episode is so wild and out there in terms of comedy. Every 2 seconds is a joke you just never expect. Deserves to be an A just for that.
As your average BMO enjoyer, this episode is so freaking cute. BMO and Football talk about how much they love each other, and then switch places so BMO is now in the mirror realm. The episode then focuses on Football experiencing the real world. Then, we see BMO in the mirror realm, and the emptiness and design is really cool. Football then betrays BMO, as BMO is now trapped in the mirror world. BMO then begins to haunt Football through the reflections, and Football goes on a rampage destroying all the reflective surfaces. Football then falls into the lake outside and they switch back. But now Football is very happy because the place he's in is very pretty. And BMO and Football end the episode talking about how much they love each other. This episode is so adorable. I love this character so much. Oh my god, amazing episode. BMO with the cone, BMO with the cone, BMO with the cone. Oh my god, yes! So cute.
Our favorite buff little bionic baby is turning 17. PB's still on Gumball alert after learning that he might somehow be back, so for Finn's party they're getting together a small group of Finn's closest friends. Right before the gang's about to party, a weird green knight crashes through the front gate. First thing this dude does is let Finn decapitate him, and then he challenges the 17-year-old man to a couple games. If Finn wins, he gets to keep his life. The knight cheats at Coconut Smash, but Finn beats him at climbing a greasy pole. Finn thinks he's got the upper hand at arm wrestling, but as he's playing, the knight reveals himself to be none other than Fern, which obviously takes Finn aback because he totally aced him 6 episodes ago. Fern raises his axe, ready to kill him, but the weird horse he came in with stops him. Turns out it's PB's family, Gumball, Cheekley, and Lolly. But how the hell are they back after being candy people for like 800 years? The answer ends up being that they got reverted back at the end of Elements when LSP was saving Ooh, and they've been plotting revenge on PB since. With the Candy Kingdom's champion crushed, they peace out, leaving the episode off with this incredible shot. This episode is a little awkward. I know a ton of the fandom loves this one, but I just find it okay. Don't get me wrong, there's some good stuff here. The reveal of the Gum family is pretty cool, and the Green Knight is a pretty cool villain, even if this is the only episode where he is the main threat. But I really think they should have split up Finn's birthday and the Gum family reveal into 2 different episodes. We definitely could have had one that's focused on Finn's growth throughout the series by itself. And due to these 3 different clashing ideas, the Gum family, the Green Knight, and Finn's B-Day, we don't get any time for Finn to reflect on himself, and it makes the rest of the episode really awkward. The Green Knight in his beheading refers to an old Knights of the Round Table story. This immortal dude got this other dude to chop his head off as long as he's okay with getting beheaded a year later, which this episode is clearly trying to allude to, but the thing is, I don't get why. Why are they using this story? It doesn't have much relevance to everything else going on. It's just another point on the awkwardness tally. This isn't much of an issue with the episode itself, but there's nowhere else to put it, so I'm just gonna say it here. We got a whole episode dedicated to how Finn felt about killing Fern in the first place, so it feels especially strange to me that we don't get a single line of dialogue from Finn about how he feels about Fern being back. I don't need a whole episode dedicated to it, but seriously, not a word is spoken about the Green Knight until the second to last episode of the series. I understand that with the shortening of season 10, there were a lot of things they couldn't get to, but I think that it would have been more than worth it to cut Son of Ratbear or even Ring of Fire, because even though I really enjoy Ring of Fire, the plot developments and the emotions of our characters are vitally important, especially this close to the end of the series. Root Beer Guy sees Finn and Jake up to some shady stuff. He investigates and catches Finn and Jake red-handed throwing the princess into Butterscotch Lake. He gets the Banana Guards to come and catch them, though the whole thing was orchestrated by PB to test the Banana Guards' ability to do their jobs. And because Root Beer Guy solved it for them, he was appointed to the captain of the Banana Guards. I really like Root Beer Guy. He's one of the few Candy Kingdom citizens that aren't completely stupid, and his desire to solve the mystery stems from the fact he's dissatisfied with the excitement in his life. It's enough to make me really invested in him. He's just a weirdly well-written one-off character in a one-off episode. Another good part is seeing Finn and Jake do these seemingly horrible things to PB and then be so happy about it. It cracks me up. Definitely an underrated episode if you ask me. Finn plays with cats for 11 minutes. It's boring as hell. I wish I had more to say, but that's it. Except, wait a second. That's not quite it. I wrote that review of Box Prints like 4 months ago now, and in that time, I watched this extremely insightful video by Lava Man on this episode. He explained things in a way that actually make this episode make sense to me. I feel like sometimes in this show, it's hard to see the message. It was that way for even Pahoy for a while for me, and people sing that episode's praises to high heaven. A lot of the time, it feels like random scenes just playing out one after the other. And I don't know whether that's a problem with my own comprehension, or if the show could just be clearer in its storytelling sometimes, but anyway. Lava Man's main point in his video is the same as Jake's. To live life, you need problems. And that was one of the pieces of advice I was confused about for the longest time. Why would you need problems? That's stupid. But now I think I get it. This episode starts with Finn. While not exactly being bored, as he's ecstatic to look out a window, he's looking for something to do, a problem to fix. He sees this cat in a box that leads him to a kingdom full of other cat boxes. He thinks he's stumbling across a secret plot where the prince has been replaced with a false idol, and he spends the whole rest of the episode trying to prove that to the kingdom. But he eventually realizes none of the cats care about the problem. In fact, there's not even a problem at hand. It's just something he made up to do. To emphasize the point I want to make even more, I'm gonna have to talk about the ending of the show The Good Place. So, spoilers for that. And seriously, this show has so many twists and turns and so much insight into how humans work, and it's a great watch. You are doing a disservice to yourself if you don't experience it blind. At the end of the show, after 4 whole seasons of trying to escape literal hell, the gang finally makes it to the good place. A paradise. All of their needs are met. Forever. Isn't that just amazing? Well, you'd think. Everyone is so dull. There is no life in the good place. No life in heaven. Can you imagine that? People are so unsatisfied with their afterlife because they have the rest of forever to live it. Why should somebody start learning to play the guitar now? Why should they do anything they want to if there's nothing pushing them to do it? It's seriously such a great subversion of expectations in that show, but anyway, the connective tissue between these two ideas here is that these characters don't have any problems to solve. There's nothing unsatisfying about their lives, or afterlives, so why do anything? There's no point, there's no plot, nothing to do. Things can't be satisfying without first being unsatisfying. To live life, for anything to happen, you need problems. I'm writing this all just as I'm realizing it, and wow, I never would have thought that this episode that I had such apathy for in the past would let me learn a lesson this monumental. But that's Adventure Time for you. God, this show is good. With all of this being said, the episode is still kind of boring, I'm sorry. Don't get me wrong, the message is so incredibly insightful, but the way it's delivered is unsatisfying. Without a plot, the episode is just Finn messing with cats and Jake trying to get a potato chip out of his mouth. And again, yeah, that's the point, but something being unsatisfying for the sake of being unsatisfying is unsatisfying.
I never really disliked this episode, and what Bucket said only made me like it more. We have been singing the praises of this show and its methods of theming a bunch in this video, so I just want to say why I like this episode. Despite the fact that the world was destroyed, the landscape forever changed, the people irradiated or dead, and the ecosystems were wrecked, the cats still survived. Probably from spite alone. I like that.
Tragedy strikes the great artist James Baxter when his beach ball bursts and he's left without his paintbrush. Finn invites him inside and takes care of him while Jake goes to look for another beach ball for the poor guy. While inside, James Baxter has flashbacks to when he started his artistic journey. He was fed up with modern horse society and fled. He stumbled across this cave with a crying baby bat. To cheer it up, he stands on a beach ball and neighs a couple mispronounced words. The bat and Baxter become friends, but when JB starts to perform for more people, the bat feels left behind and flees. As Jake and BMO get back with a bunch more beach balls, James gets up and walks out. Finn, Jake, and BMO all thought they failed, that James Baxter would never perform again. But they look outside and see good old James Baxter performing for himself. Such a simple episode has a pretty important message. Lots of people get lost when they make art and get obsessed with what other people think. But you shouldn't have to worry about what other people think. You should always be focusing on how you feel about your art. Performing for others is great, don't get me wrong, but don't forget that first and foremost, you're doing it for you. The episode with the hottest character in the show. Lumpy Space Prince, take me now! But in all seriousness, this one is just super enjoyable. LSP makes her own spin on Fiona and Cake, where they teach LSP, Lumpy Space Prince, that he doesn't need all the decadence of a fancy life. It's enough just to be himself. He's Kenuff. It would be in B tier if it weren't for this absolutely unhinged ending. Like, come on, this is one of the funniest things in the entire show. An evil soda company called Super Porp kidnaps a baby from Susan's village, so she and two of her human mutant buddies team up to get her back. They go to the Super Porp factory and track her down, discovering answers to why this company from before the Mushroom Wars still exists. I like that we get a standalone Susan episode. I believe this is our only adventure without Finn and Jake. Exploring this disturbing factory is a really cool set piece, and uncovering the mystery behind it makes for a really entertaining time. We also get the reveal that Susan is part robot. Something that isn't important for a little while longer, but it sows the seeds for another mystery down the line. Lemongrab is unsatisfied by being the Earl of Nothing, so PB gets some candy citizens to go live with him. Lemongrease doesn't really understand the candy people all too well, so PB straight up makes a clone of Lemongrab so they can have some sort of companionship. It's sweet how Lemongrab is the happiest when people can just accept him for who he is. And I love how that's the solution to this episode, simply making a clone of him. Because who else besides him would get along and understand him that well? I'm a fan of how they dissect his character this episode. Finn and Jake stumble upon some graffiti of this really sick mural. They find out a Banana Guard is behind it, but they don't know which one, so they disguise themselves to get into the Banana Guard barracks and do a little investigation. They eventually find the guy, but Finn, Jake, and all the candy people think that PB is going to punish him, but instead she asks him to paint a mural in the castle. And now all the other Banana Guards start showing off their talents. I think this episode gets a bad rap, but I find it really fascinating. It's so interesting to see how the candy people have sort of deified PB. They treat her like an angry god. They love her, but they're also terrified of her. And that's PB's fault for being well, how she is. Her war crimes and spying and misdeeds have dire consequences for how she's viewed in the public eye of the Candy People. I mean, the Banana Guards are afraid to even show off their individuality to her. I think people tend to not like this one very much because it's the last episode of Season 7, but it wasn't supposed to be. Cartoon Network kind of muddled with the season counts around this time. The end of Season 7 is supposed to be Reboot, and then Season 8 starts with 2 swords and ends with 3 buckets, and then Season 9 would be the same as our current Season 10. Why did they do this? I don't know. The best guess I have is that they just wanted the show to run for 10 seasons, but that's just guessing. But I'm not gonna let the weird changes they made to the show affect this episode. I still think it's pretty fantastic. PB decides that Finn is ready to take his next step in his hero's journey, so she sends him on a quest to retrieve the Enchiridion, the hero's handbook. Finn and Jake face a series of trials on their way, such as old women, fairies, and an ant. Finn kicks Mark Hamill in the crotch and wins the book from a Minotaur. This was originally meant to be the very first episode in the series. It was the first to be produced. It's a great introduction to Finn's character as an impulsive hero, and Jake's character as the reassuring, dependable guy who can help Finn out when he gets in over his head.
It's honestly rare that an episode from the first season is one of the best episodes when compared to later ones, especially when you have a longer show like Adventure Time. It would have been interesting to have this be the first episode in the series, but I think that the real first episode does a better job.
Honestly, I'm not a mega huge fan of this episode, but it's not bad by any stretch. It's very good at world building and just building what their characters are going to be.
Jake gets a message from a mysterious stranger who's kidnapped Jake Jr. The only way to get her back is to get back together with his old crime gang and pull off a heist for the Baker's Shard. He gets the Flying Lettuce Brothers, Gareth, and Tiffany to pull it off. The whole thing was a trick though, as it's revealed that Jake Jr. orchestrated the whole thing to win Jake's approval. Lady told the pup stories about how Jake used to live a life of crime. Jake Jr. did all this because she thought it would make Jake proud of her. It's revealed in this episode that Jake has somewhat of a criminal past, encouraged by Tiffany. That's a part of Jake's history that isn't brought up very often, but I think it's funny how easily he shifted from near crime boss to an at times morally ambiguous hero. It kind of makes sense for his character, actually. We hear a couple times that he didn't know what he was doing was wrong, which I think is pretty funny. Not too much else to say about this one, just a fun time with some fun characters. Except for Gareth. I don't like how he has the same face as Ricardio.
This episode does bring up some questions about the chronology of Jake's life, but if you try to ignore that very inconsequential fact, it's a great episode, and I love how amazingly it parodies heist films, because those are also my favorite kinds of movies.
Holly Jolly Secrets is a little boring. Finn and Jake find Ice King's tapes and watch them as the IK tries to stop them. That would be a bit dull on its own, but this episode is a 2-parter, so the boring problem is doubly bad. Until the last 5 minutes. BMO puts in the last tape as Ice King is trying to stop them, and we get the story of Simon Petrikov, a man who stumbled upon the ice crown and put it on and started seeing visions. He went insane and drove his fiancée Betty away. He lived through the apocalypse as the Ice King, and he wound up where he is now, a barely human wizard. It's truly the most chilling reveal in the entire show. This episode changed the course of the rest of the series, going from wacky adventures with occasional emotional moments to something deeper, something truly, truly magnificent. So yes, Simon's introduction is absolutely fantastic, but every time I watch this one, I'm just waiting for the end. Everything before the reveal, while it's fun at times, is really slow. I think this would have worked so much better as an 11-minute episode, though my problem with the episode doesn't take away the impact of those last 5 minutes. I would probably rank those last 5 minutes near the top of S+ tier, but ranking the episode as a whole, I just can't put it much higher than here.
I agree. Yes, the introduction of Simon was important, but you do also have to think about the 15 minutes of random stuff that has no bearing on the future. I do think that this was a good introduction of Simon as a character and a later plot device, but I don't think I can rank it any higher. Also, how cool is it that they have a major plot development in like a Christmas special episode? That's awesome.
Finn and Jake become scared about pissing off copyright law from 1,000 years ago, so they decide to make their own movie. Too bad they're both too lazy to write a script and can't decide between themselves if it's an action or a romance movie. They butt heads until the end when BMO sings this real cute song about how it's sorta stupid that they're fighting, because they love each other and stuff. It's just a nice feel-good episode. That's all there is to it.
I do not understand why Bucket and Ash put this at A. It's fine, but certainly not an A tier. I would probably put it closer to B, maybe even a C. The plot is fine, and Check Please is the best recurring joke in the series. I just feel like it's not that exciting enough to be so high on the list. Also, the song BMO sings is cute, but I think that people think that because it's not all that great. It's weak song structure and melody-wise, but it's sung by a fan-favorite character who is very childish, so people are probably more likely to ignore that. Or I'm just a massive music nerd and the only one who thinks about that kind of stuff. Probably that.
The lemon grabs used all their food to make some sentient lemon creatures, so Finn and Jake deliver some candy seeds to them. But that just gives the lemon grabs the idea to go eat the entire candy kingdom instead. It's cool to see what the lemon grabs have been up to since last time. It's not especially funny or anything, but exploring the lemon stuff is cool enough to make it a B tier.
This episode is perfectly creepy in all of the right ways. I want to know exactly what weird things the lemon grabs have been up to. Actually, maybe not.
Finn and Jake go to this labyrinth, which if you get to the center, grants you a wish. The boys are determined to wish for an ancient psychic tandem war elephant. Jake gets the bright idea to stretch his body through the maze so they can find their way back to the start. But his body quickly gets stretched real thin. So thin that by the end he's nearly dead. And then he accidentally wishes for a sandwich. Good thing Finn wished for the ancient psychic tandem war elephant because that helps them get out. APTWE is a pretty iconic character, and we love him.
The vehicle for the lesson in this episode is fantastic because it's just so literal. Don't stretch yourself so thin because of what others want you to do. I'm sure it's more about peer pressure than that, but I still think it's great.
I originally had this one in B, but Sabrina makes a really good point. They're really able to get the most out of Jake's stretchy powers here. And tying Jake's use of his powers back to the theme and the moral of the story, that's pretty brilliant. I always love it when fantasy stories do stuff like this. It's Finn's birthday, you know what that means. Murder mystery on a train. Turns out it's all just an elaborate prank by Jake. I always love a good murder mystery, even if the twist is painfully obvious, like in this case. PB attempts to make an heir to the candy throne, but Goliad is a little too controlling. Literally mind-controlling her subjects. The gang's gotta take her out before she takes complete control of everyone. PB uses some of Finn's DNA to make yet another candy creature to incapacitate Goliad forever. PB doesn't exactly have the greatest track record for her sentient creations, and Goliad is definitely one of the more unnerving ones. Her controlling personality mixed with her baby voice is just... ugh. That being said, Goliad is a pretty interesting antagonist. I love that scene where she's trying to read Finn's mind about their plan to defeat her, and Finn's just gotta not think about the plan when that's a pretty impossible thing to do. And at the end, PB is explaining that Stormo was made from Finn's DNA, and Goliad was made from PB's DNA. It's interesting insight into their characters. Goliad was made from PB, so of course she's controlling. And Stormo was made from Finn, so of course he's heroic. It's all good stuff.
I love this episode, plain and simple. I don't care if the whole creepiness of Goliad comes from thing that is evil sounds like it shouldn't be. I feel like the resolution of the conflict could have been a bit more satisfying though, especially since it's never revisited. It was like the writers set up the ending of this episode with the intent of coming back to it, but just never did.
Finn's hanging out with these Viking bros when this mountain man starts to cry. Finn then launches into his tragic backstory. When he was born, none of his parents showed up for his No, wait, wrong one, here we go. When he was a baby, he went boom boom on a leaf, and people walked by and left him crying. He then vowed to always help people in need, no matter how small their problem is. The mountain man is saying the Viking bros are roughhousing too much, so Finn tries to get them to stop, but every solution proves to be a problem for someone else. But Finn stays true to his word and finds an extremely convoluted way to make everyone happy. I think this episode would make a pretty good introduction to the show. We get probably the most important characterization for Finn in the first couple seasons. It may seem like a strange, stupid backstory, but this is the core of his character through the whole show. Finn is the way he is because he boom-boomed on a leaf. Jake's having a nice little time knitting when Magic Man injects him with this liquid whatever. Jake falls asleep and stretches into himself. He then wakes up in a world inside himself and meets this dude named Goose. Apparently they've been best friends since college, and we're just gonna roll with the logic of that. The mayor calls Jake to his office to see if he can help with the town's earthquake problem. They eventually realize the source of the earthquakes is Jake's own hunger, but they can't have Jake going back into the real world because their world would cease to exist. They trap Jake, but Goose frees him, sacrificing their world for Jake's well-being. This one is just fun. Pretty funny too. Nothing else to say, just a quality time.
This episode shows what Adventure Time does best. Having a dumb premise that young audiences can enjoy, creating a story that everybody can enjoy, and having themes and messages that older audiences will notice and appreciate. Very solid episode right here.
Honestly, the writers just had a lovely time bringing in all of the Futurama cast into this episode, and it's so fun.
Jake invites Finn to a talk show that he apparently has, and asks him about how he's feeling after his breakup with Flame Princess. Finn gets to talking about how he's not ready to get back into the dating scene after their breakup, and then Slime Princess barges in, asking Finn to marry her. Her sister Blargatha is marrying this slime boy named Guillermo, and will soon take the throne from SP. That wouldn't be a problem if Blargatha wasn't super evil and wanted to take over the world. So SP gets Finn to fake date her and challenge her sister for the throne. They compete in these games to test their love for each other, all the while Finn can't stop thinking about FP. They eventually find out Guillermo is fake, so Blargatha can't be princess. This episode is really important for Finn. It's important that he takes some time just to be sad about his breakup. It's natural. We needed at least one episode like this before he's on his way to feeling better. Filled with a bunch of funny moments too. I'm not sure why Ash hates this one so much.
Yeah, Ash, why do you dislike this episode?
The bed scene. It makes me feel so weird.
Sure, it has its cringy moments, but so do most episodes, especially the earlier ones. I think the plot, character development, and message outweigh any cringy thing that happens in this episode by a lot.
Jake kills a fly that was sipping his soup. The fly comes back to haunt them the same night, terrorizing the treehouse gang. They call Peppa to help, and he draws this freaky circle the fly can't get through. But the fly steals his bag of tricks before he can do anything else. Bimo comes up with a clever solution. What is it, you might ask? He straight up kills Jake, and his ghost deals with the fly.
Yay, Bimo!
Jake wakes up in the hospital days later. Just another fun one. And Bimo straight up killing Jake, oh my god, that is comedy gold. Around, like, 800 years ago, wee little Bonnabelle Bubblegum was wandering the wasteland of Ooh all alone when she gets the bright idea to invent a family herself. Aunt Lolly, Cousin Chicle, and Uncle Gumbald. They start building the foundations of the Candy Kingdom together before Gumbald's ego gets overblown and sabotages Bonnie's plans. He tricks Lolly and Chicle and attempts to trick Bonnie into drinking Dum Dum juice. Luckily, PB gets Gumbald with the juice before she gets Dum-Dummed, and Lolly, Chicle, and Gumbald live happily ever after in their candified existence. I think it's great that PB gets an episode dedicated to her backstory. We learn so much about the origins of the Candy Kingdom this episode, and while I personally find Uncle Gumbald a rather underwhelming villain, up until the finale at least, this episode does a great job setting up this character for the rest of the show. I also love how many retcons and callbacks there are in this one. In the very first episode of the show, PB says something about how she used to date Mr. Cream Puff, and in this episode they go on a date. And in again, the very first episode, we're introduced to Manfred, Crunchy, and Punchy the Punch Bowl, who turn out to be PB's family the whole time. And given what we know about the Dum Dum Juice in the finale, those like 800 years must have been hell for them. In Season 2, PB mentions how her Uncle Gumbald chopped down a bunch of taffy trees in a single night, and we see that happen. So many things in early Adventure Time that seem to be complete nonsense come back like they were meant to be taken completely straight the whole time.
This is another thing that the Adventure Time writers are fantastic at doing, taking little, seemingly insignificant details and making massive story and character developments out of them. They almost never seem forced or like the writers have run out of material too. It's amazing.
Being a robot cowboy is a lonely job. But somebody has to protect the piglets. What an amazing episode, oh my god. God, I love this silly, goofy little guy so much. The episode starts with Bimo making their special sentient sandwiches, which is such a funny bit. But they make them to convince Jake to begrudgingly agree to be their horse, as they want to be a robot cowboy. They begin on their quest and find a poster of their villain they need to catch. This is one of the most evil guys in all of the lands. Definitely not Finn drawn badly. No, this is the dreaded Jack Rabbit Johnson. They continue looking for him in a desert, and Bimo begins singing his robot cowboy song, which just makes me stim so hard. I adore this, it's so freaking cute. Side note, I would give anything for more Cactus Guy. They then enter the Dead Goat Gulch, and a bunch of angry socks threaten Bimo. He destroys the cardboard town and starts beating up the sock and underwear people. Neptr gets shafted again as he reveals he was building the city for 3 months. Poor Neptr. Finn is found by an old Meow, and Jake and Bimo stumble into them. Bimo pulls out a laser gun and they start fighting as Meow shoots snakes. Bimo releases Finn and then knocks out Meow. They lock him in jail and we get a very funny scene.
This prison cell's not going to hold me.
Oh?
All in all, this episode is tailored for someone like me, who is just such a Bimo fan. This episode is so freaking enjoyable to watch, and has so much charm.
The boys wake up to the realization that they can't move. And no surprise to them, Ice King is behind it. He's jealous of the way Finn and Jake get along, so in a desperate attempt to get into their inner circle, he's rendered them unable to move in order to spend the day bonding with them. He's got a bunch of fun activities planned, like making lemonade and looking at his birdwatching photos, and eating omelets made of Ice King's feet. Finn remembers that when one sense is weakened, the others enhance, so he does the only reasonable thing and tries to conjure an astral beast to rescue him and Jake. He does this for about a day, and finally in the morning, a bunch of little butterflies come to their aid. Finn basically gained butterfly telekinesis, and that scares the Ice King into unfreezing them. But he uses the wrong bottle and freezes himself and the butterflies in the process. Gunter seems like he might save the day, but he just knocks the unfreezing potion off and does a little jig. This one is funny. Moving on. Finn hopes to win PB's affections by making a diorama made out of spit. But PB's into smart guys, not gross guys, so Finn gets a pair of glasses to make himself crazy smart. Then at PB's science barbecue, he reveals a 4th-dimensional bubble blower and inadvertently makes a black hole. PB smacks off his glasses and gets Finn to stop being insane. He then immediately jumps into the black hole and stabs it with a sword, and then it explodes because that's how science works. There isn't much to this one, it's just mainly a good time. Throw in some Finn crushing on PB and some cool visual crap, and you've got an A-tier episode. Finn and Jake casually stumble into a monster's stomach and discover that there's a whole society of party bears inside. They spend the whole episode trying to tell them that they're in danger of being turned into stuff. They're eventually forced out, but the monster allows them back in, as long as they stop burning his mouth with fireworks. This is one of the few episodes from the first 2 seasons that I legit love. The idea of a party happening in the stomach of a monster is just really cool. That's one thing that this show does really well. The locations are 9 times out of 10 really interesting. The party bears not even caring that they're gonna die is a little annoying, but honestly, I don't really care. We get the depression song from Finn and Jake because of it, and Ash and I quote that nearly every other day, so it's for sure worth it.
My donut's dead. My burger's dead. My milkshake is dead.
The first thing Princess King of Vu has Finn and Jake do is investigate this weird room in the candy tree. Inside is a candy dragon named Nettie. Nettie's been sucking on the roots of the candy tree for absolutely forever, supplying the whole kingdom with juice, the lifeblood of the kingdom. And King of Vu immediately thinks of a way to make money off this. I hate him so much. He scares off Nettie, and Finn and Jake go to Bonnie to see what's the deal. Nettie is PB's brother, and she's been protecting him for like 800 years. They go track him down, then return him to the candy tree. We get another good healthy dose of PB lore in this one. She spawned from this thing called the Mother Gum. We know it's pretty much a hive mind full of gum people, and that it was created after the Mushroom War, but other than that, we know jack squat. Not how it was created, or where it is now, or if any other gum people even exist. It's a mystery, but I'm kinda glad it is. We got to know a lot of different corners of the AT universe, but I like that there are at least some questions that were unanswered.
Actually, there is some additional lore about the Mother Gum in an obscure Adventure Time video game for the PS3. Adventure Time, Explore the Dungeon Because I Don't Know is a game, and if you want to know more about it, this guy named Paw, P-A-X-W, did a video on the Mother Gum and talked about this game.
Nettie himself isn't a super interesting character, but this episode has an incredibly great line from PB regarding him.
People get built different. We don't need to figure it out, we just need to respect it.
PB straight up spitting bars. I wish more people would take this advice. Finn and Jake try to uncover the secret of why the legendary artist James Baxter is so legendary. They spend the episode recreating James's magic of cheering people up wherever he wanders, and they come up with their own thing that works pretty well. But alas, nothing can quite match the magnificence of James Baxter the artist. For those of you unaware, James Baxter is a real guy. He is a wonderful animator. He's worked on some of the greats of 2D animation, like The Lion King, The Prince of Egypt, and Klaus. He did the opening sequence for Gravity Falls in the single best scene in Steven Universe, and of course, voiced and animated our very own James Baxter. So yeah, this dude is a legend in the animation sphere. In the Adventure Time art book, there's a little part where they explain where they got the whole idea of the horse from. Baxter was doing a lecture at Cal Arts, which, if you don't know, is where a lot of animators go to school. This guy asked him to animate a horse balancing on a beach ball, which Baxter said no to, as that would take an egregious amount of effort. In that very same lecture hall, Pendleton Ward was there, and years upon years later, he asked if James Baxter could guest star on his show. James Baxter, both the character and the person, represents the joy of animation, the limitless creative potential that the medium allows. The inspiration and just joy it brings to people is unquantifiable. This silly little horse on his beach ball brings utter happiness to all the people in OO, just as James Baxter and anyone who's ever picked up a pencil or even made any kind of art at all has done for the world. Excuse me for getting so philosophical, but man, that's just what art does. Magic Man pisses off Glob Gob Godgrod and is sent to deal with him. Magic Man body swaps with Jake, so G4 takes the wrong guy. Finn gets Emma M to send him to Mars to recover his best bosom. However, it's too late. Jake's been killed off for Magic Man's crimes. Finn tells the King of Mars, Abraham Lincoln, about the mix-up, and the king goes to the Dead Worlds and trades his life for Jake's. Finn and Jake then go back to Earth and kick Magic Man in the Boing-Longs for revenge. We get our first glimpse into Magic Man's backstory in this one. He terrorized Mars, turning water into hair and people into garbage cans, and then he was exiled to Earth by the king, only ever able to return if he can feel genuine love for another person. And we also get a clue of a deeper, more tragic story about Magic Man in this mystery Margles person. A hint that he wasn't always a super psychopath. Oh yeah, and Abraham Lincoln being the King of Mars is just one of those facts we have to accept about the Adventure Time universe. The first Distant Land special, starring BMO, as his mission to farm on Mars is quickly run over as he's flying into deep space to save the crumbling space station, the Drift. He meets Y5, the daughter of these other inventor rabbits who work for the man in charge, Hugo. BMO becomes the sheriff of the Drift, saving a bunch of guys and doing chores for the guys in charge. Y5 starts off the episode trying to get BMO to her parents so they can scrap him, but she starts to like the charming little guy. As the episode goes on, it becomes clear that Hugo is killing the Drift in order to make his ticket to escape. They fling Hugo into space and start making a plan on how to work together to make the Drift a better place to live. This special is pretty great. There's countless jokes from BMO that hit just right. A nice little arc for Y5 about learning that you have the power to make change in your community, along with a story that has some great real-world parallels, like how Hugo is trying to escape the Drift when he could easily restore the place with all of his resources. These Distant Land specials are great because the writers get so much more time to make some real complex stories, while keeping that usual Adventure Time charm.
I do want to know why BMO was in space. Who sent him there? Was it Mel? What was this about space potatoes on Mars or something? I have questions.
Tree Trunks' ex, Randy, invites TT to a diner to ask for his wedding ring back. We're then treated to TT's long history of past lovers. TT was gonna marry Randy right out of high school, but left him at the altar to go be a pirate for a while. She met Daniel, then he betrayed her, so she left him marooned on an island. She then became a businesswoman in charge of a massive company where she met Wyatt, and then later realizes that Wyatt is a weird asshole and divorces him. Mr. Pig crashes in from the ceiling, afraid TT was going to run away with Randy. Then he grabs the ring and makes a break for it. Maybe a controversial pick, but my god, this episode is funny. You'd never expect Tree Trunks to have a backstory this crazy. This sweet little elephant was a pirate, a CEO, and again, marooned a man on an island. I feel like this is so true to life too. A lot of older people I know have these bonkers stories about their lives that I never imagined they would ever be in the middle of. Another thing about this episode, there's a part where Sweet Pea asks if Tree Trunks' life is perfect, and she starts crying happy tears, and it's the sweetest thing. The comedy, plus that one part at the beginning, makes this one pretty great in my book.
This episode confirmed one of my long-held theories that Tree Trunks is in fact a girl boss.
Sky Witch. Oh boy. The episode starts with Peeves sniffing Marceline's shirts, and you already know it's gonna be a gay-ass episode. Marcy asks Peeves for help finding Mahjong, the Sky Witch, and they set off.
My Goo Goo Mama meter is going babies.
One of the best 3 seconds in the show. I quote that so often, it's so amazing. Marcy falls for the fake Hambo, and it really shows how much she adores him. This episode coming closely after Simon and Marcy really emphasizes how important Simon is to Marcy, and how much she loves him. Mahjong's house being under a lake is also just a really cool idea. I'm sure other media has done that before and stuff, but it just was done really cool here. PB goes up the chandelier and finds Mahja's secret stash of stolen goods. The reason Mahja loves Hambo so much is because of all the sentimental energy he has, as that makes for much better spells. PB rolls up her sleeves like she's gonna fight Mahja, and then it cuts to her giving Hambo to Marcy. Did she beat Mahja up? Maybe use sign stuff to defeat her? No. She did something so much better. She sacrificed her own shirt that Marcy gave her, as it was filled with sentimental energy, so that she could get Hambo back from Marcy. This episode is a lot of fun, and is also an amazing showing of character. It perfectly encapsulates Marcy's love for her father figure, Simon, and also PB's love of her ex, Marcy. Yes, by this point, it's basically confirmed they were exes, which is pretty swag. Really good episode.
Remember that one time when Adventure Time Reddit suddenly and inexplicably got obsessed with this background character Leafman for like a week? Yeah, that was a fun time to be a fan of the show. Anyway, the episode. Ice King leads a tour bus full of wizards to Big Butt Rock to create an entirely new form of magic together. They get into all kinds of wacky hijinks together, including writing poetry in toilet paper, leaving behind an old man for a bunch of crab apples, and getting stuck in a pond together. You know, that sounds kind of boring when I say it like that, but the episode is legitimately a great time. I like how Ice King is really in his element this episode. It's not often he's in a place where he feels he belongs. He's clearly having a good time leading all these wizard boys. In the collection of C-list wizards here, it makes for an unexpectedly wildly entertaining cast. After Finn absolutely clobbers Rat Bear in a rap battle, he runs into this water girl named Canyon, Billy's ex-girlfriend. They get to talking about Billy, and how they're dealing with his death at the hands of the Lich. They go to Billy's legendary crack and spy an unfinished bucket list. They spend the rest of the day filling it out in his memory. Kenyon splits when they finish, and that leaves Finn to do the very last thing on the list, lie on his back in the ocean. Oh shit. Luckily, Finn conquers his fear by slamming himself in the face with a wooden plank and knocking himself out. Now, that sounds familiar. This hasn't happened before, has it? Finn slices Mark Hamill in half and lets go of the fear of the ocean. While Finn is lying there, Billy appears in the stars to thank Finn for finishing his list. Then, Billy casually drops the bombshell that he not only knows that Finn's bio daddy is alive, but also that he's in a place called the Citadel. Unlike many other seasons of the show, Season 5 doesn't end with a world-shattering finale. Instead, it opts for a more somber tone. All this episode really is Finn paying respect to his fallen hero. It's honestly touching stuff, and we get a cool cliffhanger for the next season opener, too.
Oh boy. What a episode. And yet it's still so good. Finn finds a bag of little versions of him and his friends and begins manipulating them to cheat on each other and just be really weird. He gets incredibly obsessive and controlling. This episode is one of those episodes that after you watch it, it makes you feel a little weird and just uncomfortable. You feel, why was Finn so weird and uncomfortable here? But that's exactly what the point of the episode is. It's a display of Finn's controlling elements and his flaws as a person. Not many shows paint their hero in a negative light like this, but it's so important as it gives him a place to grow from. It gets so bad that Jake literally leaves to stay with Lady for 4 months. That is crazy! It was so upsetting to Jake that he left for 4 whole months. Jake then processes his feelings and comes back, and he helps Finn be less controlling towards the little guys, as well as apologize to them. Pretty good episode. It has both a great message, cool idea, and really good character work, which is honestly a recipe for a great episode. Honestly, very good episode that plays with the idea of an absolutely famished Marceline. The gang is investigating an abandoned underground sand city. Jake eats what he thought was candy, but was actually Marcy's red erasers. Jake then gets stuck in quicksand and drills his way out, but in doing so, causes a quake that seals them underground. Marcy then finds out Jake ate all her red, and warns him that she goes crazy when she's hungry, and might drink his blood. Finn, trying to stop this, then sets out on a journey to find Marcy some red to quench her hunger. The episode is very enjoyable. The Finn plot is awesome, and the overall concept is really fun. The only issue is how Jake kind of acts. He's a lot more annoying than he usually is, but this episode is just so iconic. Also, it has the Spoon of Prosperity!
Slumber Party Panic, episode number 1. I'm pretty sure you all know how this one goes. PB accidentally raises the dead, Finn accidentally catcalls an old woman, and a bunch of candy people accidentally beat up their deceased family. Like I said earlier, the Enkai rating was supposed to be the first episode, and I think that works just fine as a first one, with it being about Finn being tested about his heroic attributes. But I'm really glad this one was the first. I feel like it's a much better introduction to the world, the characters, and most of all, the tone of the show. Filled with all that early Season 1 charm, without all the things we don't really like about early Adventure Time. Jake convinces Finn that he needs a new sword after the demon sword broke, so they find this grassy wizard who gives Finn a new cursed grass sword. Finn is a natural with it, but when he tries to get rid of it, it comes right back to him. Finn goes to the grassy wizard to make him take the curse off, but he's unwilling to do anything about it. Finn gets used to the sword by the end of his quest though, and once he accepts it, he can retract it whenever he wants, which is pretty sick, honestly. This is the start of the long grass saga. This is the start of a chain of events that eventually leads to Fern's existence. Interesting to see where it all starts. Other than that, not a groundbreaking episode or anything, just a plain old good time. On their way back from the islands, on their banana boat, the gang drifts off to sleep. All 3 of them have these wacky dreams. This weird little guy, the Nightmare Princess, is influencing all of their dreams just to send them a message. What's the message? It's her asking for a banana. In return, NP gives Finn a bottle of nightmare juice. Adventure Time has always been really great at dream sequences, partly because the show is already normally a fever dream, but these dreams aren't just for visual flair though, they serve as not only foreshadowing and setup for future plot and character developments, but also as a way to analyze our trio's mental states, deepest insecurities, and fears. Jake burying his dad alive could mean he feels guilty for Joshua's death. Finn flying could mean after learning about his past and the humans, he feels a great sense of relief. Bemo's dream is pretty self-explanatory to me. At least some of it. People have been debating the meaning of the footsteps on the ceiling for years without a concrete answer. If you're into dream analysis like I am, then this episode is a whole gold mine for you.
This episode was the perfect transition between the Islands and Elements mini-series and provided some more insight to some less explored avenues about our favorite characters. Also foreshadowing.
Incendium starts with Finn, Jake, and PB on top of the treehouse. Finn awkwardly tries to put his head on PB's lap. She then pushes him away and leaves. It then cuts to Finn, curled up in a ball on the floor, hugging a piece of PB's hair, while surrounded by a shrine to her. Finn sings All Gummed Up Inside, which for someone who hates his crush on PB, this song is actually pretty sweet. Jake leaves to go find him a new girl to make him feel better. Jake saves a screaming Flambeau, who then takes him to the Fire Kingdom to see Flame Princess. They enter, and Jake begins trying to convince Flame King to let Finn date his daughter, who is currently held in a lamp. Jake accidentally kills a dude. He sings All Gummed Up Inside, but just made it major and made it about Flame Princess. Great song, probably even better than Gummed Up. Jake pretends to be Finn, and has fake Finn kill him, which wins over Flame King, who then releases FP to Finn, while saying how evil she is. Jake realized he donked up and runs away. FP chases after him, and sets the treehouse on fire. Finn gets pissed that his PB shrine is burnt, and goes after FP. Finn sees her, and is immediately enthralled. FP goes over to him, slaps him, then leaves.
Dude, I think I have a crush.
On to Hot to the Touch. Finn is immediately, absolutely in love with the idea of FP, and defends her instantly. It's really odd seeing his quick flip of emotions, and it feels very unhealthy. They track down FP in the forest. Like, I know she's never been outside and stuff, but she is so autism coded, and I love it so much. Finn inadvertently hurts her again, and then begins chasing after her. Dude, Finn, I know you're going through stuff, but you are not looking the best here. Finn continues confusing Flame Princess, and so she leaves to light the Goblin Kingdom on fire. F and J leave to go make fireproof suits. Neptune then hits us with this sick-ass rap. God, Flame Princess and Neptune truly are the only people that can rap in this show. The boys then leave to stop FP. Finn tries to stop Neptune and Jake from hurting her, but they keep putting out her flames. She gets tilted and goes Super Saiyan. Finn starts crying and FP calms down and comforts him in a sweet moment, where she calls him her opposite, the water element. She then hugs him and leaves. Honestly, a really well-rounded good two-parter. As someone who vehemently dislikes Finn's crush on PB, this was so necessary and so great. I think this sets up a very compelling relationship between Finn and Flame Princess as they try to figure out the world and each other together, and it's really cute. These episodes, and the relationship altogether, display a turning point in Finn's character as he begins to grow up from the wacky, goofy, dumb kid that he's been prior. This is the real beginning of his development, and I think it's done very well here.
Finn's been captured by a bunch of gnomes, while Jake has the ultimate ADHD experience of trying to help but constantly getting sidetracked on his way. This might be a bold claim, but I think this is one of the funniest episodes in the entire show. It definitely has the funniest moment in the show, with the sheer comedy gold that is the dancing bug scene.
Let me show you how it's done.
There's just no topping it.
This episode is a quintessential example of Adventure Time originally just being a dumb, fun show, and I enjoy this episode because of that.
Also, yeah, dancing bug! I adore this episode. It's such a relatable experience of Jake's antics, and it's honestly a way funnier episode than I remember. And it also has the 7th best character in the show, Dancing Bug. Juke Bug goes so hard. Also, the episode ends with Jake stretching Finn out of the gnome hole and saying, "Let's go eat cinnamon bun," which is just so funny.
After Finn and Jake get injured jumping off a bird, and because Jake is a sicko, he hires some clown nurses to heal their wounds. Finn is understandably freaked the math out by this, so he refuses treatment and goes off to get a Cyclops' healing tears. He encounters multiple situations where there are options laid out for him, but he's sick of having no choice, so he makes his own path. He eventually goes too far and ends up rolling some melons over a lady. In his guilt, Finn reflects on his journey and comes to the conclusion that he should give up on his own way, and decides to go back home. Luckily, he runs to the Cyclops, giving him the glimmer of hope that he needs to bounce back and do things his own way. Lots of times in life, you'll be forced to make decisions. You gotta choose one or the other. But this episode shows that sometimes there's a third solution there. There's always another way to go about things, and often your own way will end up much better than the path others have laid out for you. The clown nurses in this episode are totally disturbing, but I like how they lean into that. Makes for good incentive for Finn to do his own thing.
Originally, I didn't like this episode. I felt it had too much of that annoying early season vibe to it that other episodes had, but I feel like this one was the first episode that was really obvious with its theming and message, but also did a great job of telling a story that everyone could enjoy, again tying back to what makes Adventure Time so great in the first place.
Right after his breakup with FP, Finn goes off with Princess Bubblegum to Castle Lemongrab to see how things have gone since last time. Things have not gone well, as the Lemongrab clone has a giant bite taken out from him, while the main Lemongrab is big and fat and eternally unhappy. PB comes across this little lemon boy, Lemonhope, full name being Bad Lemon No Hope. Lemonhope is a gifted little lemon boy, so PB wants to take him to the Candy Kingdom and foster his growth. Big L don't like that idea very much, so he vetoes it. To get him to allow it, Finn gets the idea to prank the Lemongrabs so hard that they let him leave. This is sounding familiar. Finn's brilliant prank gets them all sent to the dungeon, where PB has Lemonhope play his flute so that Lemongrab 2 frees them. They make a break for it, as Lemongrab 1 eats Lemongrab 2. Ugh. I'm just gonna gently sweep all this Lemongrab politics under the rug for now, and talk about Finn. Finn and PB are in a similar situation as Too Young, where, if you remember, had a 13-year-old PB and Finn running about trying to kick Lemongrab out of the castle. I think that, and also adding in the fact that this is the episode that directly follows Frost and Fire, it kind of causes Finn to have a relapse with his crush on PB. He suggests pranking Lemongrab here just to try and get PB to remember the old times. He calls Jake at the end, just like he did in Too Young, and admits that PB is just too old for him. This episode has a lot of parallels to Too Young. It's interesting to watch these two one after another. Finn, 2 seasons later, has reverted back to a much more immature way of thinking, and that fits in perfectly with the theme, too. How Finn learns that age isn't just a number, that making mature actions and making mature decisions means something. It's important that he matures. Alright, the first Lich episode, here we go. PB takes Finn and Jake to a room inside the Great Candy Tree. Inside is the Lich, trapped in a block of amber. Finn and the boys prepared themselves against the Lich's evil spells, but the snail in Finn's backpack wasn't so lucky. The Lich takes over its mind and frees him from his prison. He flies off to his Well of Power. If he manages to activate it, well, bad stuff will happen. PB gives Finn a gauntlet from the legendary hero Billy, as well as a sweater. The Lich immediately shatters Billy's gauntlet and puts our boy in a trance, telling him to walk into the well. Finn has enough willpower to break the trance, but the Lich blasts him with fire, but he's saved by PB's sweater, fused with the greatest force against evil, the power of liking someone a lot. Finn runs up to the Lich, puts his sweater through the skeleton, and rips his face off. Just look at this kid's grisly face while he's doing it. He's a damn badass. Ice King, enlightened from seeing the embodiment of evil be vanquished, definitely once and for all, decides to let PB go. Into the Well of Power. In Mortal Recoil, PB's rushed to the hospital, and luckily she's put back together, but something's a little bit wrong with her. Turns out she's being possessed by the Lich. She makes a new Well of Power in PB's bathroom, and quickly becomes super powerful and super big. She starts wrecking the Candy Kingdom, and when the Ice King freezes her, she shatters into a million pieces. Though somehow, after both being dropped into the Well of Power and being shattered, they managed to get PB back. But they didn't quite have enough gum to restore her fully, so she's been reduced back to 13. As everyone's celebrating, the camera zooms into a snail, revealing that it's been possessed by the Lich. My god, the Lich. His voice is so evil. That's the only way to describe it. Since he barely ever speaks, every little thing he says has so much weight to it. Ron Perlman's voice acting is unlike any other vocal performance I know, and they go all out in later episodes with it. What's so creepy about this guy is that he has absolutely no personality. Except for this terrifying laugh toward the end, he acts like a robot. I like Mortal Folly a good amount more than Recoil. I'm not a huge fan of how they just kinda dawdle around for most of Recoil, not knowing PB's being possessed. I find it more exciting for everyone to know exactly how high the stakes are and kind of go into panic mode about it. But both of these episodes are great, and a great introduction to the Lich.
Only Adventure Time can take such a wild concept and turn it into such a meaningful idea. Finn astral projects and explores Ooh in a completely different perspective. He spends the entire time monologuing to himself about the art of creation, purpose, and birth, and it's a really compelling concept. We get a really good Marcy song, as always, God, I love you, Olivia Olson. Then we get Space Birth, and finally, we get G4 on Mars. They then have a conversation about the comet approaching Mars, and how life beyond birth does always have a purpose. Then, mid-sentence, G4 blasts and sacrifices himself to save Mars. That's such a compelling way to show the message of worth and purpose, and I think it's shown amazingly. And then we get an appearance of Evacuation Man. We love Evacuation Man. And then the reveal that Martin is the comet, and that's why it's so off course, is done really well. Very good episode.
Finn and Jake go missing for 3 whole weeks, so Lady and PB team up to track him down. They go through this honestly really gross cave filled with a bunch of weird arms and organs and crap. Luckily, PB brought her ball-blam burglar burr. They eventually find the boys knocked out, as well as Ice King, with his chest cavity wide open. Guess what? It's Ricardio! Yay! PB easily outsmarts his really stupidly designed body and tears him apart savagely. The boys wake up in the Candy Kingdom hospital along with Ice King and his new heart, made from a maraca. While Lady is recovering, the gang finds out that she's pregnant. While Ricardio is a really shit villain, I still do like that he's in this episode. Gives us an excuse to explore this creepy, cool black ice cave, and PB kicking his shit in will always be amazingly satisfying. Prince Gumball invites Fiona out to what seems to be a date. They hang out and crush on each other and crap. Gumball sings a decent song. Then at the party, he invites Fiona up to his room and reveals that he's actually been the Ice Queen the whole day. So Fiona's been falling in love with her. They beat the snot out of IQ and save Gumball. Then both Fiona and Cake start raving about the hottest hottie in all of Ooh, the Ice King. Then it's revealed that this was a fanfiction written by the Ice King, and he's been reading it to Finn and Jake the whole time. I find it funny that this episode was conceived to make fun of fan culture in that it eventually spiraled into a whole entire spin-off series nearly a decade later. That's whack, but the good kind of whack. It's fun being with these alternate versions of our usual characters, even if they're like 95% the same as our usual crew. There's a couple unbelievably, inexcusable, uncomfortable seconds where it seems like Gumball is undressing in the bedroom with Fiona. But other than that honestly really big problem, great episode.
F and J get an anonymous invite to a party at a mansion on a cliff in a place that is storming heavily. They enter the house after putting on designated masks, and Lady Quietbottom calls over to them. Yes, they all have designated secret identities. LSP is Duchess Gummy Buns, BMO is Professor Pants, Cinnamon Bun is Guy Farting, Finn is Prince Hotbod, and Jake is Randy Butternubs. They find a note on Guy Farting's back that tells them that there's a ghost possessing one of them that will then murder everyone. Guy Farting tries to leave, but dies! They regroup, then split up to try to find candles so they can see if the lights go out. Randy Butternubs and Professor Pants go downstairs, and PP drops this banger of a line.
When bad things happen, I know you want to believe they are a joke. But sometimes life is scary and dark. That is why we must find the light.
They find a light, but then PP is taken by the ghost. I normally am not a fan of toilet humor, but God is this gold.
I'm dying!
They go to the dining room and start questioning each other. Duchess Gummy Buns starts talking about Brad, her ex-boyfriend, while Prince Hotbod interrogates Lady Quietbottom. As soon as they start tying LQB, a ghost comes out of the ceiling and slams through LQB, melting her like wax. Then Hotbod admits this was all a setup, but something is wrong. He runs over to the closet to try to find Guy Farting and PP, but finds their disembodied corpses. And then, as he freaks out, Duchess Gummy Buns gets transported into the painting behind her by the ghost. Randy Butternubs gets taken from Prince Hotbod and he's all alone, when suddenly, the floor starts trying to eat him, and this huge green ghost comes for him. He runs away upstairs, where he finds everyone stuffed inside Lady Rainicorn. Jake figured out Finn's plan, and flipped the script. Finn asks about the green ghost, and Jake just says that he imagined it. They fly away, while Finn is left very confused about the ghost. Very silly, goofy episode. Honestly, it's just a much better Mystery Train. This was one of my favorites as a kid, and as I look back with different eyes, it isn't as good, but it is still such a fun experience. It sets up its plot very well, and the mystery is handled amazingly, while the funny bits perfectly set a lighter tone without detracting from the mystery. And then the setup for Shoko and the Vault, as well as the reincarnations, is such a riveting ending. Episodes like this always make me wonder how early the writers truly know where they're going to go with the story. Like, the episode The Vault isn't for 2 more seasons, without then setting up the season arc of the Comet in Season 6. Did the writers know, when writing this, what the end goal was for Shoko, and how it was going to culminate in Finn being a f***ing comet? Definitely not. But it's always fascinated me, wondering how much setup was intended when things like this are introduced. Very funny, and also entertaining episode, big fan.
Food Chain has Magic Man curse Finn and Jake into living through the food chain. You know, caterpillars eat plants, small birds eat caterpillars, yada yada yada. I'm gonna say it, this is the strangest episode of the show. One thing you notice right away is the animation. And that's right, it's another guest animated episode. I don't know how exactly to describe the differences in art style other than a difference in the color palette, but wow, the style is really great. Obviously, the show uses its food chain premise to teach kids about the food chain, and that seems a little Disney Junior-ish, sure, but the episode is still very fun despite that. I mean, we've got moments like Finn trying to eat Jake, the boys turning into flowers for a month, and birds brutally destroying their caterpillar safe haven as Finn tries to save his caterpillar wife to no avail. Yeah, it doesn't sound like a bunch of fun on paper, but you inject that AT charm in there and it all works out splendidly. This episode also has a couple songs, ranging from an automaton cover of Mozart's The Magic Flute to an excellent cabaret-style show-stopping number wrapping up the episode. A very odd watch, but still extremely fun. Gunter steals Ice King's demonic wishing eye while he's away and spawns a bunch of Gunter clones. They proceed to smash every single bottle in the land of Ooh for the rest of the episode, and that's pretty much it. Gunter is a lot like a cat in that regard. I love how Gunter has one of the most powerful magical artifacts in the whole of the AT universe, and he still listens to Ice King when he orders him to stop. That's just funny. Also, Gunter is one of the very few characters in the show to take down the Gumball Guardians. So, go you little penguin boy. Cinnamon Bun is visiting the Candy Kingdom on important Fire Kingdom business, and PB offers to catch up with him for a second. He doesn't say much, clearly not eager to talk with her, but when he leaves he's able to talk to the other candy people fine. PB decides for him that he's lonely in the Fire Kingdom, so she makes a child for him to look after without his permission. While PB clearly has grown from how controlling she used to be, she still thinks she can decide what's best for her citizens, even if she hasn't been around Cinnamon Bun for the past 3 seasons to see his growth as a person. And that's what the rest of this episode is about, how Cinnamon Bun has changed without the influence of PB in the Candy Kingdom. CB is constantly embarrassed by Bun Bun the whole episode. He responds like any self-conscious parent and tells BB to stop because people are staring. BB clearly reminds CB of himself when he was younger, a person that he's happy he's grown from. Eventually, CB realizes that he should just let BB be, because he recognizes the value in seeing the world as blissful as Bun Bun does. Additionally, CB is able to recognize the deeper person inside Bun Bun. She's not just a silly, stupid little goofball, she's a gifted, smart, talented person, just like Cinnamon Bun himself was all the way back in Season 1. But this time, CB is gonna give the support to Bun Bun that he never really got. FP invites Finn to hang out, and that's important because it's the first time they've hung out since their breakup. Finn apologizes again for everything that's happened between them, but with a new perspective this time.
It's just... when we broke up, I said sorry, but I didn't fully understand exactly what I did wrong. I get it now. I shouldn't have manipulated you. That was a really, really messed up thing to do, and I'm truly sorry.
He just very earnestly explains that he's aware of what he did wrong, and is mature enough not to expect them to get back together after. And FP also acknowledges Finn's growth.
You've grown up a lot, man. I forgive you.
Awesome.
I hear people bag on this episode all the time, and it makes no sense to me. We get so much characterization not only from PB, not only from Finn, not only from FP, but also Cinnamon Bun.
I am a big fan of how the show dealt with Cinnamon Bun. Sometimes a show will take the dopey or dumb character and make them into a big plot device at the end of a season and then never touch on it again. Or have the character receive some big award or responsibility in the finale and are never given a chance to show the audience how they handle it. They didn't do that with CB, man. They gave him character, reoccurring appearances, significance, and made him into a face that most of the fandom is at least fond of. It would be hard to find someone who genuinely dislikes Cinnamon Bun and isn't just being contrarian.
Finn and Jake ground Ice King for 4 weeks, and Ice King listens to them because he's a big dummy. IK is grumpy at F&J, but he can't get back at them without leaving his house, so he hires a hitman to hit Finn and Jake. But Scorcher sets fire to the house instead, so IK goes and puts it out. Then he goes off on Scorcher for setting their house on fire, not hitting him. See, the Ice King wants him to physically hit Finn and Jake, not like hitman hit them, you know? Do you get the joke yet? Do you get the joke? It's a joke about hitting. It's like, it's not, he doesn't want them to kill, it's just a hit. Do you get the joke? That cycle repeats. Some other wacky shenanigans happen, and Finn and Jake die. Bada bam, bada boom. Episode done. Despite the potentially irritating premise, this episode is really fun. The Boinglings joke alone makes this A tier.
Someone got hit in the boinglings. Hit in the boinglings. 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 Somebody got hit in them.
People don't really talk about how powerful Scorcher really is, and I think that's a shame. I mean, look at him. If he has a contract with you, and no one tries to interfere like Ice King did, you are dead. Plain and simple. Gone. Destroyed. Bro is scary.
This episode is so underrated. It has constant hilarious jokes all throughout. the bit with Meat Man, Blasternaut, the Hitman's Hitman. This episode is jam-packed with really enjoyable plot and fun.
Bonnie is jealous of SP's elemental powers, as she's not able to use hers to their full potential, only being able to fart jelly beans out of her palms. She has a dream that night where she talks to a past candy elemental, Chatsberry. He shows her that she can not only blast beans out, but conjure all sorts of candy. It's just that PB can't quite do this yet. He encourages PB to connect to herself. She wakes up, able to blast jelly beans now. After she shows off her new ability to SP, she becomes upset at how she never knew about this crazy power she had. She's been alive for what, like 800 years? And just in the past month or so, she's learned that she could blast candy out of her body. Suddenly, the kingdom is under attack by a weird fortune teller doohickey. She leaps into the marrow and blasts it with beans, but it's not enough to stop it. She becomes further frustrated that she can't do anything more with her powers. If she were in her lab, making soda and mints would be easy. All she needs is water and carbon dioxide, heat, pressure, and bam! She's got the stuff she needs. She takes the thing down, but hurts her citizens in the process. We cut to patient St. Pim, who's revealed to be responsible for the attack. I really like this episode for exploring PB's thoughts on her elemental powers. I feel like her struggling to figure out how to use them was done really well, and it makes sense that she'd be frustrated simply not knowing about this crucial thing about herself. I especially like that she eventually learns how, not by doing it Chatsberry's way, but by thinking about it in a very objective, Bonnie-like way. It's a bit of a difficult idea to express in words, so the visuals here do an especially great job of showing her thought process. Kim Kilwan's daughter, Bronwyn, is ignoring her schoolwork, so he gets Jake to impart some grandfatherly sense into her. Well, I mean, that's the plan, but of course, Jake being Jake, he gets caught up in trying to get Bronwyn to admit that he's cool, instead of helping her out. The girl's caught up in skating, so Jake challenges her to a race. Whoever loses is banished from the park, and whoever wins is the cool guy. Jake beefs it, and in her worry, Bronwyn admits that Jake is indeed cool. KKW shows up to talk to Bronwyn. After bonding about how Jake is, they apologize to each other. Bronwyn apologizes for getting carried away, and KKW apologizes for not being upfront with her, and not talking to her directly. Bronwyn's a really cool character. She's a pretty basic teen stereotype, but she's still really enjoyable to watch. Both of these Graybles episodes kind of blend together in my head, so I'm just making it easier on myself and grouping them together. Though I am going to do a mini ranking of all 10 of these stories. Here we go. Ice King Footwife. The only one I can say is downright not good. It's kinda just gross. The Jake Jr. fake time travel one. This one is a little boring. Not bad, just not my cup of tea. Tree Trunks gets flipped off. A bit slow, but seeing TT's reaction to being flipped off is golden. Marcy and the Rock Giant. The animation here is cool. That's pretty much it. Lemon Sweets. Aw, look at the lemon grabs having a nice wholesome Jesus Christ! Cinnamon Bun. Teehee, Cinnamon Bun funny. Penguin Movie Night. Teehee, Gunter and Ice King funny. Ooh, Mr. Fox. Man, is this the first time we're talking about Mr. Fox? Yeah, I think it is. I love Mr. Fox. He's an oddly important character considering Together Again, but this dude is just so endearing. From the jump, we know he's struggling with depression, and he's just trying to enjoy the simple things in life and get by. I love the way he's just trying to make the best of things before they're immediately ripped away from him. He's just a side character that's hard not to love. BMO and Football. First time we meet Football, and what a totally BMO idea it is. I love the way he's treated through the series, like we don't know if it's all in BMO's head or actually real. Makes for a great time every time we see him. The Oh What a Good Boy Am I one. Finn and Jake mistake the nursery rhyme of Little Jack Horner with a magic spell. They go around ooh sticking their thumbs into holes to try and get the spell to work, shouting oh what a good boy am I after. It is just absolutely priceless.
Oh, what a good boy am I! Oh, what a good boy am I! Oh, what a good boy am I!
Finn touches a porcelain lamb and is sent to the spirit realm. The only person who can interact with him is the Ice King because of his wizard eyes, who tells Finn the only way to return to the mortal plane is to capture all of the gross spirits in his ice palace. Of course, this is just a trick to get Finn to be best buds with the Ice King by hanging out, and once Finn finds that out, he quickly goes to unplug the hole. Ice King panics, then tells Finn the only way to get back is to break the lamb. IK breaks into the treehouse to break it, but he trips and touches it, also being sent to the spirit realm. Luckily, the two realize they have minimal power over the mortal plane and use it to break the lamb. It's fun, yada yada, good time, yada yada, moving on. Overnight, the Fire Kingdom has lost pretty much all of its heat. After some hesitation, FP calls Bonnie over to see if she can help. She takes her to the sleeping fire giants. While FP is explaining the significance of the giants to the people of the Fire Kingdom, Bonnie does what she does best and begins sabotaging her neighboring nations and steals the cores from the giants. Her bag rips, revealing to FP that she's been playing her this whole time. PB orchestrated this entire thing so that she could remove power from the Fire Kingdom. FP is understandably furious with Bonnibel and attacks her, accidentally destroying all but one of the giants in the process. They eventually reach a stalemate, where Bonnie explains that she has to do this to protect her citizens from Flame Princess's manic royal family. FP doesn't quite agree with her logic, but respects her for her protectiveness of her citizens. She still goes off on her though, and PB takes it hard. The episode ends with PB ripping out a bunch of cords on her massive camera system, resolving not to be such a crazy control freak anymore. This is PB at arguably her worst, severely endangering the whole Fire Kingdom and stealing weapons from a ruler that's been seen to be pretty decently level-headed. Maybe if you didn't commit war crimes, spy all the time, let your people actually have any brains at all, and didn't lock people in lamps because they have a chance of causing problems, then maybe other kingdoms wouldn't feel the need to talk about going to war with you. Thankfully, she actually takes this advice and for the rest of the series, tries to be less controlling. This is unexpectedly a really important episode for her character. She becomes okay with herself not being perfect, and she's more trusting of the Candy People going forward. Pahoy has been festering over a joke he made to FP, which she didn't get. He worries that it's basically over between them, because she didn't get a joke he made. This episode is all about that feeling exactly, overthinking. These tiny events can lead us down a never-ending spiral of anxiety. As Finn is lost in his own world, thinking about how his relationship is practically over, he literally gets lost in a world of his own, the Pillowlands. There he meets a pillow girl, they settle down and have a nice quiet life together, until he eventually dies and is sent back to the real world. As soon as he's back, he starts to tell Jake about his crazy adventure, but gets a call from Phoebe, telling him that she finally understood his joke, and his problems disappear. Jake then asks about what he was going to tell him, but Finn has lost any and all recollection of the events. The analogy here is pretty clever. When we spiral and worry about things that aren't real, we become lost. We lose ourselves. And the deeper we go, the harder it is to be rational about things. As Jake says, we gotta focus on what's real, the hard proof we can see in front of us. And when we eventually find our way out of that hole we've put ourselves in, we can think, man, how stupid I was to think that, or you can even forget it was a big deal to you at all. That's what's symbolized by Finn completely forgetting about his life in the Pillow World. Assuming that your GF didn't laugh at a joke because she's laughing at some other guy, thinking that one of your friends hates you because they're quieter today, or any number of tiny things like that is ridiculous. You gotta focus on what's real. Pahoy is one of those episodes that has a lot of different interpretations to it. You'll find countless video essays here on YouTube about the episode. I don't think I find it as multi-layered and complex of a story as some others do, but still, it's a pretty good episode which showcases one of Adventure Time's strengths. Its ability to use abstract storytelling and the usage of its fantasy world to craft a real smart story and tie it into a theme seamlessly. Though the debate on whether or not the Pillow World was actually real or just a fabrication of Finn's mind will go on for eternity. The inclusion of Golb here just throws so many wrenches into both sides of the argument. Is it that Golb appeared to Finn because of the chaos in his own mind, or is it proof that what Finn went through was real, because from what we know of the Golb nothingness void dimension, you can travel to other universes from it? So, yeah, it's anyone's guess, honestly. Okay, tangent over. Pahoy. Pretty good episode.
Finn and Jake wake up in a pile of bananas in the, you guessed it, Nidosphere. They have absolutely no idea where they are and why. Jake pulls out his camera phone to call BMO, but finds he recorded the previous night, so they start to watch the videos. In the videos, they open a portal and go through it, and then the battery crunked out. Finn and Jake talk to the guard and find out they are in the Nidosphere, and he's also very grossed out that Jake is holding the banana, because, spoiler alert, it's ear shit. He tells them that no one leaves the Nidosphere unless Hunson Abadir lets them. So the boys now have their mission, to go talk to Hunson while they also try to find an outlet so they can figure out what the junk happened. They leave the cell and we get greeted to a gorgeous view of what the Nidosphere looks like. For a place that is practically only seen here in this two-parter, they went all out on making it look amazing. This is one of the best parts of the two-parter, honestly. This dimension is so expansive. It shows you it all so well that when I thought about the Nightosphere, I was shocked when I realized this was basically the only time you see it. Anyway, back to the episode. They see a cloud that zaps people, and then see a cut-in-half demon guy, who puts them in his stomach and takes them to the Teller to help them. I absolutely love this half-demon guy. I don't even know why, he's just so goofy. They find a group of intensely packed demons, and one of them tells the boys it's the line to meet the Teller. Finn suggests to Jake to stretch them to the front of the line, and all the demons threaten to kill them, so they decide to wait. Welp, 2 days have passed, and the boys are gross and numb. Welp, it's been 4 days, and F and J are sobbing. Welp, it's been 8 days, and they are going crazy. Welp, it's been 13 days, 18 hours, and they're at the front of the line! Yay, finally! Finn gets his ticket of 42 million, but thankfully they're next.
That's us!
Yay! No!
God, that scene gets me every time. Jake peps up a defeated Finn, and Finn gets really pumped. The cloud thing comes back and starts zapping the line, and Jake saves Finn from its blast. They then see it go into a big rock tower and follow it. The cloud actually was Abadir, but he won't let them leave. Jake runs and finds the portal and they escape. But Abadir follows them, and in defense, Finn slices him open to reveal it was actually Marceline? She closes the portal and forbids them from coming back, but they know they have to go back and save her. F and J find a cave, and Finn gets trapped in a lamp. Wait, that's definitely not part 2. What the heck, HBO Max? Why would you jam Beyond This Earthly Realm in between a two-parter? Anyways, onto the real part 2, Daddy's Little Monster. BMO charges up the phone so that they can watch Jake's camera phone recordings. Hudson offers for Marcy to take over the Nightosphere, which she quickly rejects. So yeah, Hudson gave Marcy a cursed omelet and tricked her into being the Nightosphere ruler, and they make a portal back to the Nightosphere to save Marcy. But first, they make amazing demon masks, and go through the portal. They try to cut the line but are shamed back. Then, Finn creates the masterful idea to get the demons to revolt with a sick rap.
Ride bikes, get on it. Geodesic domes, science. You heard?
I never thought of it that way before.
This system is broke, yo!
Top 20 song in the show, for real, for real. Everyone attacks Marcy Deer, and in the chaos, Finn rips the amulet off Marcy's neck. The demons are all over Jake's legs though, so to get them back to the portal, Finn puts on the amulet. And even consumed with pure chaotic evil, he's able to get them through the portal and fight it long enough so that Abadir can pull it off his neck. Marcy and Hudson have a touching conversation about how he's sorry and how he's proud of the woman she is now. Marcy closes the portal, and the episode ends with Finn gasping for his breath. Wow, what a really well-written two-parter. The pacing is perfect, it has fun mystery elements, we get more of a look into Marcy and Hudson's relationship, and we get to see the wonder of the Nightosphere, while getting some songs and really funny jokes and gags. Really good two-parter, wowza.
TV finds this weird crystal sandwich in a box and eats it. He later meets this dude named Lee who takes him to the crystal dimension to see if he can get his hands on the sandwich. By taking it out of his stomach, I guess. Lady finds the sandwich missing and follows Lee and TV to the crystal dimension. We get a backstory on Lady and Lee. Apparently they used to date, and Lee is racist, like incredibly racist towards dogs. And Lady is just fine with that, I guess. Lee was about to start another Rainicorn dog war by stealing the Mergence of Destruction, which turns out to be that sandwich that TV ate. Lady stole it from Lee at the last second and ran away to Oo to protect it. She finds Lee and TV and they beat his ass. TV is always an absolute joy to watch. His personality isn't quite exciting, but his laid-back nature is really charming. Getting some lore on Lady Rainicorn is pretty cool too. It's nice that we get to learn about why she came to Oo in the first place. Yet another thing Adventure Time merely mentioned back in Season 2 becomes the focal point of this episode. You can see how the Rainicorn Dog War shaped the post-war society of the Crystal Dimension. It explains why Lee is so damn racist in the tenuous relationship between the Rainicorn and dog people. In just one episode, we can see how the war is still affecting the Crystal Dimension long after it's over.
When I say the writers are talented, this is what I mean. We never see the crystal dimension after this, and it's not relevant to the deeper plots going on, but the writers put so much thought into how to put this one-off world together, thinking up an entire history of conflict between two species and exploring the aftermath of that conflict in a one-off. Other shows would spend time building up to this and have it be a major plot point. But Adventure Time? Nah, they did this as the garnish on the 7-course meal. This is why Adventure Time's world/universe/multiverse feels so alive. The writers will go so in-depth on absolutely anything they can. Tell me another show that does that.
Oh my god, Mystery Dungeon. All this episode is Tree Trunks, Ice King, Lemongrab, Nepter, and Shelby waking up in a dungeon and working together to get out of it. This is the most random assortment of characters, and it makes for such a wild episode. I mean, with images like this in here, how can this not be a masterpiece? It's especially hilarious that this whole thing happened because Ice King wanted Life-Giving Magus to make Fiona and Cake real. Of course, it didn't really work out how he expected it to, but wow, this episode is absolutely hilarious. F and J stumble upon a cursed arena where they're forced to battle against gladiator ghosts to gain their freedom back. Finn says he's got a sick plan to get them out of this mess, which Jake immediately disregards, and instead tries to dig to the core of the earth to make a molten lava hula hoop. Man's got priorities. While Jake is off doing his own thing, Finn is taking care of the ghosts, slowly becoming more and more unhinged, and gaining the trust of the arena's boss man in the process. Jake goes back up to the surface to check on Finn, but he's too far gone. The Fight King orders Finn to kill his best bosom, so the two bros fight. Luckily, Jake's stretchy power is overpowered and he traps Finn quickly. The Fight King tosses Finn his cursed sword to help him ace Jake, but Finn immediately throws it on the ground, breaking it and killing Mr. Bossman. Finn reveals that he planned this all out and didn't fill Jake in as revenge for not listening to him in the first place. Another quality good time. No important character moments, no big plot progression, no extraordinary jokes, but a good time. But of course, this episode is an important part in Adventure Time history, as it has
As a tropical island, as a tropical island, as a tropical island, as a tropical island.
Before we get into islands, I think it's worth explaining how we're going to be ranking the miniseries is. Although there are some episodes in here I have higher than A, the miniseries as a whole I'm ranking at A. And we're going to talk about every episode in a row right here, just to make it a bit easier for us. It's also going to be that same way for Elements, Stakes, and eventually Fiona and Cake. Additionally, I'm handing the mic over to Sabrina and Ash, as they'll be talking about the bulk of Islands. See ya in a few.
The first episode of the Islands miniseries involves a mysterious craft showing up on the beach in attempts to recover XJ77 Strong, or Susan, from Ooh. As the first episode of the miniseries, it does a good job of introducing the story, through calling back to events from Reboot. I find the kind of technology that the later-to-be-revealed humans have is very interesting stylistically. It's sort of retro-futuristic in a way, and I think that it's really cool and fits the world. Plot-wise, I appreciate how they showcased Fern's concern about Finn's absence from Ooh, and hinted about what happens when Finn and the gang get back to the island. Great first episode and intro to the miniseries. The second episode is about a sea dragon who wrecks the boat that Finn, Jake, Susan, and BMO are on because they don't want to listen to his comic book ideas. That's about it. Kind of. This is one of those episodes in the miniseries that does end up contributing to the larger plot, but the event that actually moves the plot forward doesn't happen till the end. It just kind of feels like filler. The episode shows Finn's ever-present desire to help people no matter what, but it's not like that's a groundbreaking character development by this point in the show. The only reason I didn't put this lower than B is because it has some funny gags in it, and the idea of hallucinogenic jellyfish is really cool in my opinion, but overall just kind of Also, yeah.
Whipple, you're the worst.
After capsizing somewhere in the ocean, Finn wakes up on a, you guessed it, mysterious island. I love this episode in the series for one main reason. It perfectly follows the writing trope of show, don't tell. From the very beginning of the episode, you see massive waves of normally sized animals, unknown structures, weird weather patterns, and the only other character in the episode can barely communicate with Finn because she doesn't speak the same language. The episode's plot is more than just a writing trope, however. It's later revealed that there were other people on the island doing some kind of experiments on weather control and animal modification, and the episode concludes with a darker, more serious tone, which perfectly segues into BMO chilling on the moon. BMO is a bit luckier than Finn and Jake. Instead of washing up on an island filled with creatures that would scare any reasonable person, BMO ends up on an island where everyone is permanently logged into a virtual world in an attempt to escape the real one. A sentiment that I relate more and more to every day. BMO, for reasons never explained, becomes a moderator for the virtual world, and is reluctant to leave the island to continue their search for Susan and the other humans. BMO is eventually convinced and leaves with Finn and Jake. Synopsis aside, the episode seems like a stumble on the plot progression of the miniseries. I feel like the conflict is resolved too quickly for it to have any real impact on the viewer. I did like the mystery within the episode, however. Adventure Time is great at making the viewer ask questions about the world of the show, and this episode is no exception. I also like the design of the virtual world. To me, it feels like a cross between retrofuturism, modern futurism, and absurdist art all in one, and it's really cool.
Man, I just can't agree with this take, Sabrina. Not to say Islands doesn't have any pacing issues, that's the main reason I have it an A and not higher. I think this episode has more relevancy to the eventual larger theme of Islands, the theme of safety versus freedom. These people escaped the terrifying plague that was haunting the real world in order to actually enjoy what's left of their lives in a virtual one. Finn and Jake grapple with the morality of letting these people be. They shut down the virtual world and later realize their mistake when everyone is lost without it. Just like later in the series when Minerva tries to upload the population of the islands into her cloud to keep them safe, but they wouldn't be able to enjoy their lives. So yeah, maybe it doesn't advance the story much, but without this episode, the themes of the last 2 episodes just wouldn't have the same impact. Also, this episode is just super fun and funny. I mean, it has the egg in me bit. It's absolutely priceless.
Oh my god, what to say about this episode? One of the easiest S+s of all time. God, it's so f***ing peak. This is one of those episodes where you sit down and when you watch it, it is some of the most fun of all time. I won't give a synopsis since Sabrina already did that, but I'll just list some of my favorite parts. BMO as the mod is so f***ing funny. Vinny is so iconic. Jake and Finn being system dumps. The entire atmosphere of the VR realm, BMO wanting to stay, then deciding to leave with Finn, and of course, the elephant in the room.
Egging me.
This is one of my comfort episodes. God, it's just so good. Oh, it's so enjoyable.
This episode gives something that everyone was wanting. Background lore on Susan! This episode tells the story of Susan's past life as Kara and her friend Frida. Essentially, Kara is a seeker who tracks down and captures people attempting to leave Hub Island, and Frida is an experimenter who is unsatisfied with her life on the island. With the help of everyone's favorite Dr. Gross, Frida's plan for escape is foiled by a mind-controlled Kara, and Susan remembers her identity. This episode provides a short and simple explanation of the history and inner workings of the humans on the island, all in the form of an underrated song, and overall gives the viewer the necessary information needed to understand the remaining episodes in the miniseries without it feeling like a big lore dump. There's not really much more to say about this one. It's simple but effective, a descriptor that I feel fits most of this miniseries.
Another S+? Yes please. We finally get a Martin backstory, and a Finn's mom backstory, and God is it told so well. Martin is just this normal dude on the island who's a big fan of gadgets. He also escorts people off the island to freedom in exchange for gadgets. You're a classic con artist, which so far seems very in character for him. Martin gets forced down to the beach, however, and Susan breaks his legs in the chaos of stopping all the hiders. Kara then transports Martin to Minerva to heal him up since she is a helper. Martin acts like a helpless child, but honestly in an incredibly charming way. Martin Riz here is top tier. Minerva comes back with flowers for him and catches him with his tighty-whities trying to escape out the window. He then breaks his hand and hits his head. Minerva then spends the night staying by him, babysitting him, adding to this helpless child idea. Martin asks Minerva out, and they have a cute conversation. They both fall asleep and are awoken to the Seekers taking Martin for re-education, away from being a hider, even though he really isn't one. Minerva then tells them to leave Martin, with her saving him. She then asks him to take her out for dinner. And then it happens. I have to mentally prepare myself for this. This song is so fucking meaningful to me. It was my most listened to song on Spotify last year, and I listened to it over 150 times. Ashley's voice here is angelic. No wonder she's from oh my god, I love that band. Here we go. Greatly appreciated.
I heard that you loved me, but only for 2 weeks. To be hopeless or not to be, I'm weak with indecision. Could we begin again on a terrible date? Would be greatly appreciated by me.
During the song, we get a really cute montage of the two falling in love and having a baby. Wait a second, who's that baby? Baby Finn?
There he is! There's my favorite white boy!
Martin talks with Finn about his Mr. Bear plush and gives him the breadstick wand. I love the breadstick wand, oh my god. When suddenly, the hiders earlier that Martin snitched on broke into the house for revenge. Martin escapes the house and runs with Finn to get them both to safety. To get them to safety, however, Martin had to row them off the island on a raft. They plan to come back, but a storm starts, and the Guardian then begins attacking the raft. He then climbs up the Guardian to protect Finn and uses one of its gadgets to blow up its eye. Martin gets blasted off, lost at sea, and Finn floats on the boat, eating the breadsticks to survive, eventually landing in Ooo. Minerva enters the house to a shadowed living room with no clue where Martin or Finn are. And we get one line from Minerva, but god is it so emotional. Just a shaky,
Don't understand.
This episode is genuinely, literarily perfection. The framing is amazing, and the story it tells is so f***ing compelling. It adds so many dimensions to Martin's character, and believe it or not, basically introduces the audience to Minerva. And it does them both so effortlessly. This episode is an amazing love story that is so bittersweet. And not only that, but also bittersweet in multiple perspectives. You get the tragic ending of Minerva left without her child or husband, and then also it adds so much complexity to the character of Martin. It portrays him in a way that is still his character of pathetic con artist, but adds this level of charm and compassion. Here he truly cares deeply about his family, and will do anything to protect Finn. This then is completely contrasted with how these feelings are absent in episodes like The Visitor and The Comet. Here you truly want to like him, and it makes knowing how he turns out to be a bad father really painful. This perfect of an episode is then topped off with the perfection of a song that is greatly appreciated. This episode is an absolute masterpiece and deserves nothing lower than S+.
Man, I really wanted to rank this one at S. I remembered it being incredible. Not that it isn't good, it's just not S-level good. It tells the story of how Finn's parents met, and gave some level of redeemable qualities to Martin as a semi-reliable family man who had decent intentions in the beginning. I feel like the biggest shortcoming of this episode is its length. It's really hard to fit an S-level story into 12 minutes. The song in the episode is nice as well, but it's not enough to rank it higher. This episode is weird to me. It feels a bit too scattered. Finn and the gang arrive on Founders Island and find all of the humans there, but it doesn't seem to be too impactful on them, even to Finn. They go and try to find Minerva, and Jake ends up doing an impromptu stand-up comedy act for the humans while Finn has a weird reunion with one of the Minerva bots. And at the same time, Susan is having an introspective journey trying to reconcile her current life and identity with her previous life and identity. But this is only touched on for less than a minute, which makes me question why it was even put into this episode at all. At least 2 out of 3 of these parallel events seem significant enough for me to warrant more attention than the episode gave them. In the end, it's revealed what happened to Minerva and the Helpers, and why there are identical copies of Finn's mom, which can't be confusing or mentally troubling for Finn at all. This episode did have one of the funniest lines in the miniseries, however.
I love you, but your mom's 100 robo-clones.
To me, this episode just seems a bit too scattered for its own good. It's still enjoyable, but it's missing some cohesion. Man, for most of this episode I had no clue where I wanted to rank it. I felt like it was a constant tug of war between a very high B and a very low A. I was trying to think of a way to put it right in the middle, like a B.5 or something like that. But the ending scene of this episode really swayed me to place it in A. But I'll get to that. This episode does a great job of resolving a lot of the issues I had in the previous one. I felt like it was a lot more focused and for the most part spent time where it needed to tell a good story. I love the way Minerva's character and ideals are portrayed. Yes, she is objectively a tyrant who has complete control over her island and her people, but she's not doing it because she thinks she knows better or because she wants the power. She's just been around long enough to have the ideas of the island firmly placed in her head, and the people just kind of go along with it because it's all they've ever known too. Finn's perspective and conflict with his mom really makes a lot of sense. Finn has spent his whole life in dangerous situations and getting hurt in all kinds of ways, but has enjoyed himself and had a meaningful existence all the same. The case is the complete opposite for the people of the island. They know of no danger, are rarely hurt, but are happy too. I find this episode an interesting take on the philosophical debate of freedom versus safety, but told by a kids show. It's another example of Adventure Time's multi-layered storytelling. To me, it falls slightly short though. I once again feel like it's resolved too quickly. In the final act of the episode, Minerva is, in a way, about to kill everyone on the island because of Finn's public speaking skills. But then, Finn just kinda shows up and says, "No, but I help people too," and Minerva just completely switches up to having no opposition at all. A really effective resolution to a story like this is unfortunately not possible within 12 minutes. But for the format of the show, I think it works. Last few things, I know I've been rambling about this episode longer than any of the others. Susan's resolution seems a bit sudden, but I'm not exactly complaining. She is free to roam the world with her gal pal for all I care. Finally, the ending scene is wonderful. It's perfectly bittersweet. Finn has never had a relationship with either of his bio parents, and having the only one of his parents that's not an irredeemable trash bag be a digital presence on the other side of the world has got to be tough. Man, Finn deals with so much shit in this show. Jesus Christ.
Alright, time for my thoughts. I agree with a lot of what Sabrina said, but I have some notes. The best way I can describe Islands is lopsided. There's so much focus put on the wrong things, and not enough on the things that actually matter. Like, the last 2 episodes follow the gang finally meeting the human society, and like Sabrina said, there's little reaction from our characters. The climax and Minerva uploading the brains of everyone on the island is blazed through. There's about a minute and a half from when Minerva announces that she's gonna do her thing and Finn convincing her to stop. That's not enough time to dig into the conflict. It could have been milked way more. It just feels like it happens because it needs to. And why are episodes like Mysterious Island and Whipple so slow when the finale, the stuff we really care about, is so fast? I think they could have written episodes 2 and 3 into one episode, and then had an extra episode to really expand on the last leg of the miniseries. The amount of wasted potential here just makes me really upset. They were so close to something incredible, but just couldn't stick the landing. But through all of its faults, Islands is still really, really damn good when it wants to be. I really enjoyed the Susan and Frida story all the way through. Yes, it also suffered from the same pacing issues of the last 2 episodes, but still. In the miniseries, this is the deepest we get into the philosophy of safety versus freedom, with Frida wanting to leave the island to explore the world, and Susan following the teachings of the founders, and believing there's nothing good for them out there. The rift that forms between them really gets to me, and when Susan finds her again, I love that scene where she's debating on whether or not to talk to her. Susan even questions whether she's allowed back in Frida's life after her mistake. And that's really touching and really mature. And of course, we get the backstory of Finn's mom. Though we don't get to spend a lot of time with her, I love her all the same. I love how the conflict of safety versus freedom is also represented in her relationship with Finn. The age-old story of mothers afraid for their kids to leave the nest is a microcosm of the theme of Islands as a whole. It's really good stuff. Islands ain't perfect, plain and simple, but its funny bits are funny, its many powerful bits are powerful, and the story, while having a couple hiccups, is still phenomenal. Another worthy story in the giant list of greats that Adventure Time has. Finn and Jake chase a sea lard down their pond right outside their home. They come to a bizarro version of Ooh and meet bizarro versions of their friends. They touch this weird purple stuff that basically mind wipes them. They quickly forget that they're in an alternate world at all, and their minds start to go poo brain. Eventually, the sea lard gets a chance to shove the boys back into the pond and send them home. Another guest animated episode. This art style is super pretty.
I especially love just how strange the colors are. The plot in this one is thin, but that's not a real issue, it's not the main focus of the episode. Plus, there's a Marcy song, so how could it not be in at least A tier?
This is probably my favorite guest animated episode for similar reasons to Food Chain. It feels like a fever dream, and I think that's what they were going for.
Finn loses Finnsword while doing some sick tricks on a bridge. That night he has a vision of Finnsword being used by a tranche named Bandit Princess. They eventually track her down to the Box Kingdom where they have a pretty sick fight that ends with Finn accidentally stabbing Finnsword, seemingly destroying the Finn inside. Gosh, this one must be weird out of context for people who haven't watched the series. I'll get to exactly why Finn has a clone of himself in a sword later. But anyway, this episode is pretty plot-focused. It doesn't have a huge theme or message it's trying to tell you, just a plot episode with some funny jokes, tender moments of Finn and Jake caring about each other, and a new, interesting character voiced by Princess Carolyn, as well as some setup for future events to come. Finn and Jake scope out Betty stealing Glob's helmet, so they decide to follow her. She shows up at Magic Man's place, where MM quickly turns Jake into a bowl of soup and Finn into an egg. This part has always made me cackle with laughter for how MM just appears out of nowhere and does what he does best, use magic in the most unhinged way possible. Turns out Betty and MM are teaming up to help MM get Glob-like power, and so that Betty can learn more about magic, so that she can one day cure Simon of the Ice Crown's hold. Finn has so much willpower, apparently, that he can move his body in egg form, so he slips out through the cracks and lands in Betty's bread, that she's conveniently putting in the oven. Betty goes into Magic Man's mind and learns a lot about its past. At one point a couple hundred years ago, Golb attacked Mars and took MM's wife, Margles. Magic Man even tried going to Prismo to wish her back, but all he could do for him was conjure a trash bin with a basketball hoop. The Martians fear that Golb will someday come back, so MM builds a defense system that is pretty much just a clone of Margles with powers. As all of this is being revealed, the bread finished baking and out comes Finn, breaking the ritual and screwing things up for both MM and Betty. Now Betty has Magic Man's powers, while MM is just a normie. She pieces out, leaving Magic Man to question just what the hell to do with his life. We get a good heaping helping of lore in this episode, not only for Magic Man and Mars and Golb, but also on all magic users in general. In the Adventure Time universe, any person that has magical powers displays various levels of magic, madness, and sadness. MMS is basically a mental illness that runs through any and all magic users, which explains a lot of behavior from wizards all around you, and now that Betty has nabbed MM's powers, she's one of them. This episode is also another good example of another thing I love from this show. The fact that characters can speak in such seemingly nonsensical ways, but what they say still has so much meaning behind it. On first glance, these words don't make a lick of sense. The coconut crab who swims in your neighbor's pool at night. All magic users swim in the loomy gloom. Like, come on, it's complete and utter nonsense. But when you analyze the language, along with the context of the rest of the episode, those lines basically translate to, I'm mentally ill and I wonder who else is. The language of Adventure Time demonstrates that you can be silly but also deathly serious at exactly the same time. Ice King breaks into Finn and Jake's place, raving about how he can't find Gunter. The trio look around the Ice Kingdom and find a ransom note. It says to leave the ice crown at the center of Moosebone Clearing. A bunch of foxes steal the crown and take it far, far away. The gang tracks down the crown to a cave in the center of a lava moat. Ice King is determined to cross it himself, as your father saving you from a kidnapper is a very important bonding experience for penguins. Turns out Betty was behind the kidnapping the whole time, needing Orgalorb's crazy power or whatever to do something to the crown. She gives the crown back, pieces out again, and Simon and Goons go home. I didn't mean for it to happen this way, but it did. This is the very next time we see Betty after you forgot your floaties. Funny how that works out. Anyways, as for what Betty did to the crown, we don't quite know yet. That's for a future episode to tackle. Ice King's resolve to get Gunter back is present through the whole episode, and it's really sweet to see. You can really tell just how much he cares about this little guy, even if he'd give him up for a hug from a pretty girl.
Look, if you want him, you can have him. For a hug.
After Magic Man lost his powers and his MMS, he's trying to repent from his past actions as the universe's biggest dungwad. He gets Tiny Manicore to help him rescue Glob from orbit, but when Tiny comes back with him, he decides to take his vengeance on Normal Man by taking Glob to the top of Wild Trap Mountain to kill him. Normal Man goes to Finn and Jake for help. They reluctantly agree to help him, not quite ready to forgive him for turning them into an egg. They get to the top of the mountain where Tiny Manticore takes the Martian Bros way up and drops them from miles and miles high. On the way to their impending doom, NM apologizes for being a massive bean show his whole life. Tiny's touched by the moment between the two bros and saves them at the last second. Glob and Magic Man make their way back to Mars, but Glob decides he wants to be orbiting with his brothers, trusting Normal Man to lead Mars himself. The citizens aren't eager to accept him as king, after turning some of them into literal piles of burning trash. Yes, this pile of burning trash is a person. Normal Man offers the citizens a tin of brownies as a start to earning their trust. Normal Man, the character, is fantastic in this episode. He's finally learned his lesson, and he's ready to be better. People constantly remind him of the heinous things he's done, but he never deflects his actions. He never even blames them on the MMS. He's taking full responsibility for all of his actions. People aren't quite ready to trust him, but he doesn't let that stop himself from trying to be better. Normal Man, both the character and the episode, show us what it means to be a good person. Having the belief in yourself that you can change for the better. The road will be long and rough, but Normal Man is determined. He'll be better for the people he's learned to love.
As a child, this is one of the first episodes I ever watched, and it's the episode that honestly truly hooked me on Adventure Time, and there was no going back. The episode opens with a mystery guy with no arms riding Jake as he tells the boys that Marceline is in danger! They make it to Marcy's cave and find her unconscious as the man says she cast a sleep spell on herself, and the only way to save her is to enter her mind and remove the memory of her casting it, or else she'll be trapped in eternal slumber. Forever! He sprinkles magic sleep dust on them, and they enter Marcy's minds. They stumble into a baby Marcy, patching up her beloved Hambo. This is, if I'm not mistaken, the first time we see baby Marcy, and we get one of, if not the first time, seeing ooh right after the Mushroom War. She then tells them to go through a door, and they enter a new memory. I need to say this right now, as a huge sci-fi fan, concepts like this are so awesome to me. It allows so many different ideas to be explored subtly, and it's just so fascinating to watch. Finn and Jake go through and end up seeing Marcy wiping her boogies on the couch. Then go through another and find Hudson eating Marcy's fries. They then see Marcy and Ash, her boyfriends, moving into the treehouse. And they stumble into a memory of Ash selling Marcy's favorite thing in the whole world, Hambo, and then hits her with such a dick move.
You're not a genius. You're not a genius.
But it's also so funny. Marceline immediately breaks up with Ash, which, you know, fair. But this also emphasizes how important Hambo really is to her. When this episode was written, I highly doubt Simon and Marcy's history was even in the question, but retroactively, the knowledge that we know makes this episode even more impactful, because Hambo here represents the only thing she has left from her dad that she loves so much, and losing that is devastating to her. They then enter the memory core. I think the scene is so gorgeous. The black and white twisting vines and memories, while also in 2D, is awesome. They play hot and cold with Finn's head, find the memory, and get transported back into the real world, where the weird guy grabs it with his arms? Marcy wakes up and the guy takes off his cloak, and it turns out that it's actually Marcy's ex-boyfriend Ash. It turns out the memory they retrieved was the memory of their breakup, so he manipulated his way into being back together with her. Ash and Marcy leave, and F and J follow to save her. Jake creates a distraction to get Ash out, and Finn sneaks into the house and sprinkles the dust on Marcy, transporting her into his memories. We then get one of the most iconic moments of the early seasons of the show.
I'm a buff baby that can dance like a man. I can shake a my fanny, I can shake a my can. I'm a tough tootin' baby, I can punch in your buns. Punch in your buns, I can punch all your buns. If you're an evil witch, I will punch you for fun.
Finn shows Marcy the memory of Marcy's breakup, and Marcy asks to wake up. We get another classic scene that I quote all the time of Ash saying, Ash gets hungies at 8 o'clock. Get back in the kitchen and make me a turkey sandwich with tomatoes. And also pickles. It really solidifies how much of an asshole Ash is, and sets Marcy completely off. Marcy, Finn, and Jake then relentlessly beat up Ash for the last 20 seconds of the episode, and it's really satisfying. Really great episode, oh my god. It's another one of those episodes that shows that this goofy kids show can start taking more complex story styles, and then capitalizes on it perfectly. It's one of those episodes that is just so iconic. If you ask someone who doesn't watch Adventure Time to describe an episode, this is probably one of the ones they'll remember, and for a good reason. It's really good.
The two Candy Kingdoms are gearing up for Gum War. Finn reasonably thinks that the war is kind of a bad idea, but PB says there's nothing to be done. The boys having none of it though, so he and Jake go off toward Gumbaldia to try and make peace between the two kingdoms. After a quick scuffle with Fern, Aunt Lolly stops the roughhousing and tells the boys that she doesn't want war either. She brings Finn and Jake to Gumball himself, and they get to talking as he shows them around his fortress. Their gondola malfunctions and sends all three of them careening hundreds of feet to their death. Finn and Jake save the Gumwad, even though they could have just let him die and the war would be over. Gumball is so grateful for them that he reconsiders and thinks that maybe there can be peace. The Gum family and the boys have a genuinely really nice time together. Finn and Jake even tell them about the time Jake controlled Finn's body in Jake's suit. As Finn and Jake are about to leave, Cheekley douses them in a celebration bucket, and Gumball tells them to give PB a great big hug when they tell her the news. Bonnie is overjoyed at the peace treaty. She notices that Finn and Jake are oddly sparkly, so Peps cleans them up, but he gets turned into a dum-dum juiced version of himself. The whole time, the Gum family was playing Finn and Jake into turning PB into a dummy. Luckily, PB narrowly missed getting dum-dummed, but she's sick of her uncle's crap, so she sounds the war horn. Gum War is upon us. This episode mainly serves to set up the first half of the finale, but it also shows us just how similar Bonnie and Gumball are. Near the start, PB says that the war has to happen because Gumball is forcing her hand. And then when the boys are talking to the man himself, he says the exact same thing about Bonnie. They both make giant kitty robots, they both have secret labs, and most importantly, and obviously, they're both total and complete control freaks. It's even Finn's main argument for why the two should be getting along. You get a nice moment here for Finn, too. As he's making his way to Gumbaldia, he reflects on his growth from the start of the series to now.
Hey, this is kind of backwards, right?
How so?
I used to be all about violence. Now it's like, I'm different.
You're a beautiful flower and I love to watch you grow.
It's kind of beautiful to see how mature this kid has gotten over the years, and even more so that he himself recognizes it. PB tries to resurrect the dead, after it worked so well last time, and couldn't you guess it, another zombie outbreak happens. PB had a recipe for a formula, but as she's telling the gang about it, she gets turned into a zombie. Lady, Finn, Jake, and LSP each take their turns trying to create a formula. Finn's cure gives the zombies wings, LSP's cure just gives them really big lips, which she rushes out to drink and gets turned in the process. Jake and Lady's cure makes them super strong. As they're trapped in a corner and everyone else has been infected, Finn seals himself away in a science shower to make one last cure. PB's pet rat, Science, dances it up, trying to get Finn's attention. Finn realizes that PB was trying to tell him, before she got infected, to give the cure to Science. So Science makes the cure, but he can't just cure one person, because the zombies will bite them again. So Finn goes Hail Mary and dumps it all on him, then rushes out drenched with the cure, and saves the day. Just another really good fun one. At one point, Jake gets only slightly infected, so he stretches out his body to try and run away from the zombification, and that's really funny. Also has another one of my favorite jokes in the show. Finn the human! Yes. Will you please move out of the way? Science the rat! It's good stuff. After Martin totally bails on Finn again in Escape the Citadel, Finn is rightfully very upset with him.
Thanks a lot, Dad!
He's angry, he's depressed, he's in a very chaotic state of being after realizing the kind of person his father is. Finn has felt the full consequences of Martin's actions his entire life, and all Martin seems to be able to do is burn bridge after bridge, running further and further away from his responsibilities. Finn wants revenge. He wants Martin to feel the same way he does. He wants to tear off his dad's arm. As he's lying outside, his melon heart conjures this phantom arm, and it starts building a tower. As Finn builds higher and higher, he repeats his iconic mantra.
Baby's building a tower into space. Space is where he's gonna find his dad. Daddy's got an arm, and baby's gonna harm his arm by tearing it off his dad.
PB becomes worried about Finn, saying he's mad unstable. Jake thinks they should leave the man alone to his emotional biz. Finn eventually builds so high that he actually does make it into space, though he nearly dies in the process before he's coincidentally picked up by Martin. The kid wakes up and sees Martin sitting there watching TV. He pretty savagely knocks him out and proceeds to pull his arm out, though he's flashed with a wave of guilt and quickly gets discouraged. Turns out, though, that this whole thing was a farce by PB to simulate how Finn would actually feel in this situation. Luckily, PB taking charge of the event actually works out for once, as it helps Finn let go of his anger towards Martin. It's good that we got an episode that's all about how Finn feels about his dad. It takes building a tower 62 miles high and conjuring a mind arm to let go of his anger. I also like how we get different perspectives from PB and Jake on how to help their buddy. Jake trusts Finn to work out his issues by himself, that his inner self will guide him to where he needs to go, while PB feels the need to assist him with his emotional junk. I can't say which one is right, it depends on the context, but I like that we get a different perspective on each.
TV, my beloved. The golden child of all the pups. TV is truly so Ash-coded. This is a great episode and is probably my favorite of the pup-centered episodes. Although I love Daddy-Daughter Card Wars. Jake sends TV on a quest to get him out of the house. He walks and finds the diary of a mysterious BP. He starts reading the diary as the voice of BP narrates her life. She's a very angsty teen with a normal enough life. She gets a date to the dance with Justin and quickly falls in love and is obsessed. She then says, "I need to tell him. I will tell him!" And the next pages are scribbled out and ripped, leaving TV enthralled in the story and with a mystery to solve. He starts role-playing as BP and starts seeing her friends in Justin, as Justin tells TV about the gifted Lovetree point he has for BP. Jake finds TV writhing on the floor and decides to help him to solve the mystery. TV, still role-playing as BP, then goes to Lovetree Point to see Justin even with her crab hands. But when she got there, Justin was making out with her BFFs. Jake and TV go to Lovetree Point and find the gift Justin hid for BP. In it is a box inscribed with J plus B, with two cats dancing to the music. They take it to the shop, and the person who made the box tells them where BP went. Into an old cave. Jake and TV find the cave and find a bunch of medical books, along with a note to Justin.
Oh, Justin, I hope you're not too upset, and I hope you didn't spend too much money on that birthday present. It wouldn't have worked out between us anyway. You're kind of clingy. Sincerely, Nurse Betsy Poundcake.
BP is Nurse Poundcake? What an amazing episode. It has so much going for it. A great comedic duo between TV and Jake, who also are so imaginative together. A fun, goofy plot/mystery, good pacing and visuals, and also a really compelling mini-speech by Nurse Poundcake about growth and figuring out how to get through life.
Something I love this episode for is exemplifying how everyone's story is meaningful and just as important as yours. Who knew that Nurse Poundcake had such an interesting past? And Ash mentioned it before, but I want to emphasize it. The visuals in this episode are immaculate, from the backgrounds to the wildly imaginative fantasy sequences. It makes me want to bump this one all the way up to S tier. Unfortunately, it's far too late in the editing process as of recording this, so that isn't exactly possible. So just consider this one a tier higher for me. On to Preboot and Reboot. Finn, Jake, and Susan Strong are investigating an old arcade when this giant drill ship suddenly bursts out from the ground. Inside is Tiffany, as well as this weird scientist lady named Dr. Gross. The doctor shows them around her ship, a place where she experiments on animals and enhances them. Like she makes this rat shark and these wasp chickens along with a bunch of other stuff. Finally, now we know where all the hybrid animals from Avatar came from. Thanks, Adventure Time. In a twist, she feeds the gang some paralyzing lollipops and prepares to experiment on them. But because Susan was already suspicious of Gross, she didn't eat the lollipop, so she takes the boys out of there and completely obliterates Dr. Gross's ship in the process. Meaning the great lovable Tiffany is gone forever. Leading into Reboot, an eel escapes from the ship and heads straight toward the Candy Kingdom. The gang stops it, but this eel hits Susan and activates her weird robot side. She gets super buff and spends the whole episode trying to capture Finn. She talks about them going back to the island. Finn's grass arm activates and messes her up, but Finn takes hold. Though the grass arm goes for the Finn sword, and they merge together to make this guy. Through both of these episodes, Susan and Dr. Gross talk about this mysterious island, apparently where the two, and maybe even Finn, are from. Susan sends a signal for a ship to come capture Finn, setting up the events of islands. Love how most of Reboot is spent just trying to stop Susan, because in this superpowered state, she is a menace. And I like how the grass arm is used here. In the past season or two up to this, it's been a real get-out-of-jail-free card for Finn, but here it's more than a curse than a blessing because they don't want to hurt Susan. But the sword has a mind of its own, so Finn's gotta stop it. Ooh, can't forget about the birth of Fern, too. I'm so jealous of the fans who watched this as it aired and had to wait 4 whole months to see what the hell this dude was about. Oh yeah, and Finn loses his arm again. I completely forgot this happened. That's not even a joke. I wrote this section like months ago, and I'm just realizing it now, editing it, that I completely forgot to mention a word about it. But that makes sense. Compared to how it went in Escape from the Citadel, this is extremely downplayed.
Ah! Marm!
Maybe it's because it's the second time this guy has lost its arm, but I don't know, I've always felt it weird that he just casually loses it, barely speaking a word about it. Then again, we are kind of past the point where this kind of development could be used in an interesting way for his character, thank you, Breezy. Plus we get Finn's sick robot arm out of it, so I don't know, maybe it's fine that it's not such a big deal here. I love both of these episodes, but I think Reboot is overall a lot better than Preboot. I'd probably put Pre in the middle of A, while Re would go near the top of S. Thought I'd just split the difference and put it at the top of A. These episodes are a perfect mix of action, mystery, plot developments, and a crazy cliffhanger at the end to boot. Finn is beckoned to walk far, far away from home by a weird comet. He ends up in a village with a bunch of tiny guys, and Martin. We get some father-son bonding for the rest of the episode. Martin's been mooching off these villagers for a while, and he's been convincing them to go in this burning ship and retrieve parts for his new ship. They have a party that night where Finn asks Martin about his past. Where did he come from? What was his mom like? Martin keeps his answers extremely vague, or he straight up says he doesn't want to talk about it, much to Finn's disappointment. In the morning, Martin's old ship is about to blow up and destroy the whole village, and the dude just doesn't care. In a fit of rage, Finn jettisons his dad into the cosmos and deals with the exploding ship. As much as Martin is a sleazebag, I love his character. Not like love as in I want to be friends with him, I just find him fascinating. Martin is a consistently manipulative, selfish, lazy, and self-absorbed person. That being said, he chooses to sit and seems genuinely glad to connect with Finn at the party. And when he's telling Finn that he always planned to come back for him, he acknowledges that what he said was true.
I always planned to come back for you, but I didn't. That's true.
He calls attention to the way that he and Finn are sitting, a nod to later when we find out they used to sit exactly like this back on the island. What could have happened to him to transform him into such a long john? We get a couple tidbits regarding stuff we found out later, like some mistake Martin made about Finn's mom, further and further sowing the seeds of mystery about Finn's past.
I feel like this episode, and one later down the line, is a good example of the fact that you can give somebody so many second chances, and they can still choose to not be better. This lesson is something I really wish I internalized when I watched the episode, but I'm glad that this episode is here regardless.
Hot breadsticks is what we bake. We don't bake pie and we don't bake cake.
After a successful date with Flame Princess, Finn and Jake find PB collecting entirely too many taxes in their treehouse. Jake tells PB that Finn's going out with FP, but she quickly becomes very worried. Jake takes it as PB being jealous of Finn, and that's kind of what the show wants you to think too. I think that's my problem with this episode. It's kind of ridiculous to think that PB would ever be jealous of Finn. She's shown to have absolutely no romantic feelings towards him, except for in Too Young, but that's obviously a special case. Also, the age gap. Not even with the knowledge that PB is like 800 years old, an 18-year-old being jealous of a 14-year-old is problematic. I kind of hate that that's the narrative this episode is pushing. So why do I have it in S tier? Honestly, mostly for the comedy. This episode is a hoot the whole way through. We get not one but two holy grails of Adventure Time bits with the do not do tier 15 scene and bacon pancakes. Two absolutely iconic scenes in the same episode. I also like it for being the culmination of Finn's love life up to this point. We see him get upset when he thinks that PB is interested in him, and he finally confesses his love for her.
I was in love with you, okay? And you didn't love me back. Now I'm ready to move on, and it's like, you're gonna build me up all over again. Well, I'm done. I'm done.
And of course, we have cute Finn and FP stuff in here too, including their first kiss. You just gotta love seeing these crazy kids in love.
The episode starts with the boys playing a game called Guardians of Sunshine on BMO. It's a cute little 2D 8-bit game. Finn breezes through all the challenges and makes it to the final boss, Sleepy Sam, where he immediately dies. Finn blames the game and says that if he were inside the game, he would destroy Sleepy Sam. I really like this opening bit just because of how grounded it is. It's the dudes playing video games, and it's so natural. The dialogue here is also just so good. The delivery on everything is amazing. BMO tells them they can enter the game, but it's far too dangerous, so they won't let them. However, the boys trick them into transporting them in, and they enter the game. The world is honestly gorgeous in a weird way. The green wireframe is animated so well and just looks amazing. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time the show has tried an alternate animation style, which is so cool and paved the way for so many great episodes and concepts. And also water park prank. Maybe this is a bad thing actually. F and J start the trek to guard the sunshine from the monsters, and we get this banger.
We are in the computer world. We're computer boys, not computer girls.
In a game, I can be who I virtually am.
I can walk and sing. I can kill silly Sam.
Also, I love how Finn's face turns into Pong. I think that's really cool. They stumble into the pit and find it is a behemoth compared to how it was playing the game normally. Jake jumps into the lava twice, because of course he does. Then they cross and find Buzzy Bee. He's the easiest boss ever. Just one swift kick and they can take him out. I'm sure they'll be fine. Finn respawns and they continue on, eventually finding Honey Bunny, but without his controller, Finn can't equip the Bomba, forcing them to run. Now onto the final boss, Sleepy Sam. I mean, Stinky Sam. I mean, Stupid Frog. Sam kills Finn, and both of them are now on 1 life. They begin sprinting out of the cave to try to survive, while all 3 of the creatures chase after them. They get cornered to the edge of the screen and have nowhere to go, when Jake has the brilliant idea of just using the Bomba. Duh! Why didn't they just thought of that earlier? They make it back to the main world, but the monsters follow them. But it's okay, because now that they're in the sunshine, they don't want to kill the boys. However, they do want to kill BMO for imprisoning them inside their hard drive for so long. But thank goodness, Finn clutches up by using the combo move to banish them back, saving Jake and BMO. One of the best episodes of seasons 1 and 2. Everything about it is just so captivating. The writing is just so good. Every other second feels like it's just a freaking memorable moment. This episode is one of my comfort episodes, and I've been in love with it since I was a kid. This is one of those 3 that I would watch constantly on repeat all the time. I obviously absolutely adore the later seasons of Adventure Time. They are so freaking amazing and compelling, but there's something about some of these early season episodes that are just so charming. Not like the show lost that charm over time, but it definitely evolved, so getting to see the pure original blueprint in such an amazing episode is really awesome.
After the birth of Grassfin, both boys are feeling like doo-doo. Finn for messing Susan up, and Grassfin for, well, not knowing the person he is anymore. He has most of Finn's memories, he feels just like OG Finn. For as similar as they are, and yeah, they're pretty much clones, and for how much Finn tries to tell him they're the same person, being in this new body has changed him. He can enjoy some things he used to. He's discovering that he's not quite the person he feels he is. Looking for answers about himself, he and Jake hunt down Grassy Wizard. Unfortunately, he's no help in Fern's quest for finding himself. Apparently, the wizard just thought it would be cool to make a grass blade. While all that is happening with Jake and Grassfin, OG Finn is checking up on Susan. Dr. Princess gets him to swap places with her for the day. Finn helps Mr. Fox and Ice King out, but their treatments end up backfiring. Finn gets a little carried away and plans to nearly stab Susan with a sword to wake her up from her coma. Sound plan there, Mertens. The gang all reconvene at the gates of the Candy Kingdom, as Jake and Grassfin are getting GW to the hospital. Jake congrats Grassfin on a job well done, just as Finn would have done. But Grassfin says he isn't Finn, he's someone else, and he's got to find who that is. And he dons his new name, Fern the Human. Even though he's not technically a human, but we'll let this guy do whatever he wants. And he steals Starchy's motorcycle and rides into the sunset, ready to explore his new identity. I think Fern is pretty freaking cool. I love how much he's struggling to understand exactly who he is. He's Finn, but a Finn that was morphed into a sword when he saw his future self, and that sword fused with OG Finn's cursed grass arm that he's been bonded with for years. Yeah, dude, it's weird. And it's interesting that they use that same confusion in Fern's character too, because it's not just the audience that's confused by Fern's impossible existence, but Fern himself too. Of course, Fern still has the emissary from beyond influencing him, which doesn't make things any easier for the poor guy. There's a demon living inside him. Because he's so unstable, there's a good chance he'll become a major threat down the line. But it's not like that would ever happen, right? It's Adventure Time. They wouldn't go down that road. Not a chance. Not a chance in hell. PB invites the boys, and nearly all the candy people, over for a sleepover, because that worked out so well last time. Finn and PB lose a round of musical chairs, so they're forced to play 7 Minutes in Heaven, and that sounds like a very awkward situation for the both of them, considering their history for each other. But it's not awkward. PB takes the opportunity to ditch the party just to hang out with Finn, saying it's been a while since they were just buds together. So they leave the candy people and just hang out. And yeah, that's the whole episode. We get a little bit of PB saying how she's trying to be more chill with imperfection, tracking her growth from the cooler. And we also get a little bit of Finn talking about his dad, saying maybe he's willing to accept that acting like a dad just isn't in Martin's nature. While the two are being buds, what are Jake and the candy people up to? Ooh. Yeah, PB and Finn go back to the party to patch things up. What this episode shows so well is the growth in Finn and PB's relationship, and more specifically, the growth in Finn. If the Finn from Season 3 was thrust into this situation, this episode would have been wildly different. He would have been whispering under his breath and blubbering his way through it all. The episode exemplifies how PB and Finn have gotten through all their emotional crap regarding each other. They can just be friends now. Without any drama, without any heartbreak, and without any tears. And that's kind of beautiful, isn't it? And the cherry on top, not a word is spoken about that theme in the episode. It's all in that subtext. The show trusts the audience enough to recognize the growth in these characters.
Folks, this one's gonna be a hard one for me. Writing this, I'm already getting very emotional. You are taking my two favorite characters in all of media, putting them in a room together, and having them just talk to each other. Fuck it, this is a top 10 episode of the show. The episode can simply be summarized into BMO recounts their view of islands, and Marcy tells a puppet show of the events of Elements. But it's so much more than that. This episode is gushing with personality and character. BMO recounts their trip in islands, and it's absolutely nothing like what happened. The story is so on brand and just so adorable. Their child's perspective is just so cute and makes me just adore them so much. I also just want to mention, the animation during BMO's section is absolutely gorgeous. Like, wowza. BMO finishes their recollection of the trip, and Marcy begins telling her story on what happened in Elements, but as a puppet show, the BMO way. She begins telling the story of Rockstar Girl and Lollipop Girl. Weekend City is amazing, and then we get this moment right after the potato Blue Trench comes into town.
Remember that clocks were illegal in Weekend City.
That bit just makes me die laughing. I don't even know what it is about it. Maybe it's just her popping in out of nowhere, but it's so good. The Blue Trench crop dusts the whole land with potato juice to turn everyone into potato heads. However, Lollipop Girl gets it the worst. Her potatoes start growing potatoes on potatoes. She gets 12 giants tall. Rockstar Girl fights the curse and forces the antidote away from the Blue Potato Trench. But the curse had taken over too much of Lollipop Girl, and it was too late.
She decided to embrace her fate. To explode into stardust! The end.
Marcy admits the ending was a cop-out and she has unresolved feelings. When suddenly, the photos that BMO was downloading earlier for Marcy are finished. BMO projects the pictures, and it's from 1,000 years ago, of Marcy playing by the beach with her mom. BMO then starts telling a story about the nice lady and the girl. And when I tell you, anytime I think about the scene, I start crying, it is not an exaggeration. I can't even describe the scene. I seriously recommend all of you go watch this episode again. It is such a f***ing masterpiece. BMO basically tells the story of how much fun the nice lady and the girl had together, but they couldn't play forever. But still, the memories and emotions they felt together will last forever, which is clearly referencing Everything Stays. This is then emphasized by Marcy saying,
I think I've heard a story like that a long, long time ago.
Which I think the connection being told here between these ideas is absolutely beautiful, elaborating on the ideas of Everything Stays, and how change happens, but it's good. We change, but that doesn't mean we should forget how impactful the past and past relationships are for us. We need to move on in life, while still remembering all the people we used to be, and all the experiences we shared with such important people to us. This episode just means so much to me. I'm honestly curious what people who aren't obsessed with Marcy and BMO think about this episode, but to me, it just has such meaningful emotions displayed from such amazing characters. This episode is absolute perfection, and I adore every second of it.
After a real crap Fiona and Cake story from Ice King, Marcy takes her own stab at the F&C fanfic. Something interrupts Fiona, Cake, and Gumball's hangout. They go up to the top of the treehouse and see the actual hottest character in the show, Marshall Lee. Marshall convinces Fiona and Cake to ditch Gumball and go hang out with him in the woods instead. Marshall spends the whole time flirting with Fiona and terrorizing Cake, trying to get under Fiona's skin. Marshall is accidentally stabbed in the heart with a stake, and thinking it's it for him, he asks Fiona just to admit that she loves him. Fiona goes off on him, saying they should spend the time they have left being honest with each other instead of messing around. Marshall admits he was faking, just messing with her more. He gets what he deserves when Fiona starts punching the life out of him in retaliation. All of the past Fiona and Cake episodes are somewhere between confusing and okay. But this one? Oh man, this one is great. Like, seriously fantastic. It's got a great song, and a hot vampire, and a scene with Gumball and Marshall Lee that ended up being its own subplot in the Fiona and Cake show. I love them so much. Not the most emotionally rich episode of the series, but it's such a great time. This episode is an underappreciated gem when it comes to this show. Okay, so this Cookie Man is sick and tired of PB's crap, so he does what any rational candy person would do and takes a bunch of children hostage in a gas station until PB gives him her crown. Finn and Jake disguise themselves and go in to defuse the situation. As Jake offers milk to the cookie, he gets them to tell him why he's doing all this. Poor little Cookie Man grew up in an orphanage. He tried to cheer all the other candy people up, but they were always too depressed to play. Until Princess Bubblegum walked in. Everyone was overjoyed to be with her. She gave them all the care in the world when she was around. PB asked Cookie what he wanted to be when he was older, and when Cookie said he wanted to be just like her, she laughs in his face. And that just broke poor old Cookie's heart. And ever since then, he's resented PB for not letting her citizens be who they truly want to be. Jake realizes that this dude isn't a villain. Well, I mean, he's holding a bunch of children hostage, but, I mean, he realizes that this cookie is human. Well, he's a cookie, but okay, you know what I mean. Jake tells our dude Baby Snaps that he could restart. He could start his own kingdom, be his own person. Jake tries to tell Bonnie that the cookie will leave if she just lets him, but PB isn't having any of it. She wants that cookie behind bars. The cookie and Jake make a break for it, but Baby Snaps has some doubts at the last second, and we get this scene.
No, Jake. Thank you for your help, but it's too late for me. I'll never be a princess. At least for a moment, you helped me feel like a princess. It was wonderful. Thank you, Jake.
Princess!
Of course, he's okay, because there's no way in hell Adventure Time would ever get away with that. But that also leaves the door open for a beautiful epilogue where Jake gives the princess her crown, and he's finally able to be the person he always wanted. Oh my god, this episode. Yet another that explores just how messed up the Candy Kingdom, and more specifically, Princess Bubblegum can be. She's cultivated a society that keeps her citizens with no power over themselves, kept them silly and stupid so PB can keep her control. We see this in episodes like The Thin Yellow Line, but it's most apparent and most heartbreaking here. Finn is usually the star of these introspective one-off character episodes, but I like that they give this one to Jake. It's rare that he's the one who handles these types of situations, and even rarer that the boys disagree on how to handle a conflict.
This episode is way more heavy-handed in its theming, which is surprising because the episode is from season 4. The episode prior is LSP writing a book on how everyone wants to get with her, and then we immediately move into this quite aggressively thematic episode. I want to make it clear that the episode doesn't lose anything because of how direct it is with its message. Oftentimes, if you are trying to portray a message, you have to have subtlety or else the audience will feel like they are being yelled at or preached to. This episode gives the story so perfectly that it can have an incredibly obvious message and theme to it while not feeling like you're being lectured. Definitely deserving of the rank.
LSP interrupts some extremely important Candy Kingdom business, blabbering on about something that's been stolen from her. Finn and Jake are on the case, heading to LSP's hotel room to look for clues. Their trail leads them to a Pete Sassafras boarding a train. The cops give chase, catch the perp, and lock him up. Afterwards, they reward themselves with some hard-earned donuts. But as they're celebrating a job well done, BMO comes back with test results. Turns out the blood they found in the hotel room wasn't blood at all, it was marinara sauce. The gang go back to the hospital to tell the news to LSP, but she's gone, back at the hotel. They rush over, and as they're entering, they hear a commotion. LSP screaming in pain. They bust the door, and LSP has a delivery guy pinned to the floor, yelling out, "He took my heart." LSP was just being her usual dramatic self the whole time. I'll be real with you, this episode does sound potentially aggravating. I'm not a fan of when characters waste time on one thing, only to be revealed that they were chasing after the wrong thing the whole time. But I guess this episode is just the exception to that. This episode is absolutely hilarious. It's got charm up the wazoo. Finn and Jake acting like cops is something we never knew we needed. And Jake not being able to stop turning into cop stuff the whole episode is great. At one point, the boys talk about how they could totally be cops in the future. Ironic considering they confused marinara sauce with blood. And the fact they just leave Pete Sassafras in prison, like, what? They legit forget about this guy. They let him rot in prison without doing anything about it. Yeah, it's no wonder he joins the League of Candy Kingdom haters in the finale. Marcy and PB are going to dinner with the Ice King. They don't say it's a date, but come on, it's a date. IK starts totally wigging out, more than usual. PB takes him and the crown to her lab so she can figure out what's going on. Marcy and PB enter the crown's insides through her VR tech. They meet Gunter. This little dude was the first dude who wore the crown. Apparently, everyone who was cursed by the crown ended up having their consciousness in the labyrinth inside. Which means Simon! He and Marcy get to catching up as they go looking for whatever's making the crown go all weird. My favorite part in this whole episode is this slight little smile on PB when Simon asks Marcy if she's got a BF. Yeah, they're definitely dating. The gang finds Betty in the labyrinth, rewriting the code. When Betty messed with the crown in King's Ransom, I guess she put part of her consciousness in the crown to reprogram it. Simon pleads with her to stop, but it seems like she's in a sort of trance. The only way Simon figures he can snap her out of it is to connect with her. So he tells Betty about a certain note she wrote him. A smart, funny, beautiful note. And Betty remembers. After a quick kiss between them, PB explains that the crown will close itself off to visitors, meaning Marcy won't be able to see Simon again. But luckily, Betty and Simon can be together in the crown's labyrinth forever. A bubbling date and a Simon appearance and a Betty appearance in one episode? Say no more, instant S tier. The idea that there's a whole world inside the Ice Crown is crazy cool, and lest I forget just how damn funny the Ice King is at the start.
Call me whatever you want. This is the best date I've been on since my last date.
This is not a date.
Neither was the last one.
Flame Princess is alone and confused after her breakup with Finn. He proved himself to be a pretty stand-up guy after a tumultuous start to their relationship, but he broke her trust. Phoebe catches PB spying on her. Since FP's powers are linked to her emotions, her volatile mental state could prove a serious threat to all of OO. Bonnie's trying to find a way to dampen her emotions, and because Phoebe's an emotional wreck, she agrees to help her, just so she can stop feeling like doo-doo. In the middle of a test, Jake calls her away because Gunter is going on a rampage in the Ice Kingdom. She trusts Cinnamon Bun to keep the test running, and he immediately takes FP to his house because of course he does. Phoebe and Cinnamon Bun immediately get along. CB is always so upfront with how he acts. He's always honest because he's got nothing to hide. If something comes to his mind, he'll just say it. And that's appealing to someone like FP, who's had people with secrets controlling her entire life. This was an unexpectedly genius move by the writers pairing these two together. Phoebe and CB go off to the Fire Kingdom to overthrow the Flame King. You'd think it'd be a challenge to overthrow an entire kingdom with two people, but it's actually super easy, barely an inconvenience. So much so that when Finn and PB get there, she's already stepped in as the ruler. Finn apologizes to her about what he did, though it's not a stupendous one. He asks if they can get back together, but Phoebe says no. Her place is to rule the Fire Kingdom now, but they can hang out if Finn promises to be honest with her. It'd be criminal if they didn't show how FP was dealing with her breakup. And this episode does a wonderful job showing how she's handling it, and how she's trying to grow past it, while Finn is still stuck in the past. Ice King and BMO got the bright idea to be door-to-door salesmen together, so they set off to sell things to the people of Ooh. They eventually run into Gumball, that is Ziggurat, and not knowing what his deal is quite yet, they trade Finn's baby teeth for a goblet. Later that night, a bunch of baby Finn bone clones break into the treehouse and cause a ruckus. Luckily, BMO and Ice King have some baby-smashing hammers lying around to deal with him. This episode feels straight out of Season 1, but refined in the best possible way, with the things that later Adventure Time is better at. I think it's a damn hilarious episode. Might even put it in the top 10 funniest. Ice King and BMO have such an adorable friendship. They play off each other so well. It's a shame that the writers only figured that out in the last season. Imagine how many amazing BMO and Ice King episodes we could have gotten. They also just show off a bit more of Gumball too. We don't have too long to speculate about the identity of this guy from the end of Season 9 to his true reveal, but episodes like this show how if AT got the axe just a little bit later, they could have made the mystery a lot more intriguing. When it comes to the later seasons, episodes tend to be more plot and character focused, so it's nice that we had this rare, pure silly episode so late in the series, you know?
The start of an era of Graybles. And while I do enjoy the other episodes, I think that none of them are as consistently good as this one. We get introduced to football here, which, oh my god, is it so cute. I just want to point out here that throughout the entire show, there's no conclusive evidence whether football is actually a real character or just a Sona of BMO, who they see as real. While football is probably not real, I think the idea of him being real is very amusing. Jake and Finn watching BMO to see what they were up to when they were gone is pretty goofy. F and J then start trying the ultimate high five! Such a fun, great idea for them, as it again is just so great at showing their dumb brotherly relationship. So to get the ultimate high five, they go across the land of Ooh and launch themselves at each other. We then cut to PB making the scientifically perfect sandwich. Doesn't come close to Jake's sandwich though. It's a very enjoyable montage of her scientifically creating the ingredients and stuff. She then walks out with the built sandwich and gives it to Cinnamon Bun to eat. He then absorbs the sandwich and doesn't even taste it. Then, onto the next section, Ice King smells something really bad and sends Gunter away because he thinks it's him. He then realizes it's actually him and takes a shower. Then finally, we get the Candy Kingdom talent show.
These lumps, I know you wanna slump up on these lumps, but you can't 'cause you're a chump. A chump!
Banging song, to be honest. But this group of candy citizens go before her and steal her song, so she no longer has a talent to do. In frustration, she starts chucking basketballs at the crowd, and they all go in. Because of that crazy display of skill, LSP wins.
And I just wanted to say
Finn and Jake win the talent show, and LSP is pissed. We then get to guess the theme spanned over all 5 of the shorts. What do you think it is, viewer? That's right, it's the 5 senses. I mean, look at the blue guy and the other thing. Wasn't it obvious? This is a very fun episode. I think it does the best out of all the Graybles in having connecting stories with each other. Not in the sense of theme, but in the sense that Finn and Jake just act as a line, tying all the stories together, and I really like that. Pretty good episode with a lot of enjoyable moments.
Finn finds a mini Gumball guardian named Rattleballs, who's a master sword fighter. He agrees to train Finn in the art of the blade. Along the way, we get treated to Rattleballs' tale of woe. He and countless other Rattleballs were made by Princess Bubblegum as Candy Kingdom law enforcement. But over time they became violent, so PB needed to contain them. Rattleballs narrowly escaped robot genocide and has been hiding in the dump ever since. He begs Finn not to tell Bubblegum of his existence, to which Finn completely ignores and tells her anyway, leading to a standoff in the junkyard. Rattleballs begs PB to let him be free, telling her that he's not as violent as he used to be. And hopefully she isn't either. For once, PB relents and lets Rattleballs protect the Candy Kingdom from the shadows. Rattleballs is one of those side characters that I just absolutely adore. He's such a cool dude. And I think a lot of that is due to the voice actor. Ryan Wilson? Wait, Ryan Wilson? Dwight Schrute voices Rattleballs? I genuinely had no idea until just now. That's awesome. Anyway, he does a great job of keeping RBZ a robot, but adds so much charm to his voice despite that. He shows up sparsely for the rest of the series, but every time he does, it's a treat. Definitely a missed opportunity to do an episode about him uncovering a dark Candy Kingdom mystery, though. I'm picturing the Batman, but with rattle balls. I mean, come on, that would be incredible, right? Finn and Jake are on their way back from an adventure when they both fall down 2 different holes right next to each other. Finn finds himself in the Huge Kingdom, with a bunch of food people all serving the Huge King. The king convinces him to wait for Jake to show up. And speaking of Jake, he's found himself on a parachute raft with a bear named 7718. 7718 encourages Jake to stay waiting here, because climbing back out might take years. Seven's been falling down this here hole for absolute ages. Finn gets sick of waiting so long, but the Huge King doesn't like that very much, so he ties Finn up. And Finn concocts the most foolproof plan to get out. Of course, Finn's plan fails, so his plan B is to destroy the clock that the Huge King likes so much. He topples it into the stovetop, putting out the flames, and above the stove, Seven and Jake finally fall down. Turns out the steam from the stove was keeping them aloft the whole time. Finn, Jake, and Seven quickly get the hell out of there and head back to the surface. This episode is just really fun. Another case of nothing extremely notable happening, but it's just another fun, wacky adventure with really interesting side characters. Another case of nothing extremely notable happening, but this one just shows off how well Adventure Time can put together a really interesting story. Jake and Seven being lifted up by the steam the whole time is really clever, and the side characters are fun here too. I think that's the best way to describe this episode. Simple, but fun.
Be more. The episode of the little guys. The episode starts with BMO hiding in a box and gets high. I mean, deleting their files because it makes them feel happy. But uh-oh, they accidentally delete their core system drivers. They start going full-on bizonkers, and Finn and Jake take them to the Mo factory to get all fixed up. Only Mo's are allowed in the factory, however, so the boys dress up as J-Mo and F-Mo. They enter, and D-Mo begins giving them a full MoCo tour. However, they notice something is wrong. The entire factory is in ruins, and something serious definitely happened here. They pass by the system driver ports and jump out to save B-Mo. The B port is busted though, and D-Mo calls the cops on them.
No intruder spotted. Vaporization complete.
But what if they slip past us, sir? And all that smoke?
All right, everyone, about face. Does anybody see the intruders now? Like I said, vaporization complete.
I love the Eskimos. In the commotion, they escape and infiltrate the lounge room, where BMO hacks into an Eskimo system to find the directions to the B-ports. They fall to the bottom and meet the man himself, Mo Mastro Giovanni. It turns out he is a human? Cyborg? Who is very old. He comes over and fixes BMO. Then, Mo shows them the underground city of all of BMO's family.
BMO, say hello to your family.
Hello, family.
What a good episode. We get the backstory that we never knew we needed, but what a good concept. I think this is the very first time we get an appearance from another Mo, which is pretty cool. Wasn't sure when to mention this, but D-Mo being voiced by Aziz Ansari is really awesome. I love that man. I don't even have much more to say about this episode. It's just really cute. The boys really care about BMO and will do anything for them, and they really feel like a family here, and it's just so adorable. We get Mo lore, and then we also get the beauty that is the city of the Mo's. They're so freaking cute. All of them playing and stuff, they're so perfect. I love every single one of them. Every single one.
Ice King stumbles upon a being of pure anti-magic, Bella Noche. Just one touch of anti-magic reverts Ice King back into Simon. He punches Ash in the face, stealing their magic carpet, and speeds off to the Ice Kingdom, concocting a plan to say goodbye to Betty once and for all, to explain why he went mad and drove her away 1,000 years ago. Hopefully he can do that before his rapidly aging body croaks out. He calls Marcy and asks her to bring Hambo, which leads to one of the funniest gags in the entire show.
Marcy, it's me, Simon. I'm back, but my body might donk out soon, so get to the Ice Kingdom fast and help me with this time portal so I can find Betty and say I'm sorry before I croak boat. I know that's a lot to process, but hurry and bring Hambo. Hambo is the key. Okay, Marcy? You got that?
I know I've been saying that a lot this video, but come on, it's a funny show. Simon opens the portal 1,000 years in the past and explains to Betty that he's sorry. They never saw each other again after he put on the crown, but Betty exclaims that she knows why they never saw each other, and in a really shocking surprise, leaps through the portal to kiss him. But Simon's body is giving up on him. Without the magic of the crown, he inches closer and closer to death. Betty is not having that though, so she pieces out and goes to Wizard City to knock Bella Noche's lights out. That cancels out the anti-magic, turning Simon back into the Ice King. Life for him goes back to normal, but now Betty is out there wandering the land of Ooh, trying to find a way to save her hubby. Betty is an absolute badass. Within the first 5 minutes of her being in this new super insane future, she understands the magic of the crown, resolves to fix Simon of its curse, and completely decks one of the most powerful magic beings in all of Ooh. She is a girl boss and a half. Despite being a human from 1,000 years in the past, Betty fits into Ooh near seamlessly, and especially later when she gets her own magic powers. This episode sets up a massive plot point for the series onward. Betty's quest to cure Simon of the Ice Crown. Her obsession with curing Simon is the single thing she's focused on in this new world, and that's kind of sad. The love that Simon and Betty have for each other is sweet, but it's also really unhealthy for the both of them. Also, as a last note, the music in this episode is on point. The music in this part specifically just heightens the tension and exemplifies just how dire this situation is. AT is chock full of great musical moments, but the ones everyone knows are all the vocal songs, Time Adventure, the Island Song, and of course Everything Stays. But there are some seriously great background tracks thrown in the show here and there too. You just gotta know where to look.
This episode is amazing. God, I really feel like I start everything with that. There's never a moment where you don't just love what is happening. I have this in S+, just for how enjoyable it is. Finn and Jake break into Marcy's house to play hide and seek, and to avoid her finding them, they hide in her closet for the entire episode. Jake tries to dig out, but is chased back by a spider. Finn sneaks out and sees the vussy, and is traumatized as he goes back to the closet. They then make a paper airplane to fly to the kitchen, cook some eggs, then tell Marcy that they couldn't show up. This scene is gold. They then try to run out as Jake gets bitten by the spider. Then they quietly shout, and Jake hides by shapeshifting into Finn. This is one of my all-time favorite sequences throughout the show. It is so ungodly funny. Then Marcy says she forgives them because she hides in their house all the time. And it ends with Finn sniffing himself, then being paranoid Marcy was watching. This episode isn't a plot masterpiece. It isn't remotely plot relevant, but it is just such an enjoyable episode and perfect evidence of how good an episode can be, even when they spend the entire episode in one place, like Marcy's closet.
PB tasks the boys with guarding her princess plant, and of course, Finn and Jake immediately kill it. Like any reasonable caretaker, Finn and Jake ask Peppa to send them to the afterlife to retrieve the soul of the plant they killed. Wacky shenanigans ensue, like a bunch of skeletons trying to eat Finn and Jake's flesh. Probably the best fart joke in all of television, and Jake drinking from the river of forgetfulness, losing his entire identity in the process. Finn drags Jake along to meet Death, and the dude isn't jazzed about a bunch of mortals in his realm, so he challenges Finn to a music battle. If he loses, he dies, but if he wins, they get the soul of the plant back. Finn, being musically illiterate, chooses the sleigh bells as his instrument of choice. Death obliterates Finn with the drums, but before he can kill him, Finn mentions Peppermint Butler. Death is ecstatic at the fact that the boys know the coolest magic user in Ooh. He gives Jake his memory back in a very passionate kiss. He gives the plant's soul back and sends the boys back to Ooh. One thing this show does really well is the cutoff jokes, and the one in this episode has got to be one of my favorites.
I believe you still owe me something in exchange for that favor I did.
Sure, yeah. What is it?
I'd like your flesh. I'm going to take it from you while you sleep.
An unexpectedly really great early Adventure Time episode. Exploring the land of the dead is super cool, and it sets up a lot of things for later. This episode also makes me realize just how crazy some of the things these characters have done. Like, I can say my favorite character in fiction has challenged death itself to a music battle, that he's summoned actual demons, dated a bit of fire, had a conversation with an actual comment about the nature of life, used nothing but his mind to summon an astral beast, met Abraham Lincoln, killed the embodiment of evil about half a dozen times, and became a sentient loaf of bread. This kid's resume is absolutely stacked. Marcy and Finn are having a jam session when Marcy sings her infamous fry song.
Daddy, why did you eat my fries?
On the surface, it seems like a rather shallow issue, but digging deeper into the song, it's really about Hunson's inability to listen to his child, his uncaring attitude towards Marceline, and how Marceline doubts that he actually loves her.
Daddy, do you even love me? Well, I wish you'd show it, 'cause I wouldn't.
Finn thinks it's a good idea for Marceline to talk to him, so unaware of the fact that Marcy's dad is basically Satan, he summons him to Ooh. After quickly belittling Marcy, he goes off to suck all the souls in Ooh. A couple attempts at trying to stop Hunson later, Marcy gets her base back and splits, but Finn can't save all the souls of Ooh without her, so he looks for a diversion. He gets out the tape and plays the Fry song you were recording earlier, airing out Marcy's issues with her dad. Hunson apologizes for eating her fries, and tells her of course he loves her. Finn takes this tender moment as an opportunity to cut Hunson's throat, releasing the souls and sending him back to the Nightosphere. You know how I said the cutoff joke in the last episode was one of my favorites? Well, I'm sorry, I think this one is even better.
I've been meaning to ask you, what's with that pocket on your shirt?
Oh, Jake's in here. Sup, Jake?
The fact that they added a pocket on Finn just to set up this one joke, that mixed with the fact that Jake has been with him the whole time, plus the toot, it makes a perfectly crafted joke. The most emotionally impactful episode of Adventure Time up to this point was probably his hero. My point here is that Adventure Time was just a silly little adventure show, and that's not a bad thing per se, but it wasn't until this episode where the scope of the show became larger. Instead of being just an adventure show now, it's a show that tackles complex emotions and themes. It's dived into a complex relationship between daughter and father. Back then, who knew what stories they'd be capable of telling in the future? Fern's feeling bad for letting Ooh turn all elemental when Finn was away. He hates himself for sitting back and chugging root beer as he wasn't doing anything to help Ooh. Finn tries telling him that it wasn't his fault, everything that happened was entirely out of his control, but that idea can't get through his head. He'll always just be the dude that dinks it up. Finn tells the grass boy that he should learn from his dinks. Every mistake is an opportunity for learning. The boys suddenly hear a monster coming towards them, and Finn tells Fern that they'll handle it Fern's way. Turns out it's not a monster, it's Sweet Pea, running away, terrified of something. Finn asks Fern what they should do, and when Fern says they should sever his tendons to keep him from running, Finn takes charge and calms down Sweet Pea librarian style. Fern does the same and holds Sweet Pea to calm him down. Finn tells him it was great thinking, but Fern thinks it wasn't thinking at all, he was just copying Finn. Sweet Pea's been having nighttime visits from a monster, telling him that he's evil. Then he tells the Finns that that monster is none other than the Lich, trying to awaken the dormant Lich inside Sweet Pea. They decide to camp out for the night, but then they get woken up in the middle of the night by whisperings. Turns out it's the Lich Hand from the Farmworld universe all the way back from Crossover. Finn trusts Fern to guard Sweet Pea, and even kill him if he goes all Lich on them. Finn chases the Lich back to the Well of Power. He nearly gets pushed into the well though, and we get another absolutely fantastic speech from the Lich. But it's cut short, as Sweet Pea makes an incredible entrance.
I too am Doom.
Sweet Pea surprises the Lich and slices him up, proving that there's no evil inside him. He's good through and through. When the two get back to Fern and start walking home, Fern keeps talking himself down. Sweet Pea conquered the evil growing inside of him. Why couldn't he? Finn always makes the right decisions while Fern is always falling behind. He'll always just be in the shadow of the real Finn. So, what if he was the only Finn? That was a long-winded episode recap, but I feel it's necessary to emphasize for the sake of Fern's character. I think this episode is pretty great for having not only a Fern-focused episode, but also a whole-ass Lich encounter too. I also love the parallel they make between Sweet Pea and Fern here. Both have some kind of evil unknowingly growing inside of them. Sweet Pea conquers his, but in doing that, it furthers Fern's feelings of inadequacy. The Lich in this episode is great too, I mean he always is. We get an interesting lore tidbit about him here. He says he's the last scholar of Golb. We didn't really know what that meant for about 6 years, until recently with Fiona and Cake, but I'll get there when I get there. Elements is so much fun. Fun enough to make it my favorite miniseries. Let me be clear, I think Stakes is better, but I enjoy watching Elements more. Elements is very different from Stakes and Islands in that the other miniseries is begun because of a character making an important choice regarding himself. Islands has Finn journey across the ocean to uncover his past. Stakes has Marceline decide that she doesn't want to be an immortal vampire anymore. We see the consequences that these decisions have, not only on the world at large, but on the characters themselves. Elements is not that. The conflict here isn't started because one of our characters wants to make a change. It started because a crazy woman wanted to harness a bunch of power. There isn't a giant character arc that spans the whole miniseries. It reads more like a good old-fashioned save-the-world adventure. Not to say there aren't any character developments though. In fact, kind of the opposite. Because in a roundabout way, the story still has extreme focus on character. To explain that, I'm gonna have to explain the state of Ooh as a whole. Okay, so you remember Patient St. Pim? Yeah, me neither. It's been a while since we talked about her, so I'll give you an update as to what she's all about. She's the current ice elemental. Oh, I should probably also recap the elementals in general. Okay, so in the lane of Ooh, there are 4 elements: fire, ice, candy, and slime. There are always incarnations of these elements throughout history. It's like the Avatar cycle, but if every element had their own avatar. The current incarnations are Flame Princess, Patience, Princess Bubblegum, and Slime Princess. Leading up to Elements, Patience has been trying to get the princesses of Ooh to harness their dormant elemental energy. And while Finn, Jake, BMO, and Susan were off on their voyage, she got the princesses together, performed a ritual, and unlocked their pure elemental forms. The entire landscape of Ooh morphed and changed into what Finn calls a 4-way elemental pizza. Everyone Finn and Jake knows, well, besides Ice King and Betty, has their memory wiped, personalities erased and swapped with elemental versions of themselves. What's so interesting about these elements is, again, just like Avatar, there are certain traits that correspond with each element. Fire in The Last Airbender means passion and power, but in Adventure Time, fire corresponds with rage, the uncontrollable desire to fight. And the other 3? Candy is saccharine, overly sweet, happy to an unhealthy extent. Ice is depression, being unable to care, believing there isn't a point. Slime is sloth, being inactive, going with the flow. We get to see Finn and Jake traverse these lands as they're challenged to overcome these harmful ways of thinking. But if they can't, if they don't have the mental fortitude to keep their resolve to save Ooh, then they're assimilated into that element's horde. We see how the boys' personalities are either prone or resistant to the elements. Fascinating premise for a miniseries, right? It helps that the stakes, excluding the Lich episodes of course, are higher than ever. Practically everyone Finn and Jake know are not themselves. The world they knew is gone. They have to fix this. But how the hell are Finn and Jake supposed to fix a problem this crazy? The answer to that comes from our favorite time-traveling codependent lovebird, Betty. She got sucked into this conflict when she asked Ice King out on a date, hoping to recover his memory in the process, but it doesn't happen. She takes some advice from Tiny Manticore of all people. He encourages her to accept that Simon doesn't exist anymore. Ice King is a different person. After all, Betty's changed a lot too. She goes back to the Ice Kingdom to talk to Ice King, even calling him not Simon, but Ice King. It seems like she's able to appreciate Ice King for the person he is, not for the person he was. She's having a genuinely good time with the IK, until Patience swoops in and ices her to be used as a magic battery. The gang rescue her from pure ice patience in episode 3. She talks about how she could use the Ankyridian to formulate a way to save Ooh. Now all Betty needs Finn and Jake to do is to recover the princess jewels, an incredibly easy task considering the state of the princesses at the moment. Finn and Jake go off to the Slime Kingdom and get the jewel, but unfortunately Jake is lost in the process. Finn questions the point of going on, but LSP snaps him out of it. And yeah, LSP is a main character of the miniseries from here on. Somehow she didn't get elementified along with the rest of Ooh when the spell went off. Curious. I'm sure that detail won't be important in the slightest. Finn and LSP then go to the white-hot Fire Kingdom. Everyone there is in a constant battle with one another, not stopping to think for even a second. Our boy Finn finds himself unable to resist, because if we know Finn, and we do, we know he's vulnerable to rage. So that leaves Lumpy Space Princess to save Ooh. Elementified Flame Princess takes the fight to the Candy Kingdom. Fire Finn goes up to PB the Candy Tower, and LSP meets him there. She nabs a bit of gum off PB and puts it on Finn, saying she's sending him to his happy place. Finn thinks of the times he had a crush on PB, but then Finn takes his hand and extinguishes those flames. And we're left with that scene in Pajama War, when the two were able to put their weird past with each other behind them. It's not a scene that was especially needed, but I like the fact that their friendship is what brought Finn out of his funk, and not his romantic feelings for her in the past. Though of course, PB is still her pure elemental self, and true to her character, she thirsts for more control just as much as she can get. So she decides to spread her candy empire all across Ooh, infecting all other elemental zones. Patience sees the candy curse spreading her way, so she decides to cocoon herself. Again. And 1,000 years in the future, she's still frozen. Finn nabs the last 2 jewels from PB and Flame Princess. Well, now, Candy Princess? Betty finds Finn with the jewels, but she pushes him off. See, as Finn was off getting those jewels, Betty was concocting a different plan. She found a page in the Enchiridion that says she can use those same jewels to travel back in time, so she'll stop Simon from putting on the crown in the first place. And once she got the jewels, she peaced out, leaving Finn and LSP alone to deal with the candy horde. The temptation of a solution that was staring her right in the face was too much to ignore. She regresses back to her I need to fix Simon or my life is worthless mentality. She doesn't see the Ice King as his own person, just a funhouse mirror version of her hubby. As she starts the spell, Ice King says how he, understandably, doesn't want to be obliterated from time itself. He's worthy of respect by himself. He's his own person. He kicks a power clasp off the Enchiridion, ruining the spell. The explosion sends Betty all the way to Mars, at the feet of Kingman. Going back to Ooh, Finn and LSP are trying to figure out how to reverse the whole elemental apocalypse. Finn questions why LSP is immune to the elementification. She recalls back to a moment when her parents were trying to tell her that she was the anti-elemental, and Finn just rolls with that information. Ice King finds his way down to Finn, jewels in hand, as LSP is getting upset at Finn for telling her what to do all day. Her sheer stubbornness, mixed with being the anti-elemental, plus the power of the jewels, lets her revert the entirety of Ooh back to normal. As everyone is celebrating, Finn hears Jake calling for him. They meet, but weirdly enough, Jake's transformed into this weird blue creature. The last scene of the whole miniseries is this sweet little conversation between the boys.
I was really scared when you left. You're my best brother.
I love you.
So, Elements. My favorite of the 3 miniseries is... I feel like the ending could have been better. The explanation for how they fix Ooh is a bit flimsy, and involves taking some leaps in logic to get there. But that's my single complaint when it comes to this fantastic run of episodes. I want to take a second to point out the highlight of this miniseries, Cloudy. While Betty is searching through the Enchiridion to find a way to fix Ooh, Finn is antsy that they aren't making any progress. Jake gets Finn to take a nap and calm down, but as they're asleep, their cloud breaks off and they're left stranded in the middle of the sky. Finn is especially frustrated now as they really can't make any progress. The whole episode, Jake tries to talk Finn out of his funk. At first, the episode seems like a waste of time when considering the rest of the miniseries, but Cloudy uses that perspective to further the theme. Jake eventually gets Finn to calm down when he says,
You know, the way I see it, all this elemental stuff would have happened no matter what. We're actually lucky we were out of town. Nothing happened to us, so now we have a chance to fix it.
Thanks, Jake. That's kind of comforting.
Cloudy encourages us to take breaks, to stop for a second and smell the roses, to stop obsessing over progress. Personally, I'm concerned all the time that I'm not making as much progress as I should be. While playing video games or reading a book or whatever, in the back of my mind I'm thinking, you could be practicing guitar right now, or you could be working on that massive Adventure Time video. Don't get me wrong, I love doing these things, and they're going to be very important for my future as an artist, but I can't spend every second of every day doing that. I would drive myself insane getting obsessed over every small detail that I could be more productive on, and that's no way to live. Cloudy says breaks aren't just important, they're necessary for our mental health most importantly, but also as a little bonus, taking some leisure time away can help you get a new perspective on whatever it is you're working on, a new way to solve a problem, a new idea to try, and can just make your work, project, song, video, etc. a lot more manageable. This episode is always helpful for me every time I watch it. And not even taking the theme into account, this episode is just Finn and Jake hanging out together, which is always one of my favorite things in the show, and something the later seasons don't have as much time for. I could watch these two crack jokes and sing silly songs for hours. Sometimes with this show, they don't explore the consequences of these major world-changing events in as much detail as I'd like. So I really appreciate how the next couple episodes of the season are focused on how the events of Elements changed our characters. We hear about it in Marcy and Bimo and Ketchup, Jake and Abstract in not only Fern but also Sweet Pea in Whispers. More than stakes and islands, Elements leaves the biggest impact on the show. We barely hear about the vampires, and especially not Finn's mom, for the rest of the series, but Elements is relevant for the series onward, although there is only a season and a half left. The events in this string of episodes set up Fern's fall, the masterpiece that is abstract and, oh yeah, the endgame villain of the series. Elements ties every plot thread in the show together in a wonderful way and sets up the final leg of the show. We might have seen Fern for the first time in Reboot, but here is where his character really gets going. After the whole debacle with Dr. Gross and Susan going mad and Finn busting her all up, Finn's grass arm fused with the broken Finn sword and turned into this grass dude. His body slowly starts morphing into another Finn, but he thinks that he's the real Finn. Somehow he's got all of Finn's memories, he even acts like him. Jake sets him straight on who the real Finn is, and the boys scare Fern away, calling him a grass demon, which ironically is more accurate than they thought. Finn, Jake, and Susan all get sent to the Candy Kingdom Hospital, where PB is installing a new robot arm on our favorite tough tootin' baby. PB's analysis of the weird grass dude is that he's not an alternate timeline Finn, or not from a grass dimension or whatever, he's just Finn. We get back to Fern in the treehouse, remembering old times. We get a flashback to when Finn broke the Finn sword. Some bits of the grass sword got stuck inside the Finn sword, and along with it, the grass curse. He calls himself the Emissary from Beyond, and I much prefer that name over simply calling him a grass demon. Fern looks at himself, discontent with his new body. He kinda goes all hog wild in the living room. Finn and Jake come back to the treehouse, seeing the whole place trashed. Jake tries to throw Fern out, but Finn takes a more empathetic approach. He offers him a Finn cake, and you know, only Finns get Finn cakes. This calms Fern down, giving him a sense of identity. Finn lets Fern stay at the treehouse while he tries to figure his stuff out, but it seems like the Emissary from Beyond might have more control than we thought. Fern tends to be such an understated part of this show. He's only in about, maybe a dozen episodes, and I think that's a shame. I really like Fern as a character. So many things had to fall in place for him to merely exist, and although his story doesn't have a happy ending, I love it regardless. About the episode itself, a lot of shows when it comes to plot episodes, they're all about plot, with no time for anything else. But in Adventure Time, the writers perfectly balance the humor and the story. They always make time for fun stuff. In this episode, yes, but also in the series from here on. Alright, yet another guest animated episode. This one takes on a 3D CG style opposed to Adventure Time's usual 2D hand-drawn. This one is about Ice King letting loose a virus in the Universal Source Code. The concept of the Universal Source Code is actually really interesting, I find. So we got cells, but even deeper than that, we got atoms. But even deeper than that, we have the Universal Source Code, like building blocks of the Earth around you. Ice King's virus keeps eating all these blocks, tearing away the fabric of reality until it's only him and PB left in the entire universe. That way she'll have no choice but to date the Ice King. Yeah, I don't think you thought this one through all the way. The way the world starts to corrupt is really visually interesting, especially with this great animation style. Assets start to go blank, and the people start to glitch out, and sound effects are corrupted sounding. I mean, this scene right here looks like it's straight out of Don't Hug Me, I'm Scared. The style also takes full advantage of its animation change. Theoretically, you could do episodes like Food Chain and Beyond the Grotto without a different style, but they would lose so much of their charm. But opposed to those other episodes, you couldn't do A Glitch is a Glitch without this new style. It's integral to the plot, the world, and the destruction of the glitch just wouldn't be shown off in such a striking way if it wasn't for the new style. It's a brilliant use of animation. A great episode with great style, a great concept, and some really great jokes. Easy S tier for me, and my favorite of the guest animated episodes. A monster has been stealing banana guards at night, so Finn and Jake disguise themselves in the barracks to catch it. But ever since Finn diced Fern up, his guilt has been blocking him from slaying any foe. Huntress Wizard joins him and helps Finn get over his block. I absolutely love any episode with Huntress Wizard. She's such a cool character, and I especially like what she means for Finn and his love life, but I'll get to that when I get to talking about Flute Spell. This episode focuses on Finn's guilt over everything that happened with Fern. I like how seriously they play it. Over the series, Finn has been killing monsters left and right with little regard for their lives. Fern ended up a monster, but he wasn't always. Finn had to kill him before Fern straight up stole his life. But since that, Finn has only been able to empathize with the creatures he's supposed to kill. HW puts herself in danger, forcing Finn to overcome his conscience and kill the monster, or he'll lose another person he cares about. An episode that tackles some serious subjects with a character we don't get to spend a whole lot of time with. I see this as an absolute win. The boys are just chilling out at home when Marceline the Vampire Queen bursts in, claiming that the treehouse is hers. She quickly kicks Finn and Jake out, and the boys have to find a new home. Finn is of course homesick, but Jake comforts him with really bad viola playing, saying, "Bro, home is wherever we're together." They travel near and far and eventually find this sick cave, set up shop, and are content with their new place. Until Marcy shows up again and tells them, "Hey guys, get the hell out of here, this is my house too." Finn exclaims that she can't steal his home because he's always home with Jake. So Marceline steals Finn's home for a third time and straight up kills Jake in front of his eyes. Finn goes all gorilla parkour mode on her, and she relents, seeing, "Hey, this little 12-year-old is actually a cool dude. Too bad I killed his brother." Except Jake is actually fine. Hi, Jake. Guess you're not dead quite yet. Marcy lets the boys have their treehouse back in the end, and she'll take the sick cave house. Okay, so we know how Slumber Party Panic was the first episode, and the Anti-Kyridian was the intended first episode, but this episode was the very first to be seen by the public. It was shown at a convention a couple months before the premiere of the show, so this was the world's first glimpse into the world of Adventure Time. And what an episode to pick! This is Season 1 at its best, filled with all the unhinged jokes without any of the nonsensical and frustrating elements of the first couple seasons. It's got a great song and some great life advice, not to mention it's Marceline's first episode. And compared to the rest of the early Season 1 characters, Marceline's pretty spot on character-wise. I wonder just how much of her story Penn had in mind when they were making this one. Fern takes Finn on a dungeon trip to this weird ziggurat for the day. Though Fern's got some other plans in store. On the way, the boys play a lighthearted game of rock, paper, scissors. They tie countless times in a row, until Finn wins. Fern takes that loss pretty hard. It's just like that moment in Whispers when Finn catches a big beautiful fish boy and Fern gets the equivalent of an ooh piranha. Fern thinks it's a sign that Finn's just better than him, when in reality it doesn't really mean anything. It was out of his control. Fern then sweats it off, saying that stuff won't mean a thing. As the boys are inside the ziggurat, Finn tries connecting with Fern.
Hey, I just want to say that it's really cool that you're into this stuff, you know? That we have so much in common. It feels almost like we're real brothers, right? Or even closer.
But Fern simply doesn't acknowledge it.
I think that's the treasure chamber down there.
It's kind of chilling. It seems like Fern's just unable to realize that Finn actually cares about him. I guess that makes it easier to, leave him starving in prison. Speaking of, Fern does exactly that in the same scene. He thinks Finn has been Finn for far too long. It's Fern's turn to be Finn now. Without the looming shadow of another Finn, he'll be able to truly grow. Fern will be back in a month with a new bucket of trash for Finn to eat. Finn quickly goes a little crazy, and even calls attention to his abandonment issues.
I don't like being abandoned! I'm sensitive to it!
He yells about how there's no air in the room, and suddenly his robo-arm turns into a fan. He fiddles with it a bit and discovers that there's a whole array of features, including a rock drill, and a weed whacker. He escapes, tracks Fern down, and gets into a fight. Fern pins Finn down, ready to kill, but Finn pleads with Fern to stop the fighting. They're the same. They both love Jake, they both love BMO. It doesn't have to end like this. They're practically family. But of course, Finn's weed whacker goes off, and Fern is killed. Then Finn goes back to the treehouse to be comforted by Jake. But right before the credits roll, we get a scene of a mysterious dude picking up the pieces of Fern. This episode does a great job of paying off Fern's story up to this point. His slow descent into madness as a whole, I think, was handled pretty well. Though most episodes we get with Fern are about him. I could have used more episodes where he's just a side character. With how much I love this episode, I still have a problem or two with it. I think that the robot arm Deus Ex Machina would be fine if Finn used it at all in the future. Instead of seeming like a new thing that he's unlocked, it feels more like a get out of jail free card. But to be honest, I don't mind that part too much. It's more of a nitpick than anything. What I do have a problem with, however, is how Finn handles Fern after he gets out. I understand that he's upset about being left in the prison to starve, but if he wanted to de-escalate the whole situation with Fern, why did he run up to him screaming and immediately attack him? Of course Fern's gonna be on I'm gonna kill you mode if you surprise him like that. That's not how you de-escalate a conflict, Finn. You gotta do it peacefully. Of course, it's not Finn's fault that Fern turned out the way he did. But man, I think had he not been that reckless, things could have turned out very different between them. As Finn is making a good hearty bowl of nothing soup as a midnight snack, he sees a vision of the same ghost lady he saw in Creeps. He wrecks up the place in his panic. Jake snaps him out of the funk, pretty used to Finn doing this because it's been happening to the lad every couple nights for a while, though Finn can't recall seeing the ghost afterwards. Jake encourages him to open up his mental vault, to stop suppressing his emotional junk.
Oh yeah, the vault. That's where the stuff I can't handle goes. Kerplunk.
Okay, so you even know you're doing it.
This little unhealthy coping mechanism of Finn's remains a vital trait to his character for years upon years upon years. It even pops up in Fiona and Cake when he's 29. Jake tricks Finn into opening his vault by playing this game on BMO. It opens Finn's mind to his past lives. He was a butterfly, a pile of ooze, a comet that's definitely not important in the slightest, and a girl named Shoko. Shoko made a deal with the dastardly Bath Boy gang to steal a magical omelet from the ruler downriver. That ruler ends up being Princess Bubblegum. We get to see the Candy Kingdom, not quite in its infancy, but more like its teenage years. Shoko and Peebee get close, becoming really great friends. Peebee even makes her a robot arm for helping her in building the kingdom. Of course, Shoko's playing for the enemy, and that night steals the omelet before she can feel even more guilty about betraying her new buddy. As she's escaping, the Gumball Guardians blast her into the radioactive river, and there's no coming back from that. Her body washes up on a hill, by a familiar tree. Finn wakes up and calls Peebee over, saying the past must be reckoned with. He breaks the floorboards again, and under is Shoko's skeleton, with the omelet in hand. And Finn concludes his whole mental journey with,
My vault feels lighter.
You'd think after this, Finn would learn to open his vault once in a while to let his emotional junk out. But does he learn? No. This episode is pretty fascinating. We get a blast to the past, a reveal that Peebee has been lying about her true age, which makes past events a tad concerning to think about, but let's not worry about that. More foreshadowing about Finn's arm, light confirmation that the world runs on some sort of reincarnation cycle, some great jokes, and some insight into the inner workings of our boy's favorite ways to deal with trauma. FP is having anxiety about thinking that she's secretly evil, so Finn tries to help her get her mind off it by taking her to a dungeon. That always seems to work for him. Why shouldn't it be the same for FP? Finn keeps showing Phoebe the right way to do a dungeon, and when she messes up, Finn gets all upset with her. Eventually, FP admits that she's not having any fun. If she's doing things wrong all the time, maybe she is evil. Finn realizes what a dunk he's been the whole time and has FP take the reins for the rest of the dungeon. Finn gets captured by Chainsaw Man, and FP saves him with the power of doing things her own way. TLDR here, Finn mansplains his GF through her first D&D session. I love how this episode goes back to the roots of the show, as Adventure Time was largely inspired by Penn Ward's own D&D sessions, and I feel it emulates that feeling of playing through a dungeon pretty well. I mean, Finn even says, "How do you defend?" and "Now what do you do?" at times. On to the moral of the episode though, just let people do their own thing. Even if you're an expert on how to do things the right way, that may not be how someone else sees it. When introducing someone to something you like, let them figure out the best way to enjoy it for them. It's often much more fun for the both of you that way. This episode is actually a lot like Another Way. Finn's seen what it's like to have another person's process thrust upon him, and here he learns that he shouldn't force his process on someone else. This lesson is really important to me. As a neurodivergent person myself, I tend to do a lot of things a little bit differently than how other people do them. I might have different organization rules, if I'm even organized at all, and I might just have a different thought process on how to handle things. And that's fine. It doesn't mean my way is better or worse than your way, it's just different, and it's a way that makes sense to me. As long as it's not harming anyone, just let other people do things in their own way. I don't get why that's so hard for some people to understand. Wizard City and BMO are okay and pretty good, but I think the other two Distant Land specials really take full advantage of that 44-minute runtime. The Glass Kingdom is in danger, as the Dragon Larvo is about to break free from his prison. Glass Boy tracks down Marceline to help, as she took down Larvo a couple of decades ago with a magic song. Marcy's off living her best cottagecore lesbian life with Peebee, so when Glass Boy turns up at her doorstep, she's not exactly thrilled. Especially so when we learn that the Glass Kingdom is where Peebee and Marcy broke up way back when. But Marcy and Peebee tried to keep their past behind them as they try to save the kingdom. We're treated to Bubbleline's breakup story, which includes an absolute jam of a breakup song, but in present day, the song doesn't work to contain Larvo, so Marcy decides she needs to write a new, even more angsty song, but she doesn't have that same sort of rage she had when she was younger. Obsidian is mainly about Marcy learning how to be soft, or more so accepting that she has become soft. For nearly her entire history as a character, she's put on a front of being a punky, confident, mostly lone wolf. She's been scared to show her softer side, the parts of her that want friendships and relationships with other people. But of course, you can't have character development without some good old-fashioned trauma. We learn a lot more about Marcy's past here, about how even as a kid she could only ever see herself as a monster. And Marcy's mom, how she died getting Marcy to a shelter in the post-apocalypse, and how Marcy never really got closure from that. Until now. During the episode, Marcy travels back to that shelter to get herself to remember what it felt like for her those hundreds of years ago. There on the wall is an audio message from her mom, a final goodbye from nearly 1,000 years ago.
Marceline, you're there, aren't you?
Brave girl. I'm sorry I had to trick you. But you're tough enough to handle this world on your own.
And it's not gonna change you, because you have a good heart.
I love you, Marceline. I hope you can forgive me.
End of messages.
Marcy's been through a lot of things in her millennia of life. It seems to her that every time she's loved someone, that love ends up hurting her in the end. Mostly due to the universe just hating this little gal, but in her and PB's case, her own trauma is working against her, setting up roadblocks that she just couldn't get past.
Ultimately, the only way to heal from her trauma is for Marcy to be vulnerable with PB. She has to be open and communicate. Otherwise, their relationship will crumble, and Marcy will continue to suffer from her past. All of this culminates in the song Marcy sings to PB as they're trapped in a cave with Larvo. Monster. Marcy's promise to Bonnie that she won't hide away from loving her, that she's accepted that she's soft and it's not a bad thing. She's not any weaker because of the things she's gone through, and she's not any weaker because she loves Bonnie.
You're the pink in my cheeks, and I love that it means I'm a little bit soft. Oh!
Marcy and PB's romance was always in the background of the OG show. The creators wanted them to be official exes even all the way back in season 3, but execs being execs, they couldn't allow a gay relationship to happen, so the writers had to work their magic and conceal their relationship under layers of subtext. It sucks that they couldn't tell the story they had imagined for PB and Marceline all the way back then, but interestingly enough, that weird gray space they played with through the entire series kind of shaped what eventually became a beautiful story of growth and forgiveness between these two gals. Ever since the episode What Was Missing in Season 3, which by the way came out in 2011, it's been apparent that these two have some sort of history together. We hear about this moment where Marceline gives Bonnie a t-shirt, which meant a lot to both of them. Also, not to mention the song I'm Just Your Problem, which alludes to this event that caused the two to split up. 7 whole years and a lot of personal growth and development later, Marcy and Bubblegum share a kiss in the finale, cementing them as a couple. But we never got an answer to what exactly happened in their past. Then 2 years after the finale, nearly a decade after their romance was first teased, we got Obsidian, which isn't just a great capper on Bubbling as a whole, but an essential part of the story of these two. Ironically, the fact they had to hide Bubbling's romance contributed to this excellently written story that took a decade to unfold, as well as having some of the best queer representation out there. But execs, don't take that as a lesson. Let gay people exist in media without pushback. If you needed more proof that Marceline is the most complex, best-written character in the whole show, here's Obsidian for you. Finn finds a truck one morning and brings it to the treehouse. The boys have no idea how to repair it though, so they call up their neighbor Banana Man. He's good with mechanics, so he helps the boys refurbish it. The gang gets closer and closer to finishing the truck as the days go on. And finally, they get their victory lap with their new truck named Hot Daniel. They drive over to the Candy Kingdom, where they stumble upon a lizard clone of Princess Bubblegum, and take her out with Hot Daniel, sacrificing him in the process. I miss you, Hot Daniel. There are a lot of minor characters in the Land of Goo. A lot. Some are better than others, but Banana Man has gotta be one of the best ones. If this were a character tier list, I would have barely hesitated before putting this guy in S. His passion for invention is just so evident and infectious. He's so giddy to share his passion with the 3 coolest dudes in OO. His simple desire to just have friends really makes me want to root for this dude. He feels like such a real person. Ironic, considering he's voiced by the one and only Weird Al Yankovic. Usually this dude voices really wacky characters in TV, but here, he's more of a normal dude than even Finn. This episode exemplifies another thing I love about this show. Adventure Time doesn't always need to be about an adventure. The characters simply interacting with each other, doing a menial task like fixing a truck, is charming and funny and brilliant enough to carry an entire episode. It's literally just me and the boys fixing a truck. And the thing is, I want to put this one even higher, but I just can't. I can't justify putting it above what we've got next. I legit love it that much. If I had to pick an episode of the show to be a comfort episode, this would be it. Jake has a dream where he talks with his other brother, Jermaine. Interesting detail about Jake and Jermaine, they can share dreams. It's never brought up exactly why they can do this, but that's not something I'm just dying to know the answer to. It's just something cool. Jermaine doesn't exactly look to be in his best shape. He's looking grisly. And the graves of Joshua and Margaret are still sitting on his head, symbolizing that their deaths still weigh heavy on his conscience. Jermaine kicks Jake out of his dull dream box, waking him up. Jake then tells Finn they should probably go visit him and see why he's so glum. As they approach his house, there's a salt ring keeping about a dozen demons out of it. As soon as they show up to his place, Finn and Jake immediately start trashing the place. I guess because they're excited to be back in their old home. Jermaine explains that he's got a duty to protect all of Joshua and Margaret's things. He has to keep demons out of the house. He has to flip a tape every 30 minutes to keep a monster trapped in the basement. He doesn't have time for anything else. Finn and Jake tell him that he can't live like this, but Jermaine simply says he's responsible. It's up to him to take care of Joshua and Margaret's legacy. Jake offers to make him some fried rice, just to take care of him a bit. Jermaine's excited at first, but then he asks Jake where he got the salt, because he sure doesn't have time to get it. Jake tells him he got it from the ring outside. You know, the thing keeping a bunch of demons at bay. One of them gets inside, but the three are able to take care of the problem. Finn and Jake celebrate their victory, but Jermaine has a different reaction.
Special Guys 1 and 2 win every day. Cracking jokes, reading foodie mags in your Treetown funhouse. Must be nice to be so special you can go off and find your own fancy ways. Meanwhile, I gotta stay here and watch Dad's trashy booty because I never stretched into the sky and farted on the wings of a falcon, I guess.
Jake doesn't take Jermaine's whole rant seriously, and that causes Jerm to flip the math out. In his blind rage, he starts pummeling Jake's tush. He rants again on how he wishes he could live like Finn and Jake, free from responsibility, every day full of possibility, but he doesn't even get salt. As the fight goes on, Jermaine throws one of his parents' artifacts, accidentally setting the house on fire.
You got to be Dad's favorite! I got stuck with his mess!
Dad loved us both. You could have left any time.
I know!
Jake's able to calm Jermaine down with what else but one of Jake's iconic fart jokes. Jermaine concedes that he really did do this to himself, that he really could have left any time. Finn asks his bros to help him take care of the fire. Jake's in, but Jermaine?
You gonna leave me hanging, bro?
Let it burn.
Huh?
But all Dad's stuff!
No, I think it's all right.
After the smoke clears, all that's left is a monster. He stumbles out from the basement, surprisingly all buddy-buddy with Jermaine. They go off into the forest together, Jermaine being ready to live his own life from now on. I'm always amazed at how complex of a story this show can cook up in 11 minutes. In that crazy short amount of time, we get an in-depth dive into how the ostracized brother of Finn and Jake was molded by their late parents' expectations, how he learns to let go of his parents' responsibilities and become his own person. It's truly impressive. I like how Jermaine doesn't go to live with Finn and Jake after the whole debacle. He's got some more emotional unpacking to do. He's clearly still a little resentful of them for leaving him behind and forgetting about him. Lots of non-fans of the show are surprised to learn that Finn and Jake have a third brother. How come they never brought it up when Finn and Jake's brotherhood is so important? I like how this episode takes the audience's perspective into account when crafting what Jermaine the character is all about. He's the leftover middle child, forgotten about, left to deal with all his parents' things while the other two go live their best life, just how the audience perceived it. Jermaine is one of my favorite characters in the show. A definite top 10. Kim Kil-won asks Finn and Jake to flush out a ghost problem at Joshua and Margaret's old office. The boys realize that it might just be the ghosts of their parents, and prepare to see them one last time. Throughout the whole episode, the boys are talking about just how great their parents were, as well as their memories growing up with them. As they're looking around, they walk back into a room they were just leaving, but now it's all different. The furniture is moved around, the table is set, and the candles are lit. Behind them, a tape falls from a bookshelf. The boys put the tape in and see their parents documenting the same sort of paranormal stuff that Finn and Jake are dealing with. Things keep happening and the mysteries unfolded slowly, but I'm just gonna wrap it up here since it's really confusing. The whole thing wasn't actually ghosts. It was actually time slips caused by the Chad clock bear. Different points in time had been kind of mixed together in a pot. While all this was happening, Jake witnessed his own birth, which raises a bunch of questions from him, considering it wasn't from his mom. Finn fixes up Clockbear, but as time is being mended, he takes his last chance and spells out "I love you" in ticker tape for his parents to see. Joshua and Margaret don't know that it's from their son in the future, but damn, it's still so heartwarming.
Oh boy, our first case. Looks like we have a poltergeist. And it's got a little crush on me. What a sassafras!
The last scene of the episode has Jake accepting that, man, he really was born from his dad. Far out. Then suddenly, this weird blue dude appears next to him. He touches him, turning him blue, and says, "We have to leave." And then they leave. Weird, convoluted time plots are awesome. I don't care how confusing they are. You mix some good time weirdness with some heartwarming moments of Finn and Jake's family with a hint of mystery, and bam, easy S-tier episode. It's Jake's birthday, woohoo! We're treated to a story about Joshua and Margaret as a gift. The pair recently moved into their new investigations office and need to make some dough, but Margaret is very pregnant, so they've got to be cautious about which cases they take. Margaret gets sick of being cautious and runs off after a monster. Unfortunately, she gets stuck, and Joshua steps in to save her. The monster takes Joshua and bites him on the head. Later on, after Margaret tries to get an antidote for whatever the monster did to Joshua, his head lump starts going bananas as Margaret gets contractions. Joshua's head lump bursts, and out comes Jake?
Hello, Daddy. Hello, Mommy. It's so nice to be here with you now.
We cut to Mr. and Mrs. the dog strolling away with their babies, Jake and Jermaine.
Let's never tell them how it happened.
Agreed.
And so they never told me.
Never told you what?
I don't know. They never told me.
Joshua and Margaret are always a treat to see on screen. Most of the reason they're such entertaining characters is just because of their voices. They say everything in an old-timey 30s accent. They can be saying the most ridiculous thing or even the most average thing, and it's priceless. Finn and Jake have always talked to both of their parents. We've got a good idea of what they're like from episodes like Dad's Dungeon and Jake the Dad, but it's cool seeing these two in action. Oh yeah, and up until the last couple episodes of the series, this is as much of an answer as we get to Jake's shape-shifting powers. A weird monster dude impregnated his dad. God, that's not what it sounds like.
God, I'm fucking gay. This episode is such a good progression for Marcy and Peeb's relationship. They're realizing how much they miss each other and just want to spend time with each other. It's such a well-written deep dive into where the characters are right now in their relationship. They spend most of the episode in the underground tunnel revisiting their past memories with one another, memories of happiness in a much simpler time. The episode has a general focus on Peeb's character and her emotions. She spent most of her life needing to be fully in control and prepared, and after she lost the Candy Kingdom, she can't even tend after a pumpkin patch. She feels so helpless and out of control, which causes her to push away the people closest to her. She never gave herself a single break, which completely burnt her out. But this episode shows her being vulnerable for the first time in a while with Marcy. She wants to open up and bring Marcy back into her life so that she can share life with the people she cares about and stop isolating herself. The episode ends with Peeb asking Marcy to watch the pumpkin patch for 15 minutes while she rests on her shoulder. Just in that 30-second clip, Peeb allows herself to trust Marceline and be vulnerable even if it's just for 15 minutes. This shows her willingness to grow and to try to stop being as controlling, as well as her willingness to reconnect with Marcy. One thing I very much appreciate from the entire episode is how they handle the gals' overall relationship. So many shows know where they want characters to go, but don't know how they want them to get there. This causes the viewer to feel a switch has been flipped, and the characters are acting totally different, which becomes very jarring. But that isn't what happens in Adventure Time at all, and Peeb and Marcy showcase this perfectly. There is a clear pathway of growth in the series, in episodes like What Was Missing, to Skywitch, to Varmints, to Stakes, to Broke His Crown, to Come Along With Me. The growth is very gradual and is done so well. Their relationship in What Was Missing starts with wounds that are still incredibly open between the two, and the show perfectly weaves them working it out together and moving forward in gradual ways. And I think Varmints is a really good demonstration of this. It's right in the middle of the two's timeline, so you see them both wanting very much to be open and vulnerable with each other, but they are hesitant and unsure because of the wounds that are still not completely healed yet. Growth takes time and effort from both parties, and the show exemplifies that growth in a very real way. Adventure Time really knows how to write the middle parts, and I really appreciate that. This episode is by far the peak of Season 1, and sets such a foundation of how good the show is yet to be. For season 1, this is actually a pretty inventive concept and could have fallen flat on its face. But through funny gags and good writing, it turns out amazing. The episode starts with the boys planning out a day of adventures, but are quickly forced inside due to a knife storm. Jake decides, to pass the time, they should use their imagination. It's never clarified how, but for some reason, whatever Jake imagines comes to life. He imagines the floor is lava, and the boys rush upstairs to find Jake's imagination off machine. They run out and are forced to cross a bridge. Jake imagines a steel umbrella to block the knives, but also accidentally imagines a bridge troll. However, he can't think of a riddle, so Finn just throws a missile at him. Turns out Jake imagined an invisible monster, so even he can't see it. Jake manages to fight it off, and Finn flips the switch. It appears that the switch completely voided Jake from his past bombastic personality. He's now mega boring, and Finn imagines an imagination back on switch to bring him back. Finn has a brief encounter with some of his imagination creatures, but is able to flip the switch. A fairy hits the hyperdrive button, causing Jake to imagine everything, including Margaret naked. But Finn fixes it and everything goes back to normal. After rewatching this, I think the reason this episode is so amazing is because of the sound and sound effects. They are so immersive and really allow you to imagine what's going on. It's impressive for an episode from season 1 to be this high, but it truly is just that good.
Finn has this crazy ache in his tooth, so everyone is pleading with him to go dentist. Finn doesn't want to on account of the fact that when you go dentist, they put you in a hole with snakes and rotten butter. Finn finally gives in though, and when he plunges into the hole, he's met with a whole militaristic anti-society. Going to the dentist in OO is a lot different than going to the dentist in our time. To receive dental care, you must serve a small tour of duty against the enemy, big-ass worms. They pair Finn up with a partner who ends up being none other than Tiffany. He's still salty about how Finn led Jake away from his life of crime with his goody-goody influence. He can't wait for the fateful day when Finn dies so that Tiffany can swoop in and change Jake back to a life of crime. Finn tries to get Tiffany to see that they're not all that different, that they'd be good as a team, and they even get a chance to show that when the worms rear their head. Finn and Tiffany take down about a dozen giant worms with ease, but after that's done, the head worm barrels out of the ground, leaving Finn hanging on for his life. He begs for Tiffany to pull him up, but even after proving that they're a good pair, he can't bring himself to save him. But when Finn falls into the maw of the worm, it spits him back up, shatters all of Finn's teeth, and knocks Tiffany back down. And that's the last we ever see of the star that is Tiffany Euler. Finn wakes up with his teeth good as new, and returns to the surface. I guess after making so many jokes about Tiffany, I should explain exactly why he's such a meme. 99% of why he's so damn great is just due to the way he speaks. He speaks near exclusively in metaphors and allegories that are harder to find the meaning of than most of Shakespeare.
We're opposites, you and me. Oil and goody-goody Snow White baby vanilla bean mitten water. Go Tiffany!
That, and the absurdly creative insults he can come up with, like he calls Finn a baritone herb. What the hell does that mean? He presents himself and thinks of himself as the main character when that couldn't be further from the truth. And just when you think you've seen him for the last time, he always, and I mean always, pops back up when you least expect it. But Tiffany ain't the sole reason this episode is fantastic. The other reason is mainly the comedy. Not everything in here is laugh out loud funny, but even the ones that don't give me a chuckle have me smiling. It's genuinely just that charming of an episode. This feels a lot like an early season 1 or 2 vibe, but it also has a more mature story of Finn trying to peacefully resolve Tiffany's petty hatred of him, while Tiffany is just endlessly stubborn about it. It's just a fun situation that Finn's put in. It's BMO's birthday, and there's a special guest coming to visit him, none other than Mo himself. But he looks a bit off. He says his body was conking out on him, so he transferred his consciousness into one of his bots. Mo tells BMO that he has a special birthday mission for him to complete, a rite of passage for every Mo bot. A quick stop at the factory and back, and then BMO will be all grown up. As BMO is on his quest, he ponders if he even wants to grow up. Will he be the same person when he's older? Will Finn and Jake still love him? There's a part of this little guy that wants to be a child forever. Nevertheless, BMO continues on his mission. He makes it to the old Mo factory, but gets tricked by Demo into the garbage compactor. He ends up stuck, dangling over a void, like the best protagonists of our time, and cries out, yelling that something went wrong with the mission. But he starts to wonder if maybe this is part of the mission. Maybe the lesson is, when you're grown up, you have no idea if things are totally haywire or working like intended. The compactor eventually lets him fall, and down the deep, deep hole, he meets Almo. He explains to BMO that yesterday, every Mo in the factory was told to somersault into the compactor all day long, and all those parts were squished together into one being, hence Almo. Almo tells BMO about their very first sibling, Amo. God, I am so sick of saying Mo every other word. See, BMO was made to give love to others, while Amo was built only to receive love. That constant greed for more and more love blinded Amo to the people in his life who actually did love him. BMO figures Mo can just fix him up, but Almo tells him that Mo is already dead. Meaning that bot at the treehouse? Yeah, that's Amo. BMO rushes back to Finn and Jake right when Amo knocks them out. BMO chases Amo for answers about what he did to Mo. Mo's last wish was for his consciousness to be sent into space, but Amo, feeling rejected at Mo's death, becomes resentful of him. Amo needs love, and since Mo's dying, he can't give it to him. Mo should just magically get better because Amo wants him to. He learned about BMO's hippy-dippy new family and wanted a piece of that love pie, so he concocted this whole plan to replace BMO with himself. BMO isn't happy with that, and tries to stop him, and Amo ends up careening off a cliff and deactivating. Finn, Jake, and Almo catch up and check in on him. Almo asks BMO to lead the Mo factory. BMO says that he can't. He's not grown up yet. Or he's too grown up. He did just kill a man. He says he needs space. And the episode ends with BMO, again, reflecting on his journey. This episode is truly one of a kind. We never see BMO act like this. Ever. He keeps that childlike wonder and usual BMO charm, but for the first time we see BMO dealing with some serious crap. His creator died. He killed a man. He doesn't know if he'll ever grow up. My favorite thing about this episode is the dichotomy between Amo and BMO, showing how being immature can negatively impact you and other people's lives. I think Amo as a whole represents why we need to grow up. BMO isn't grown up, not by any means, but the important thing is that he's asking the big questions. He's making an effort. He's started the path to growth, while all Amo can do is complain that no one loves him. The very last scene in this episode is utterly fantastic. BMO is in conflict with himself about whether he'll grow into a good person or be stuck like Amo was. All Amo did was follow his programming. And Mo made both of them. If Amo turned up like that, why wouldn't BMO do the same? Except, BMO was made to be more than just another robot. He can see the world as it can be, not just how it is. He has the power to change, to be more. The visuals, along with the dialogue itself, help to enhance this scene even more. I love how BMO's inner conflict with himself is presented as him talking to other versions of himself, like they're pushing and pulling, trying to figure out what's what. And then when BMO reaches his epiphany, all those battling psyches merge together and unanimously agree that BMO can be more than himself. It's powerful stuff. I'm glad that this episode was given 22 minutes to tell its story. I don't think it would work quite as well without that extra time. And what a great idea for an episode too! An exploration of identity with BMO, a character that views the world in such a magical, childlike lens. Seeing him grapple with growing up is such a unique idea. I'm about to say something that may shock you. Are you ready? This is the first Prismo episode on this list, besides some quick 2-second appearances in an episode here or there. Through the entire series, well, the OJ series at least, he only has 5 episodes that focus on him. 5! 5! And he's probably the most beloved character in the Adventure Time universe. How the hell is he so iconic, only having 5 major appearances? There are only a handful of characters in all of media that have that same effect. Well, I think the key to what makes Prismo so damn awesome lies in this episode. At the start of Season 6, Prismo was killed by the Lich, and all that was left after his death was the last jar of his artisanal pickles. Jake decides it's time to eat the very last one. Once Jake eats it and goes to bed, he's sent to Prismo's time room, but back in Ooh, there's a weird dream version of him walking about. Finn sees him reenact moments from their past, and eventually figures that if he keeps the continuity of these events, he'll be able to follow Jake to wherever he went. And he's right, he ends up in the time room on Jake's trail. Jake stumbles upon a room with the comfiest mattress in all of reality, and takes a nap, because of course that's what Jake does. His dream summons Prismo back from the dead. Finn gets stopped by a version of Prismo from the past, and takes him to where Jake is sleeping. He wakes him up, they go hide around the corner, And because they apparently caused a time loop, there's another set of Finn and Jake running around. Prismo tells Finn that when past Finn goes to wake up Jake, stop him. He does that, and then when past Finn sees present Finn, he turns into a sword. Because apparently that's what happens if you see your future self in the Adventure Time universe. They leave Jake to nap, and he turns into Old Man Prismo. I guess there's just going to be an alternative timeline version of Jake projecting Prismo for the rest of eternity. Cool. I'll be honest and say, yeah, this episode's plot is messy. It's a mix of dreams and time travel and resurrection, and even for someone like me and Ash, who are fans of this complicated time travel stuff that's difficult to decipher, this episode is really difficult to decipher. So my solution to this problem is to just not think about it that hard. That fixes it right up. Thing is, even Prismo isn't sure about the logic of it all.
Shoot, I don't know if I thought this thing all the way through. What? Oh, it'll be cool. It'll be cool.
That one clip of him is a good reason I like this guy so much. He can grant wishes and create whole universes with a flick of his hand. He's one of the most powerful beings in all of reality. Yet, he's just a normal dude. He still likes chilling in hot tubs, he has lady issues, and he enjoys a good board game. His job is to oversee the multiverse, but even he sometimes slips up. He treats his mistakes like he's made a drink wrong at a coffee shop or something, not what they actually are, which are universe-changing, reality-warping crises of cosmic proportion. In Crossover, a universe is imploding in on itself, but he's not upset because that universe is about to die, he's upset that his boss will hold him responsible. Overall, he's just a guy. A cool dude. That's why he's so great. That and his character design, because oh my god, it's one of the most inventive ideas for a character design ever. Only able to snap to 2D surfaces like he's a projection? That's fascinating. And I love the way they play with that idea in the future. Long, long ago, countless millennia before even the Mushroom War, this little dino guy named Gunther was the apprentice of the ice elemental, Urgence Evergreen. Evergreen is trying to mount a defense to this millennia's catalyst comet. Oh, yeah, so the comets. Every 1,000 years, a comet strikes Earth, bringing about some kind of impactful change to the world. Good or bad, or in between. This certain comet has some familiar-looking horns on top. So, presumably really not great at all. Evergreen's plan involves building a crown, so that when it's placed on the owner's head, it shall grant their deepest, truest wish. In this case, destroying the comet before it destroys the world. Evergreen takes Gunther on a quest to retrieve the crystals for the crown. Evergreen isn't exactly the best father figure. He constantly belittles Gunther, telling him he can't do anything. He keeps promising to teach him to use magic, but he doesn't. Constantly, all Gunther hears day in and day out is, "Gunther, no." And even after all this, Gunther constantly looks up to Evergreen. He wants to be just like him. Just when the comet is about to hit, Evergreen's palace gets destroyed by the dude they stole the jewels from. Evergreen is stuck, so the only way to save the world is for Gunther to use the crown, and use his deepest truest wish to banish the comet. But Gunther's deepest truest wish isn't to dispel the comet, it's to become like Master Evergreen. So when the boy puts the crown on his head, he morphs into Evergreen, and utters the only words that he's ever spoken to Gunther.
Gunther, no. Gunther, no.
Gunther, buddy,
Gunther,
what are you wishing for down there?
Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no.
Gunther, no.
Gunther, no.
That's the wrong wish. You've got to snap out of it. Use a concentration spell or a basic focusing charm, like I taught you. I mean, like I meant to teach you.
Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no. Gunther, no.
It's truly haunting. The world ended. The Ice Crown took its many victims. The Lich existed because of the failure of this gargantuan asshole to treat this kid right. The pain in Gunther's voice as he chants "Gunther, no" always gets to me. The way it crescendos as the comet looms over the backdrop just adds to the horror of it all. The psychological pain Evergreen put Gunther through ripples out for decades upon centuries upon millennia. And all that pain is still apparent in our own Ice King. You notice how the crown peculiarly latches onto someone and calls them Gunther, and instead of hating them or ignoring them like Evergreen did, the crown takes care of Gunther, loves him, and even needs him.
Gunter's pain was so ingrained in him that he projected it onto the Crown's code, causing his desire to be cared for to be an integral part of the Crown's curse. The way the writers are able to cross both the character moments and the world building is just genius. It's just genius, man. Moral of the story being, don't abuse your kids. The world might just end if you do. The Comet is the second part to the Season 6 finale, and considering it's been well over an hour since I talked about that one, I'll give a brief recap of the important stuff. PB lost the Candy Kingdom election to the King of Ooh, there's a strange purple comet that has its sight set on Ooh, then Orgalorg, the primordial monster inside Gunter, boards a rocket, with Finn and Jake tagging close behind. This episode starts with Orgalorg taking his true form and leaving Finn and Jake adrift, stranded in space. Orgalorg then explains he wants to eat the comet to consume its dank power. Finn panics, remembering Jake's croak dream, floating all alone, suffocating in the vacuum of space, Finn being unable to do anything about it. The only card he can play is to reach out to the universe, trust in it to bring him an answer. Luckily, the universe listens, and none other than Martin pulls up in his space moth. Martin believes that there was no reason that he showed up to save Finn. It was all just happenstance. But Finn believes that the universe has intention. The moth spies the light of the comet and starts flying towards it, just as it flies into the mouth of good old Orgalorg. Finn immediately jumps in after it. He panics again as he starts getting the life sucked from him, but luckily his grass arm activates and slices Orgalorg up. Is it more than a little convenient? Absolutely, but I never really took Orgalorg seriously. Everything before this is just set up for what the episode is really about. Season 6 is an incredibly divisive period of the show. Many say it's the worst season, they say it gets too philosophical and abstract, but I think that's entirely by design. If you viewed this whole season through the lens of Finn's character, I think you'll find there's a consistent theme throughout. Starting even before Season 6, Finn is in a depression. He's still reeling from an awful breakup, he found out that his dad is a scumbag, and he lost his arm. Well, at least for a little bit he did. Basically, life is throwing hands with Finn Mertens. He's questioning everything. We have episodes like The Tower, that has Finn at war with himself over his feelings regarding his dad. Breezy, where he tries coping with his emotions in not exactly the healthiest way. And of course, Astral Plane, where he simply observes life and contemplates the beauty of creation. Episodes not even focusing on Finn tackle these themes, like Jake the Brick. Like I said before, Finn is questioning everything. His father, his past, his relationships, his place in the universe. Ultimately trying to answer the real question of, is life worth living? After Finn defeats Orgalorg, the comet is freed, and surprise, surprise, it's sentient. The comet gives Finn a choice. Either leave with it and transcend into a new mode of existence, or stay here and struggle like a beautiful autumn leaf, as the comet puts it. Finn could choose not to deal with life. He could be free from heartbreak, joy, music, riches, power, honor, breakfast, lunch, dinner, mothers, fathers, dirtbags, rage, jealousy, euphoria, terror, good, bad, friends and enemies. He could just stop. He could stop the madness. He could say goodbye to pain and pleasure and the random assortment of bullcrap life throws at him. He can choose to leave, to not deal with it at all. All the ideas of this season of the show culminate in Finn's decision. Finn accepts that pain will happen over and over and over. He accepts that he won't know the answers to everything. He's come to appreciate his place in the universe. So he tells the comet,
I feel like I put a lot of work into this meat reality. I'd like to see it through.
Finn decides that even through all of its hardships and trials, life is worth living. And whether you realize it or not, that's a decision that we make every day too. We choose to face the slot machine of life, to live life every day and power through, even when it's excruciating. So to anyone out there struggling, you are stronger than you know. Anyway, back to Wacky Adventure Show. The comet accepts, but right after, Martin asks if he could take that offer instead. And Finn isn't all too happy about it. He asks Martin why he always runs from things.
You burn enough bridges, the only direction to move is forward.
Well, there ain't no changing you, I guess.
Well, I'm glad we finally understand each other. Start the engine, Comet Boy!
Prepare to discorporate.
Goodbye, son!
Bye, Dad.
So Martin and the comet peace out from reality, and miraculously, Jake and Banana Man come by in BM's rocket ship, and they all return safely to Ooh.
Obviously, I think this one is pretty great. It suffers from some pacing issues, and that's mainly why it's not an S+. I feel like everything is just blazed through with no time to breathe. They defeat Orgalorg, Finn decides life is worth living, and Finn accepts his dad for who he is, all in the span of not even 5 minutes. It's kind of a lot. More time on each of these ideas definitely could have been used, but don't think that ever changes the underlying message of this episode. It doesn't make it any less powerful. Finn and Jake find this holo message from Joshua. He tells the boys that he's built a dungeon just for them. As the boys go through the trials, they find more messages from their dad. Joshua gets more and more harsh with Finn, calling him a baby, a coward, a sissy, even getting Jake to join in with ganging up on him. Finn gets down in the dumps with this, questioning why his dad is saying these things to him. Jake then confesses to Finn why Joshua is being such a dillweed. Joshua told Jake that he's concerned that Finn won't be tough enough when he's older. He thought that giving Finn a little tough love would make him stronger. Finn's iconic response to that is,
"But I'm tough! My whole body is a callus!"
On the next holo message, Joshua gets grabbed by this giant monster he put in a pit. Finn and Jake run after him, even though the tape was recorded years ago and Joshua's already gone, so they should know he's not in danger. Anyway, the boys find their dad's iconic demon blood sword, but guarding it is this freaky, massive, gangly monster. I genuinely love the design of this thing. Finn is battered around and gets discouraged, but Jake puts in the final tape, where Joshua tells Finn that he's proud of him, that he loves him, and that he's going to do great things in this world. Finn stands up, takes his dad's sword, and fights the monster as Jake uses that final holo message to make a sick-ass remix of love and support for our boy Finn.
Yo, Finn! I made this message for you. For you, for you. The dungeon for you. This world for you. This message, it's for you. Finn, you're gonna do great. You're gonna do great things. You're gonna do great.
God, that scene is really powerful. And this episode makes me so happy. We get some Joshua stuff, some character stuff, some wacky dungeoning stuff, and that ever-present Adventure Time charm. Dad's Dungeon is a simple, fun story, but it's a powerful one regardless.
When you ask someone to think of Adventure Time, where does their mind go? A silly boy and his magical dog? Maybe a candy princess and an ice wizard? But for so many people, their mind goes to this episode. This episode is a staple of early Adventure Time, and sets a blueprint of greatness for the rest of the show. I would also argue this is the catalyst for when Adventure Time gets real and becomes much more character-driven. Everyone is just chillin' when this random nerd called the Door Lord comes and fricks everything up. He steals all the main gang's most valuable possessions, stealing from Finn, Jake, Marcy, PB, and even our favorite character in the entire show, Jam Jam! Not Jam Jam! The group chases the Door Lord to a huge door that is locked, declaring it will open to the song of a genuine band. Marcy then spills her heart out in a song digging into the tension between PB and Marcy, conveying how raw Marcy is with how PB treated her in the past, heavily implying that they used to be dating. If I were to say the song sparked the fanbase, I'd be wrong, because it set the fanbase ablaze. There was so much fan art, headcanons, and ships of the two. In the fandom, Bubbling's original name was actually Sugarless Gum, which is pretty cool. This song developed a clear history between the characters, and set the tone of how complicated these characters' relationships are, which then allowed the rest of the series to evolve this idea into a compelling arc. Everyone gets really upset at each other and runs away, and so, Finn starts singing his own song, displaying his feelings and how he feels not seen as who he is.
What am I to you? Am I a joke, your knight or your brother? What am I to you? Do you look down on me cause I'm younger?
This is also an incredibly impactful song, and perfectly resonates for a teenager who is also just trying to figure out himself as well. It's a great song about perception and identity, and if you ask me to list off every lyric from the song, I 100% could. As this song was completely genuine and brought all of them back together, it opened the door up. They go to get their stuff back, but realize the real valuable was spending time with their friends.
He may have stolen our treasures,
but by doing so, he showed us
that the real treasure is friendship.
Everyone then gets their stuff back, with it turning out that PB's most valuable possession was a rock shirt that Marcy gave her a while back. Marcy also reveals that nothing was stolen from her and she just wanted to hang out with her buds. There's a reason this episode became a cultural phenomenon of the early 2010s, and is still one of the most well-known episodes in the entire series. There's this funny thing about this episode that I haven't heard many other people mention, but I think it's really cool. When I was younger, I mean way younger, I related so much to Finn. His strive for identity within himself, and also his stress over others' perception of him, were very relatable. I felt seen as a confused little child, and his song allowed me to understand how confusing sense of self truly can be. But the more and more I grew, the more I began relating more to Marcy here. Stuff started making a whole lot more sense, while also becoming a hell of a lot more confusing. I found more of who the person I was and wanted to be, but at the same time came more and more conflict with those around me. And these situations were confusing, and I didn't know how to process my emotions, and it just left me feeling frustrated. A lot of kids watch SpongeBob and link themselves to the titular sponge. But as they get older, they start to understand more of Squidward's characteristics, even if they are a bit exaggerated. I feel a similar way about this episode, where it allows me to view this episode in a totally different light, to reflect on the complexities of relationships, while at the same time understanding myself better. This episode is so well known for so many reasons, and is so damn good. The character work and emotions displayed are truly special.
Jake is a brick for 11 minutes, and it's so much better than you might first think. I think this is one of those episodes you just gotta watch to really understand. Kinda like a lot of books. Describing the plot doesn't do it justice, you gotta experience the art. The amount of themes packed into this tiny episode is kind of insane. Ash and I had a whole half-hour-long discussion before writing this section. Let me tell you some of the themes we talked about. It's about finding your place in the world, doing stuff for you no matter how others react. It's about the power of investment. It's about enjoying the small beauties of the world. It's about becoming a spectator of the world. And it's about perceiving the world in a different way than you did before. I figure that everyone has their own interpretation of what this episode is really trying to say. I'll explain my thoughts before I hand the mic over to Ash and Sabrina for their interpretations. I think this episode is first and foremost about the power of investment. Let me explain exactly what I mean by that. I believe that in stories, and in art, and just in life in general, you get out what you put in. I believe that there's always meaning to things that are happening around you, and you can either choose to not read into it, or you can dissect it and come away with a new lease on life. Jake, understandably, gets bored doing absolutely nothing, so he takes an interest in a bunny beside him. He becomes invested in its struggle trying to find a shelter during a rainstorm, and he starts narrating that struggle. What he doesn't realize, though, is that Finn dropped a little walkie-talkie earlier and is broadcasting this pseudo-nature podcast all across Ooo. Countless people from all over Ooo turn in to hear about this seemingly random bunny. PB, Ice King, Rattleballs, Nepter, Princess Cookie, Lady in TV, even Betty. As Jake's show goes on, it gets a bigger and bigger following, and the people who were already invested get even more so. Later on, the bunny's home is violently destroyed by a deer. Jake and his listeners are devastated, until they see that the bunny isn't all too bothered by it. The bunny simply makes the best of a bad situation and climbs into a tree. As the people of Ooo rejoice, Jake realizes that there's something bigger than being a brick in a shack. Getting invested in the seemingly insignificant struggle of a bunny taught him something about life. And because the people of Ooo listened in, because they were invested too, they got joy out of seeing the bunny overcome life's problems. And that's what we've been doing this entire video too, using stories to discuss themes, emotions, and life lessons, hopefully learning along the way. And the second thing that Jake the Brick does that I want to talk about is about the interconnectedness of all things. The bunny doesn't realize the effect its story is having on Jake, and Jake doesn't realize the effect of his nature podcast on Ooo. Even if they can't see it, they're having an undeniable impact on the world at large. These people's lives are bouncing off each other, affecting each other, like one big game of pool. Okay, not my best analogy, but you get my point. One action can ripple out and touch so many people's lives. So that's my long-winded take on this wonderful episode. But let's hear what Ash has to say about it.
For me, this episode is very good at telling so many different things. But my interpretation is enjoying the small things, as well as taking a step back and experiencing the beauty of the world. When you spend your entire life running and adventuring constantly, sometimes you need to just slow down. Life is a really special thing, and sometimes to experience it, you just need to take a step back. Once you stop moving, life gets put back into perspective, and you realize what is truly important. because the little things are important, and they are what make life worth living. Jake here shows how experiencing life through a different lens allows you to perceive the whole world in a new light. And this new perspective becomes a point in which every citizen can band together to put aside their differences and enjoy creation for what it is. And it's even more special as even though Finn doesn't understand at all, he stays extremely supportive. He wants Jake to do what he must, even if he doesn't get it. The episode just perfectly represents, in my eyes, how glorious art is and how it brings so many people together. And even outside of the in-universe stuff, the episode also does the exact same thing. It's a work of art that has so many different interpretations, and that brings together so many people.
All of the messages and morals Bucket and Ash mentioned before all have arguments to be made, and I'd be lying if I said I didn't agree with them to some extent. But for me, the biggest idea of this episode is, as Bucket mentioned, zooming out. Jake's life is an eventful one. He's gone on countless adventures, and at any given moment, he could do the coolest, most exciting thing in the world simply because he wants to. However, his more simple desire to be a brick in a brick shack when the brick shack falls down is the perfect medium for his observation and understanding of life that's different from his. Not better, maybe worse, but more than anything, different. He explores the life and struggle of these animals with the same seriousness and intent as he does with his own life, almost as if he's temporarily living the lives of these animals. He sees their struggle, empathizes, and communicates it in a way that everyone in OO finds engaging because they too get to experience the lives of these creatures. His window into the lives of those different from him brings both him and countless other individuals happiness and inspiration for their own lives and existence. And I think that's important. Adventure Time is the only show in existence where the main character can decide to be a brick for 11 minutes straight and have it be one of the best episodes in the entire series. Maybe in all of television.
Jake the Brick is a damn masterpiece. There's a reason why this episode won an Emmy. It's genuinely one of the most thought-provoking pieces of art I've ever had the pleasure of experiencing. And it's about this dog pretending to be a brick. It's unlike any other episode of television I've ever seen. Finn and Jake raid this yurt, where Finn gets cursed with these two magical eyeballs. The next morning, when he sees Jake, he turns into this awesome sweater bro, and that's not because he's stretching into him either. He sees Bimo, and he turns into a little angel. The two figure that the eyes are turning people into what Finn sees them as. Shelby pops up, and Finn turns him into a bookish nerd. Finn questions whether his interpretation of Shelby is bad or not before PB calls the boys to the Candy Kingdom. Finn gets these glasses on so he'll stop turning people into things they don't want to be. PB has Finn and Jake take care of their Ice King problem. IK accidentally knocks Finn's glasses off, making him resemble Simon.
Where'd my muscles go?
That's how you see him? That's beautiful. Sure, I mean, it's hard not to sometimes.
PB walks over, and she turns to a teen boy heartthrob, as she puts it. When Finn and Jake get back to the treehouse, Finn sees Neptune, and he immediately turns into a microwave. A blank, lifeless microwave. Finn understandably panics, thinking he killed him. Which, you know, he kinda did.
If I was a better person, would I be turning my friends into better things? Am I uncaring? Judgmental?
Finn.
Self-centered? Monstrous? I'm a huge fraud!
Finn basically has a mental breakdown about this. He fears that he sees people in his life as just one thing, an awesome sweater bro, or a bookish nerd, or even just a microwave. He fears that he can't see past these basic character traits of his friends. One incredible detail in this scene is the form that Finn takes here. Does it look familiar? It's Martin. It shows how Finn is still affected by his dirtbag dad, and how even after gaining a little respect for him, he still sees him as the scummy piece of crap he is. Jake finds Finn back at the yurt and talks some sense into the guy.
Don't look at me, Jake. I might turn you into a microwave.
Baloney! You turn Neptune into a microwave because he's a microwave. But that doesn't mean that's all he is to you.
Jake explains to Finn that eyes aren't good at describing how you feel about people. That stuff's in your guts, in your brain. A microwave is just one part of Neptune's amazing personality that Finn loves. And he's not a bad guy, or else he'd be turning all of his loved ones into snow globes and rats. God, it's kind of terrifying to think that all these things used to be people. Finn turns around, turning Jake into a wise old guy. But hey, at least you can tell he's listening to him. The gang gathers at the treehouse, Finn in front of a mirror as his buddies compliment him, trying to change Finn's perspective on himself back to his original form.
Finn's just the best guy to do bro stuff with. Like lying on the grass and talking to bugs or baking chocolate chip cookies. Finn's just a good friend. Oh, you know it.
The eyes pop out, and Finn nukes them in Nepter the microwave, turning everyone back to normal. The gang celebrates Nepter, carrying him outside, finally giving this little guy the recognition he deserves. I love the theme of this episode so much. Perception is a really tricky thing. When we see our loved ones, we don't get a full picture of them just by their appearance. In fact, I find appearances rarely ever tell us about the people inside. It's our memories and experiences that help us perceive our loved ones. Like, I'll make fun of Ash all the time for looking like Animal from the Muppets, but that's not how I see them. I love them because of the things we've shared, the memories we've made together, and how supportive they are to me, not because they bear an uncanny resemblance to a Muppet.
I don't have a whole lot to say about this episode. First off, fuck you, Bucket! But in all seriousness, Bucket said a lot of what makes this episode amazing. It is a perfect demonstration of perception and the complexity of people. I would also like to point to the PB scene. I think it's really cool to show how far Finn and PB's relationship has come. Finn truly just sees her as one of the guys, just one of his friends, and that's really cool. This idea is then further closed in the finale, with PB telling Finn how he's grown taller, showing metaphorically how much he has grown up and how healthy their relationship has become. I really enjoy the way the show develops Finn and PB's relationship, and that's why episodes like Pajama War are really cool to me.
Bananas is a lot like Always Bimo closing in the sense that it's a shenanigans episode so damn late in the series. You'd think being the 5th to last episode of the series they would do away with these by now, but no. Adventure Time always makes the time for these pure fun episodes, and this one is proof that Adventure Time can handle both the heavy plot episodes and shenanigans episodes just the same. And wow, is Bananas just so fun. Finn misses Jake while he's off with his bio daddy, Warren Ampersand, so to distract himself from his best bosom's absence, he goes around to his buddies and tries to convince them that his caption he wrote in a magazine is funny. Along the way, he meets a pudding troll, gets PB to smash a window, starts a magazine renaissance with Ice King and said pudding troll, and convinces Ice King to sacrifice a piece of his soul. Fun times. There's this cute little moment between Finn and Bimo at the start where the two fight, and Finn storms off, but he comes back and waves at him before he leaves. Genuinely one of the cutest moments in the entire show, and that's saying something. This is one cute show. After the end of Billy's bucket list, Jake gets back from partying with Prismo to find Finn looking like he's going through a whole existential crisis, and he sorta is, because he just found out that his bio daddy is alive at some place called the Citadel. They have a small discussion about if Finn even wants to go see him, and that small conversation is important. In a lot of stories like this, the characters go straight to, okay, we have to find this dude. I like that Finn's reluctant to find him at first, but of course his curiosity about his dad is too much to ignore. The two get back to Prismo's time room and ask him if he can send them to the Citadel. Prismo says that the Citadel is a crazy bad place, a cosmic prison where only the very worst of people in the entire universe go. But of course, the boys need to go there. Prismo has Finn and Jake recover this sleeping old man from just outside the time room. This little bearded guy is Prismo, in a way. Prismo is actually just the dream of this old man, and once Finn and Jake wake him up, Prismo will die. Killing a Wishmaster is a cosmic crime, so the Guardians of the Citadel will take Finn and Jake there. One thing I've neglected to mention until now is the Lich. Ever since Jake the dog, he's been trapped in suspension inside the time room. Because there's no way to cause mass extinction while in the time room, and there's no way to get back to reality. He's frozen solid, stuck without purpose, until he hears Prismo explain how to escape. Then he's quickly back on his feet, not only waking Old Man Prismo, but killing him. A portal opens, with the Guardian taking the Lich into the Citadel. Leading into Escape from the Citadel, Finn and Jake hitch a ride with the Lich. They find Finn's dad, not as a guard of the Citadel, or a hero like they'd thought, but as a prisoner. For a second, Finn regrets even coming here in the first place, but it's too late to change his mind now as this black fire emanating from the Lich starts freeing the prisoners, and Martin is freed along with them. Martin barely reacts to the fact that Finn is his son. He's more focused on getting out of this hellhole battleground the Lich has created. The gang washes up on a crystal, and Martin's leg gets shot off clean by a Guardian. Finn fetches some mystery life goop from its brain and brings it to Martin. Finn asks why Martin left him alone when he was a baby, but Martin isn't interested in talking about that. All he has to say is,
Oh, I mean, you know me. I'm a funny guy.
What?
I think this moment encapsulates Martin really, oh shit, wait, the lich is free, we don't have time for that. And of course, Martin immediately runs away, leaving his son and Jake to deal with the embodiment of evil by themselves. We are treated to another excellent lich speech. Finn swats the lich's hand away with his goopy mystery life juice hand, and the lich starts to transmutate into a baby? Finn leaves Jake to take care of all this while he goes after Martin. He's trying to hitch a ride with these other monster guys, but in possibly the most iconic scene in the entire show, Finn desperately tries to stop him from escaping, his grass arm going crazy in the process. I love just how somber this moment is. In any other show, there would be this character making light of the situation, but not here. Finn falls into the water, a look of emptiness on his face. Jake gently pulls him to shore.
It'll be okay, dude.
Finn and Jake defeat the Lich, but don't mistake it, this episode is a loss for our characters. Not only has Finn lost his arm, but he's also lost his dad. Finn always hoped his dad was a hero like him, someone to look up to, but meeting him opens his eyes to the fact he's sure not that. Finn knows his dad is a dirtbag now, so the idea of who Martin could be is dead now too. The loss of Finn's arm serves as a reminder that a part of Finn's innocence or childhood is lost. The flower sprouting on his arm is a really powerful image to me. It's a wonderfully gentle reminder that life still happens even when you feel empty. And I also love how this is an obvious and permanent thing. His loss is there for everyone to see, and it's not like you can just grow another arm back. Ugh, yeah, Breezy. I'm not going to say Breezy ruins this, but because Finn gets his arm back in such a stupid way, it makes it just a little bit difficult to take this scene seriously. Why should I care if they follow this up with Breezy? But that doesn't take away from the impact of this episode, or the quality of it. It had the Lich, it had a great introduction to the enigma that is Martin Mertens, it had Prismo, a hella interesting location, some great action, and some great emotional stakes. Just an example of a peak Adventure Time episode. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. The funniest episode in the series. The Pit is a non-stop comedic masterpiece from start to finish. It starts off where the episode Playdate left off. Yeah, these two are technically a two-parter, but only tangentially. The demon Keoth has taken Jake to his realm and trapped him in a pit. Finn and Lady find a way to reach him and rescue him. Yeah, it's not the most complicated plot in the entire show, but, you know, that's not the appeal of this one. It's, of course, the funny. Ash and I quote some of these lines to each other daily, from the recurring gag of "check please" to that rock turtle guy to "this dirty dog needs a bath." It's really no use just explaining the jokes though, just go watch it. I feel the fandom tends to overlook this one, but give it another chance, I bet you'll be pleasantly surprised.
Bucket was not kidding. This genuinely is the funniest episode in the entire show. Every 5 seconds there's a completely unique joke or gag that makes the experience so good. That's the best way to describe this episode, an experience. And I mean that totally positively. Finn's last line is also absolutely hilarious. And I can't count how many times Broke Up Dimension gets stuck in my head. I really wish there was a full version of it because oh my god, it is such a banger. If it's been a while since you watched this episode, you need to go and rewatch it because it's just so fucking peak.
After playing the same video game for several days straight, Jake realizes that Finn is straight up missing. Shelby tells him that Finn's hanging out with a new lady friend. He goes to find out who. He then finds Finn in the forest with none other than Huntress Wizard. Finn's been helping HW summon the spirit of the forest with his magic flute spell this whole time. His grass arm apparently has the power to do that. Cool. They've been trying for weeks though, and nothing's been happening. Jake becomes the very worst of the shipping fandom and pairs Finn and HW together the whole episode, while Finn denies he has feelings for her. Huntress Wizard figures that getting a better flute will fix their spell problems, so the gang hunt down a whole-ass giant thunder boar and make a new flute out of its horn. But there's still no luck. Jake suggests that the two play their flutes together, and their song is able to summon the spirit. HW asks him where he's been all this time, and he responds with, "I've been here all this time, man, you just couldn't see me. Started to drift away from the forest." HW says that she's ready to come back now, but SF doubts that. He asks Finn who his flute spell is for, and he confesses that he was playing for HW this whole time. And she tells him that her flute spell was for him too.
And Finn?
Yeah, what?
My flute spell was for you too. You're an exceptional beast and you have great hair, but exceptional beasts like us cannot fall in love. That is the secret of ordinary people.
HW fears that she'll become soft if she starts to date Finn, so she's not ready for a relationship. Finn and Jake go back to the treehouse, Finn being content with things with HW.
I'm sorry it didn't work out with Huntress Wizard. She just needs time to miss how cool you are.
Attracting forces come and go, man.
It took me a while to really see what this episode was going for. When I was younger, I'd always hate it when two characters who like each other just don't get together for whatever reason. I've matured since then, and have since fallen in love with doomed romance as a trope. Not that this is exactly doomed romance, but it's similar enough. Finn's past romantic entanglements were either a complete dumpster fire start to finish, or became complete dumpster fires by the end, both due to his own immaturity. Since that breakup with Phoebe, he's gone on a journey of self-discovery and gained that maturity he lacked. Huntress Wizard was the very next person he had feelings for. In the past, he obsessed about his crushes, to a very unhealthy extent with Phoebe especially. And with FP, it was really good for a while until he manipulated her into fulfilling his sick fantasy, using his girlfriend as a means to an end. He handles his feelings very differently this time around. His emotions aren't at the forefront of his relationship with HW. Though yes, he does have feelings, he doesn't treat them as if they're the most important thing in the universe. And when those feelings are out in the open, he doesn't shy away from them. He bucks up and plays it straight with HW. And he's respectful of her decision not to be in a relationship with him. He's learned to treat romance casually, not as the massive thing it was when he was younger. It doesn't have to be some huge heartbreak or unforgivable mistake. It can be small, and soft, and casual. He also understands that people sometimes have romantic feelings for one another, but due to their own personal reasons, it can just not work out. You can still be sad about that, sure, but it's not the end of the world. Attracting forces come and go. That's the way of the world. For being such an important part of the first half of Adventure Time, it's a little surprising that Finn's love life kinda takes a back seat for so long. But I like that. They gave this boy time to rest and grow out of his simp phase. The writers took their time in thinking about how exactly to continue that arc of Finn's. The best way to teach Finn what he needs to learn. And I couldn't be happier with how it turned out. Also, as I've said before, Huntress Wizard is an absolutely incredible character, and it makes it all the more easy to absolutely love this episode. Stakes is the most consistently incredible run of episodes in the entire original series. I mean, seriously, how in the world do you knock it out of the park 8 episodes in a row? The answer? You focus on Marceline Abadir. Finn and Jake are our main characters, we follow them a good 80% of the time, but when it comes to character depth, even Finn and Jake can't compare to Marcy. Marceline has been living for 1,000 years, and in that time gone through more traumatic experiences than probably anyone else in the show. And back in the Season 7 days, we didn't know too much about her past between when Simon found Marcy and her first actual appearance in the show. Literal hundreds of years of her life were just wide open to explore. During the run of Stakes, we learn about what led Simon to leave Marcy and her not quite war, but battle against the vampires of Oo. Her defending the humans from the vampires is what leads them to exist in present day. Though this wasn't without consequences. When the big boss man, the Vampire King, realizes he's going to lose, he bites Marcy, turning her into a vampire. That way, the vampires won't be extinct. They'll live on through Marcy. Going all the way forward to present day Oo, Marcy is sick and tired of vampire life. She hates not being able to go out in the sun. She hates feeling stagnant in her emotions. So she asks Bonnie to turn her mortal. This was apparently something Bonnie offered Marcy a while back, but she turned down, and now she's ready. So they do the procedure, and Marcy becomes human again. Well, I mean, not exactly human, she still have demon, but she's mortal now. In reverting Marcy, they release the vampire energy of all the vamps that she's taken the power of. Or something, I don't know, in all honesty it's not explained the best. But basically the vamp energy is released and 5 big boss vampires from Marcy's past are back in town.
So now, Ooh has 5 incredibly powerful vampires on the loose, causing havoc. So that leaves Finn, Jake, Peppa, Bonnie, and Marcy to track them down and kill them again. The next couple episodes follow the gang's attempts at killing each of the vampires, and what's so great about this cast of villains is that they all have different ideas about what vampires should be. The first scene of the 3rd episode is all about the vamps arguing to a point where they split up, each of their ideals not able to work with one another. They're all fighting some kind of small war against each other, and that makes for such an interesting set of villains. Marcy has a quick confrontation with the big bad of the vamps, the Vampire King, which, by the way, in his first 30 seconds of screen time, he takes the fool, sucks a tooth out of his mouth, and waltzes with a cow. What a damn introduction to a character, especially a villain! The Vamp King says that he's changed and won't be killing any humans now, even though there's only one left, but whatevs. Marcy thinks it's a trick, and besides, he's already killed enough humans to be staked 1,000 times over. Marcy quickly dispatches of the fool, because we're all sick of his crap, and gains his flight powers. Oh, and yeah, due to the fact that she's still a demon, she can suck the energy from dead vamps, gaining their powers, which is why she's still able to fight as just a mortal. Marcy then attacks the Vampire King, and even lands a hit on him. But he tells Marcy that the Empress is on her way to the Ice Kingdom, so Marcy speeds away to protect Simon. We learned that in the past, the Empress always had it out for Simon, and Marcy had to defend him. Though that confuses the timeline a bit because we're told that the vampires became a big deal only after Simon left Marcy, so I think that was a bit of a blunder on the writer's part, but it's no big deal. The Empress thinks vampires should be treated like royalty, drinking only the finest of blood served on a silver platter. Her powers expand on this idea as she can hypnotize anyone and force them to do her bidding. So Marcy and Finn rush off to the Ice Kingdom to save IK from her spell, though they get captured and the Empress orders Simon to kill them. But Ice King resists, as it's revealed he wasn't actually mind-controlled at all. After all, you can't break what's already broken, but also it's just more hilarious that he was doing her bidding just because she asked.
Simon, you have to resist the Empress!
But she's a woman.
God, Ice King is such a riot. With a little help from PB, Marcy is able to stake the Empress and absorb her powers. Next up is the Hierophant, my personal favorite of the big boss vampires. His deal is that he's old-fashioned. He follows old-timey vampire rules, like you have to be invited into a room and can only drink the blood of humans. He's very much one of those old geezers that says back in my day to any modern nonsense, as he even says that exactly himself. That, along with his extremely cool and powerful shapeshifting powers, make for just a really simple but fun villain. The way they defeat this guy is by Jake morphing into a house and Crunchy accidentally shoving him into Jake, which is funny for one, but also really inventive. Though before they could kill him, the Hierophant nicked Marcy with scorpion venom, so she's fading fast. They get Finn and Jake to track down the Moon and bring her back to Marcy so she can absorb her healing powers. The Moon's deal is that, well, she's weird. Not much is actually known about her motives, as she's silent for all but like 2 or 3 lines. She immediately breaks off from the other vampires to just chill in a van down by the river. Sorry, chill in a hut down by the river. Though we do have another way of getting information about her. All these vampires and their philosophies are based on tarot cards. There's actually a whole hour-long analysis on this topic by Uncivilized Elk here on YouTube that I really recommend checking out. The Moon Tarot card represents fear, delusion, danger, mystery, and occult forces, which I feel describes the Moon pretty aptly, as whoever she comes into contact with is terrified or curious of her. As a representation of the tarot card, the Moon does a good job of replicating it, but I can't help but wish we just got a little bit more from her. She kinda seems like a last addition to the crew, you know? I love her mystique and definitely the fear factor from her, but that's really it when it comes to the Moon. I think it would have been cool if those pearls she was dropping were like vampire eggs, so she would be the mother of vampires. I'm not saying I need there to be a legion of vampires in the finale of the miniseries, but maybe those eggs could have hatched at some point after Stakes, and lowly vampires could be a threat in Ooh here on? Or who knows, maybe the next Adventure Time series could be about exactly that, Marcy's 3rd war against the vampires, set after or maybe even before Fiona and Cake. That would be pretty cool, right? Or maybe I'm just thinking too much. Anyway, back to Stakes. Finn and Jake lure the Moon back to Marcy so when her last bit of strength, she can absorb her healing factor. Now, all that's left is the big bad, the Vampire King himself. In the middle of their fight, the Vampire King asks Marcy a question.
What's the one thing you've noticed about the world since you beat me all those hundreds of years ago?
Everything repeats over and over again. No one learns anything, because no one lives long enough to see the pattern, I guess.
Then the Vampire King talks about condemning himself and the world to the Wheel of Fortune. And guess what? The Wheel of Fortune is another tarot card. It represents destiny, fate, the waxing and waning of good and bad, in the overarching theme of stakes, cycles. 1,000 years ago, the VK sacrificed his life to continue the vampire species in Marceline, and 1,000 years later, Marcy decides she doesn't want to be a vampire anymore, releasing the vampires back out into the world. And here they are again, fighting the same exact fight they were fighting all the way back then. Why has nothing changed? Marcy says herself that everything repeats, but does her and the Vampire King's story have to keep repeating? This is the Vampire King's philosophy. He's sick of fate, he's sick of destiny. He wants to escape the Wheel of Fortune and strive for his own path in the timeline of the world. He wants to reject vampirism as a whole. He wants to become mortal like Marcy did, and he convinces the gang to let him. PB fires up her machine and the VK turns into a cute little lion. His own vamp juice is sucked out and contained, but of course Jake accidentally releases it, and all that pure vampire energy manifests itself as a giant dark cloud, making its way to destroy the Candy Kingdom. Bonnie, Finn, and Jake are ready to take the cloud down, but Marcy is demotivated. She explains to them that she just made everything worse. Fighting the vampires all the way back then didn't make a difference. The world is still going to end at the hands of vampires just 1,000 years later now. Her doing anything didn't make a difference. As the rest of the gang goes off to save the world, Marcy stays behind. And as she's sitting there, Ice King comes along. He bluntly explains how he agrees with Marcy.
Sure, you could fight and try to save the day, but what if you lose? Then what? You could die. Better to run and hide like a rat, right, buddy?
After being thrown accidental shade by the IK, Marcy jumps back into battle. She realizes that she's been a coward. She needs to learn a lesson from the Vampire King and not be afraid of the Wheel of Fortune. She is gonna face fate down like the badass she is. But when she sucks the soul of the Dark Cloud, she gets turned into a vampire again. So, what's the point of all this? If stakes ended where it began, if everything repeats, if we're all prisoners of fate, prisoners of our past, can anything really change? Short answer, kind of. Stakes is about cycles, but ironically, it's also about change. That theme culminates in Adventure Time's quintessential song, one that captures the spirit of the show so perfectly. Everything Stays is a masterpiece, there's no other word for it. If you're a fan of animated shows at all, I bet you know how this one goes.
Let's go in the garden. You'll find something waiting right there where you left it, lying upside down.
Everything Stays says that for as much as things stay the same, they also progress. You know, like when you look back on your life from like 2 or 3 years ago, and you realize how different it is from now? Often you don't recognize the small moments that sent you down a different path, but regardless, that's the path you've taken. To me, Everything Stays is a reflection on the things that you've moved on from. Those experiences and memories are still with you, and you've moved on to better things. And you miss it. Yet not in a grieving way, more wistful and hopeful, with the knowledge that change is necessary. So yes, Marcy's life did repeat itself, she had to fight vampires again, but she changed along the way. Becoming mortal opened the door to new experiences for her, like food for one, but also a lot of emotional growth. She says herself that she's become more grown up. And yeah, she became a vampire again, but those lessons she learned are still with her. The way that I extrapolate this idea into real life is that things may not change externally, and that's the truth. I'm going to have jobs and quit them over and over again. I'm going to build relationships and lose them over and over again. I'm going to gain and lose things my whole life, and that won't change. But you know what? I will. The jobs that I have will teach me things for my next one, and those relationships will help me to become better for my future ones. The things that you gain and lose will help you to become a more well-rounded person, to handle the next loss more gracefully, and to gain more things in the future. The waxing and waning of good and bad, the Wheel of Fortune, won't change. It will be an ever-present part of everyone's lives, but you can always learn lessons from it. You can always change because of it. Stakes is very subtle in its theming. Honestly, it's taking me years to really dig into what this story means to me. It's kind of like Jake the Brick in that there are so many different avenues you can go down for the message, for what the story means to you. And that just goes for art in general too. Adventure Time gets a lot of criticism for its reluctance to leave the status quo. When Finn loses his arm, he gains it back right away. When Jake has kids, and it seems like he'll be raising them for a while, he's right back at the treehouse at the end of the episode. I definitely understand that side of the argument, as shows like The Owl House tackle a larger story of secret plots, evil humans, and different realms, but also has big focus on character arcs. Adventure Time is very different when it comes to story. It doesn't focus so much on larger plot, it doesn't have a whole lot of interweaving conflicts that play out during a season. It's much more focused on the stories of the characters first, sprinkling in conflicts here and there to supplement that story. Sure, our characters went through these changes and reverted back to the status quo, but that doesn't change the change that changed inside of them. Finn going through his depression during Season 6 led him to discovering his place in the universe, his gratitude for being alive. But just because he's back at the treehouse the next episode and not, becoming a Buddhist monk after that, that doesn't erase the change that happened inside of him. And just take a look at Bonnie. She lost her kingdom, but during the run of Stakes, she got it back. But what's different about this cycle is that her people have more agency now after ousting the King of Oo. And the time away from her kingdom led PB to have a deeper appreciation of her citizens. She's right back where she started, but things are different about this cycle. Not only has her life changed, but also the lives of the Candy people are massively improved going forward. Just like in real life. You can have a life-changing experience, but you're still probably going to go to work the next day, just with a new perspective. That's why Everything Stays and Stakes as a whole is a cornerstone of the show. It explains why Adventure Time tells the stories the way they do, and how powerful of a storytelling method that can be. It's just how our stories in real life work too. It's unreal just how many layers deep this miniseries goes. But enough about the theming. Let's go through some bullet points of some other things that this batch of episodes does really well. I love how Finn and Jake are used here. Their importance to the larger story is actually pretty minimal. They're still in every episode and have a lot of lines, but they're relegated to mostly comic relief while Marcy, PB, and whichever vampire they're fighting take center stage. And Finn and Jake are just about the best comedy relief duo you could get. These guys are funny. In fact, the humor in the whole miniseries is top-notch. You have standout lines in nearly every episode, from "Are y'all hunting wabbits?" to Peppermint Butler just simping for the VK.
Hey.
Say something! Ask him to sign the book!
The flashbacks to Marcy's past were really well integrated, I thought. Except for that one in episode 4 with that genuinely awful song, they are all entertaining, lore-filled, and give us so much detail into the past of our favorite vampire queen. Man, what else do I even have to say? The vampires as villains were super cool, and their connections to tarot cards to deepen the characters was really fascinating. Marcy being the main character here almost made it feel like a different show, and I mean that in the best possible way ever. She's just very different from Finn and Jake. There's a very different mood. And the theming is one of, or maybe even the most mature of the whole series. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, this is the last time we see King of Oo! Woo! That's the real reason this is an S+. Finn has a dream where the Lich kills Billy, so he and Jake go over to his crack to check up on him. After Finn tells Billy about his dream, he warns him that the fabric of the universe might be in danger. Billy gets the boys to help him gather the princess gem so he can push the Lich into what he describes as limbo. But only PB can see through the facade that Billy is actually the Lich, piloting Billy's dead body in disguise. He wants to use the Enchiridion to go to Prismo's time room and wish for the extinction of all life. And he gets what he wants. Finn and Jake follow him into the dimension between dimensions. Leading into Finn the Human, we see the Lich make his wish. That's right. All life outside of the time room is dead.
Let's not worry about that!
The gang meet the eternal cool guy Prismo, and he explains to the boys that he can grant them one wish. He can do pretty much anything, except bring your dead wife back. Finn thinks for a minute and decides to make his wish.
I wish the Lich never even ever existed.
And then, Finn is sent to an alternate wish dimension where not only the Lich never existed, but magic is dead. It's definitely a more usual post-apocalyptic society. Long story of trading livestock short, Finn meets a very, very old Marceline, and she explains that her dear pal Simon sacrificed his life in order to prevent the mushroom bomb from going off, freezing the bomb mid-flight. Finn says that story is a bunch of bunk, magic isn't real. He nabs the crown from Simon's corpse and runs off to sell it in the market square. Though the Destiny Gang is there, terrorizing the town, and when Finn pushes back against them, they go to his home to kill his family. Jesus, this timeline is so dark! Finn is forced to put on the ice crown to save his mom and dad, but he's not able to resist the power of the crown, and in his uncontrolled power, inadvertently sets off the mushroom bomb, creating another Lich. Meanwhile, Jake is rapping with his two new friends. While Finn is sent to his alternate wish reality, Jake stays behind with Prismo. He can project basically everything that's going on in the farm world dimension onto his wall like a TV, which is actually really cool. Jake thinks of helping Finn out, but on second thought, he wants to see how all of this will play out. So he spends most of the episode just hanging out with Prismo. Though eventually, he sees that Finn has accidentally created the embodiment of evil and decides to make his wish. With some help from Prismo, he wishes that the Lich's first wish was to send Finn and Jake back home.
For the extinction of all life, for Finn and Jake to go back home to Ooh.
Huh? No, wait! That's not what I wish for!
Sorry, guy. You only get one wish.
Which is such a clean and ingenious and clever solution. Though the farm world universe is still there, everything that was wished for still happened. It already happened, but it also never happened. It's confusing. Though if farm world is still there, does that mean what the Lich wished for came true too? Interesting thought. These 3 episodes are just so damn iconic. They make up what is probably the most memorable string of episodes in the show. They play with so many fantastical elements of the show: the Lich, Prismo, wish magic, alternate timelines, the ice crown. They take these ideas and mix them together in a pot so perfectly, making a 5-star meal that Remy would be proud to serve. And that's what this episode feels like. Play. Despite how dire the alternate timeline is, and the fact that literally everyone Finn and Jake knows is dead, it is so much fun. It reminds me of when you would take Legos and make stories, mashing up Star Wars and Harry Potter and, I don't know, policemen together. They use all the aspects of the lore that they've established up to this point to remix this universe in an undeniably fascinating way. Having Farmworld Jake become the Lich, having Finn use the Ice Crown and go mad from it, and the way they wrap this conflict up is just fun, man. It's a crossover of different elements that you would just never see otherwise. Not to mention the introduction to our main man, Prismo. Man, what a cool dude. This isn't the last time we see the Farmworld dimension, though. Its story is continued in Crossover. Farmworld Finn was a loose end at the end of Jake the Dog. He was just kinda left there to deal with the Lich by himself. He's gone mad from the power of the Ice Crown and started his own Ice Age, freezing anyone he can find and collecting them. Prismo needs the boys to kill Farmworld Finn, but OG Finn just can't do it. And Jake agrees. Instead of straight up murdering him, they try to take the crown from him, releasing him of the curse. Though Farmworld Finn isn't alone, he's being manipulated by none other than the Lich. He's gathering the princess jewels again, this time to open a portal to the multiverse. That way, he can eliminate all life in every reality. Things go down and they fight and stuff. Finn's grass arm cuts the Lich's hand off, but it lands in the multiverse soup, sending it into every universe. Finn is able to convince Farmworld Finn to use the Maid, the super weapon Prismo lent them, to take down the Lich. Prismo zaps the boys out of there, but leaves Farmworld Finn. Finn asks Prismo if there's anything they can do for him. And in one of my favorite retcons in the show, Prismo literally edits the fabric of reality and copy-pastes the crown into the mushroom bomb blast, destroying it for good. This is a pretty well-known fact, but 2 seasons earlier in Jake the Dog, the crown is still there when the bomb goes off, when it should be on Farmworld Finn. It was an animation error, plain and simple, but 2 whole seasons later, they make that error a critical point in this story. That's absolutely mental. Crossover serves as a sequel to Finn the Human and Jake the Dog, playing with the same exact elements, but pushing it just a little further. Though one thing this episode does a little better is the emotion.
Seeing Finn have empathy for another version of himself is really sweet. He literally endangered the whole of reality just to help this guy. And that somber moment at the end where Finn is staring at his alternate timeline parents is powerful too. He doesn't say anything, but you can tell that he longs for a relationship like the one Farm World Finn and his family has.
Wow, what a masterpiece of an episode. The fact that this is right after Bimo Noir and right before Lady and Peebles is crazy. This episode is such a fever dream, but in all of the right ways, and obviously that's like what it's going for. It uses a previous character, introduced and evicted, then never acknowledged until now, and it absolutely runs with it, creating an inescapable dream state that sets up for such an interesting story. We get Joshua and Margaret, which already makes an episode so great. We get foreshadowing of farm worlds. We get raining LSPs. This episode truly has it all. When I was a kid, there were 3 episodes I would constantly rewatch over and over, and this was one of them. It's not the most serious, but that's what makes it so enjoyable. It's so silly and just pure fun. It's non-stop action, and boy am I a sucker for weird sci-fi situations. I eat that shit up. It's so good. The visuals are also very, very good. I love the Lich and PB having tea, and everything that happens in the episode just keeps you glued to your seat. Amazing, amazing episode, and I don't think I even have any flaws of it. Just so good.
Jake's all moody about Lady not wanting to play his favorite game, Card Wars, with him, so Finn offers to play a round or two with him. Finn quickly learns that Jake is unhealthily obsessed with winning, and gets unnecessarily aggressive when Finn starts to win. Bimo tells him to just let Jake win, because when Bimo played with him, Jake didn't talk to him for a month. So Finn flubs the game. See, people really don't realize the emotional complexity of this episode. Jake's competitive nature is actually an allegory for how the world wants you to fail, and Finn's immediate aptitude for Card Wars represents our ability to traverse life's problems. The pig, yeah, no, it is not that deep. It's just good, clean fun with a fantasy card game in a fantasy world. Finn and Jake's dynamic in this one is especially cute, when Jake isn't losing his shit over a game. The ending where both of them sip out of the disgusting chunky mead drink together is super sweet. And the game Card Wars itself is actually really cool, visually and mechanically. It was so cool they actually made a mobile game of it, and then when the sequel episode Daddy-Daughter Card Wars came out, they made a sequel to that one. They got delisted a while back, unfortunately, but the fact that they were able to make 2 full games from this, I think was pretty damn cool. Also, Sabrina one time brought in Card Wars, the actual physical game, for us to play at school one time, and we played it and it was super cool. If you can, definitely pick up a copy of Card Wars, it's a lot of fun. After Jake takes a beating from Finn in the iconic Jake suit, Jake complains about how Finn treats his body like it's... But Finn says it's no big deal.
Come on, bro, taking pain is easy. You just have to imagine that every bruise is a hickey from the universe. And everyone wants to get with the universe.
I bet you wouldn't be saying that nonsense if I wore you as a suit.
So the boys make a bet. Jake will wear Finn as a suit as long as Finn can take it. So Jake basically tries to torture him for the rest of the episode. Next thing you know, Finn is dancing semi-nude in front of his girlfriend's parents and diving into a volcano. This is the most brother-like these two ever are in the show. You can never really say you have a sibling until you've made a stupid bet that you're both too stubborn to stop until it gets way out of hand. This episode is also just funny as hell. The escalation of Finn's torture is so enjoyable to watch. Honestly, I don't have too much else to say. Surprising for an episode this high, but I don't know, it's simply just that fun. Wow. I mean, wow. Where do I even start? This was the absolute perfect way to make a continuation of this show. People have always loved these alternate versions of our main duo, so getting a show about them makes a lot of sense. I don't have time to do a whole exhaustive recap of the series, as that would take far too long, but I'll hit the main points here. Fiona and Cake, or more so Fiona, as Cake has the brain capacity of a house cat, are dissatisfied with their lives. It's painfully mundane, finding jobs, getting fired, and having no hope for the future. Fiona has always felt like her life should be more magical, like there's a hole where something used to be. Cut to Simon, who's feeling lost in his life too. After spending 12 years trying to bring Betty back, and trying but failing to adapt to his new life in Oo, he attempts to summon Goal Betty back into Oo again.
in a vain attempt to maybe talk to her, though the spell fails and instead opens a portal in his brain to which Cake jumps out of. Huh? Wait, we all thought Fiona and Cake's world was just a fanfic made by the Ice King. What the hell? It's explained that a long time ago, Prismo was bored. He decided to use reality creation software to create his own universe, for entertainment. It turns out Prismo was the one who came up with Fiona and Cake, not Ice King. But then, how could he know about them? Well, Prismo technically isn't allowed to make universes for himself, so to hide it, he beamed his own universe into Ice King's brain. Through the fucking red beam that I swear was never going to come back but did. So, when Ice King became Simon again, Fiona's world became devoid of magic. Is this convoluted as hell? Abso-damn-lutely, but it's also really impressive. The stringing together of these ideas that at first have no relevance and crafting an entire story because of this impossible series of events is awesome. Furthermore, it makes a connection between the three main characters in a way that's natural, both in universe and in a storytelling sense. Since Fiona World is inside Simon's head, his own mood is affecting that of Fiona World's. Her world is crappy because Simon feels crappy. So both of these characters are going through the same thing, and it's the world building that allows that connection to happen. Anyways, when Fiona and Cake jumped through to OO, they became what Prismo and his coworkers, call crossovers. They are technically not supposed to exist, and that piques the interest of a crossover hunter called the Scarab. This dude wants to capture Fiona and Cake, tell Prismo's boss that he's created a new universe illegally, and claim Prismo's seat as the Wishmaster. So Prismo gives the gang a universe-hopping TV remote to run as far away as they can from the Scarab before he catches them. To make a long story of the next couple episodes short, Fiona realizes that what she thought she wanted, epic fights, magical worlds, and grand adventures, isn't all it's cracked up to be, as every universe she and the gang go to is a horror story. Evil kings, and evil kings. Jeez, I didn't realize how many evil kings there were. And with only surface level knowledge of these worlds, she barges into every situation with no thought given to the consequences of her actions. So with no powers, no magic, and no agency in the multiverse, what does she have? Well, instead of Fiona pining after the things she wished she had, she takes a look back at what she does. Her own world. One where things may not be quite as exciting, but she has power, knowledge, and people that she loves. She comes to realize that her world is important because it's hers, and furthermore, her life is important because it's hers. In the finale, through honestly a very contrived way, she gets the chance to make a wish. But she doesn't wish for power or excitement or magic. She wishes that her own world was real, that it becomes canon in the multiverse, which serves as a way to resolve the conflict of the Scarab tearing FNC's universe apart, but also an incredible statement of Fiona's journey throughout the show. I love how they tackle the themes of harmful escapism, choosing your own life, and being grateful for the cards you've been given. And they not only tell that story with Fiona and Cake the characters, but also weave that theme in through Simon and even Prismo's story too. All of that is mwah, chef's kiss amazing. It made me go from merely enjoying the characters of Fiona and Cake to loving them. But Fiona and Cake are merely one part of what makes this show so damn incredible. Multiverse stories are tricky, especially now with how oversaturated they seem to be. They can often rely on sloppy storytelling to get where they need to go, but despite that, these types of stories I feel have incredible potential. I mean, just look at the Spider-Verse movies for one. Fiona and Cake does the multiverse in my favorite way, where instead of having wholly different worlds with entirely different characters and events and settings, Fiona and Cake's alternate universes tweak one detail and spin a whole story from that. The Winter King and the Star is a great example of this. The Winter King's universe is a world where Marcy died, probably as a child, and Simon went mad. In that madness, transferred his curse to Princess Bubblegum, turning the whole world on its head, where the Ice Kingdom is good and nice and fun, while the Candy Kingdom is dangerous and evil and scary. The Stars universe is one where Simon died before he ever met Marcy, so Marcy never had an affinity for humans, so when the Vampire King came to town, she decided to join him and wipe out everything in OO.
It helps that the OG show already had such an endlessly deep world. It makes guessing the differences in these universes fun for one, but just due to the fact they had so much to work with the expansive lore, it mitigates so much of the potential fanservice-y moments you could so easily fall into with stories like these. But these worlds aren't just good for the worlds themselves, the simple changes in each timeline tell us so much about our characters, and about our main Adventure Time universe too. The thing I love about the Winter King and the Stars specifically is that they show us what a world without Simon would have looked like, and what a world without Marcy would have looked like. Both are incredibly ugly. The only reason our main universe didn't end up like these two was because of the love and care Simon and Marceline had for each other at the end of the world. The writers got so much mileage out of carefully choosing what new universes to explore in these episodes. You can't just choose willy-nilly on what worlds to add to your multiverse story, you gotta make the most out of it like they did here. Ash and I had so much fun trying to guess what the small tweak was in each new universe the gang goes to, and I can't tell you how much we popped off at the end of episode 8 when we figured out the tweak in that one. Man, what a rush. Watching this show, especially the first 2 episodes, I felt like a kid on Christmas morning. A lot of that is also thanks to the fan service and callbacks, and I don't mean fan service in a bad way. Fiona and Cake does fan service exactly right. Including Martin in the Star was total fan service, but it's not just, hey look, Martin's here. They did something legitimately interesting with his character. His damn catchphrase is pay it forward, which is the exact opposite of our normal Martin. The Martin we know burns bridges, looks out for only himself, and puts himself in front of everyone else. This Martin is voluntarily putting his life on the line to battle vampires to save the world. It's so cool to see how this hellscape of a world has actually helped Martin grow into a legitimately good person. But the callbacks are great too, the tiny, tiny things that only fans like us, who have an unreasonable amount of knowledge about the world of this show, catch. Like the brief appearance of the Drift shocked me. I'm so glad they added this. It makes the world feel more lived in. Ooh, and on Simon's phone he has the contact of the Island Lady. It makes me really happy to know that they keep in touch after Ice King helped her out that one time all those years ago. And the damn squirrel from Up a Tree is in a good chunk of episode 3. This random side character from a random episode comes back for no other reason than we haven't seen him in a while. It's nice to check up on him. It's like seeing an old friend. For as much as we love our main characters, Finn, Jake, BMO, Marcy, Donnie, Peavy, Simon, Ice King, etc., so much of what makes Adventure Time is the world of the show. So many small questions are bound to be asked in a show like this. Like, what is the Fire Kingdom up to these days? I wonder how this character is doing 12 years after the finale, and what happened when the humans visited Ooh? These kinds of questions are answered through all these background details in the first couple episodes. It's so incredibly great that we get these little updates into the lives of the people of Ooh. And these little updates would be incomplete without our main characters too. Peavy and Marcy are having a total blast together, living their best cottagecore lesbian life. And of course, we have our main man, Finn Mertens. Simply seeing Finn as a whole-ass adult made me incredibly emotional. This character I've loved nearly my entire life, who I've grown up alongside, is an adult now, and he's struggling after the passing of his brother. He's still trying his best to help anyone he can, but it's obvious that he's going through things himself, and he's not letting those emotions out of his vault very often, if at all. He's still the same old guy though, immature in the ways he was before, but mature in ways that make all too much sense for him. I truly, deeply love his brief appearance in this series. Finn means a lot to me, if that isn't obvious enough by now. So already this show is unreasonably good, but then we add Simon's story to the mix, and it goes from a 9 to a 12. We didn't get to see too much of Simon during the OG series. He had maybe a half dozen episodes he was in, so you can imagine just how exciting it was to hear that he was going to be the third main character of this show. I always thought if there was any character to focus on after the finale, it'd be Simon. But there wasn't a Distant Land special centered around him, but now I get why. They were saving him for this. Through the most tragic of circumstances, Simon finds himself living 1,000 years in the future. Nothing makes sense anymore. The two things he had in his old life are gone. His job is worthless now, with these magical artifacts found and used throughout Ooo. And Betty. After everything he's been through and where he is now, Simon feels like he doesn't have a purpose. He doesn't have anything to live for. His life is worthless. Then Fiona and Cake pop out of his head. Because of Prismo's wacky fanfiction shenanigans, their universe is in Ice King's head. Fiona and Cake's world has become a slog. FNC crave more excitement from life. All of this culminates in Simon's decision to become Ice King again, to give Fiona and Cake the life they want, and for Simon, an excuse to stop trying to live his life. Through the series, Simon tells Fiona about Betty, their history, how they each came to be living 1,000 years in the future. Through the OG series, we saw just how unhealthy of a relationship Simon and Betty had, and Betty was so close to a major breakthrough regarding their relationship. We only really saw it from Betty's perspective though. Here, we see that Simon didn't really see anything wrong with their relationship, even though Betty was incredibly codependent. Betty couldn't let go of Simon. She spent all her time trying to bring him back, and after failing again and again and again, she finally succeeded. But in doing so, she found herself becoming an immortal god of chaos. She saved Simon, but lost herself in the process. At the end of the series, Simon finds himself meeting Golbetty in the void, finally seeing her again after all this time. Simon talks to her, not even knowing how much of her is even still in there. He tells her that he tried to find a way to bring her back, just as Betty did for him, but after 12 years, he gave up. And now he doesn't know what to do. His life has no meaning without Betty. But then, he met Fiona and Cake, two people he could help. So now he has a purpose. He'll become the Ice King again, make Fee and C's world better. Finally, he'll be happy, sacrificing his sanity for others. Though at the last second, Golbetty, of course worried about Simon, zaps him and sends him far, far into the future, into the mind of none other than Shermie. I was never expecting to see Shermie and Beth again, but I am so glad we did. Also another moment that's pure fan service, but I do not give a shit. This is so fucking cool. Simon goes straight for looking for the crown and ends up searching for its location in a choose-your-own-adventure book about these two explorers, Casper and Nova. Casper and Nova were two best friends. They both wanted to hunt down the Ice Crown. Well, at least that's what Casper wanted. The duo nears the end of their journey when the crown is behind a closing gate. Nova holds the doors open for Casper, and Simon is left with his final choice. He can either go for the crown, and the gate crushes Nova, or he can drink a strength potion that holds the doors open, but lose all his memories in the process. This sounds familiar. I can't quite place it. Simon hates both of these choices, as anyone would, and exclaims that there should be more choices, and Beth tells him maybe there would have been if he'd chosen Nova's path more. Every time there's a fork in the road, Simon chooses for Casper's option to find the crown, rejecting Nova's suggestion. Nova was happy just going along with Casper, because she loved him. Simon realizes that Casper and Nova's story is similar to his own with him and Betty. Simon always felt that his excursions to find magical artifacts were more important than Betty's excursions to find petroglyphs. Simon always put himself before Betty, and Betty said she was fine with that, because she loved him. Simon never saw just how much Betty was sacrificing for him, and how little support she got back. Yes, they were in love, and that love was real, but it was so incredibly unhealthy for Betty. Like she said all the way back in Temple of Mars.
I spent so much time dedicated to Simon, I'm not sure there's even any me left anymore.
Beth says it wasn't Casper's fault per se, but he could have supported her in the same way she supported him. But he didn't. If he had, maybe Simon wouldn't have become the Ice King, or even found the crown, or maybe Betty wouldn't have become an immortal god of chaos. But Simon let Betty sacrifice herself, and Betty couldn't let go of him, and now it's too late for her. But it's not too late for Simon. After learning his lesson, he's transported back to Golbetty, and they share one last brief moment together in a kind of telepathic conversation.
But wait,
This isn't how it happened.
No, we made our choices. We could have made better ones, but I don't have any regrets. You were a wonderful experience.
You were everything.
Simon accepts that he needs to let go of Betty. They've been going in circles for literal millennia at this point, and they've both suffered so much. Golbetty sends Simon back to U, and this time, Simon has a new lease on life. He's starting to figure out who he is without Betty, and now he can make the most of his second chance at life. Simon's story tackles layers and layers of theming on top of each other to make a beautiful, tragic, but undoubtedly perfect conclusion to him and Betty's relationship. Letting go of an unhealthy relationship with someone you love can be the hardest thing we ever have to do as a human person, but your life will be better for it. You're able to find out who you are without them conjoined at your side, and you'll find out that your life has worth outside of that person. This show told that story superbly. This show made me go from really liking Simon to becoming my third favorite character. I can't believe that with only 10 episodes, they were able to pack so much character into this guy, while also doing literally everything else I've already talked about, and more. Fiona and Cake does everything the original show does and then some. Unreasonably well-written characters, fantastic plots, fantastical alternate universes, lore reveals, incredibly interesting settings, gay people, even better animation quality than the Distant Land specials, fan service done right, a crash course in overcoming codependency, 3 superb songs, one of which having literally the best animation style I have ever seen without exaggeration, and a truly one-of-a-kind continuation for one of the TV shows that most deserves it. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I seriously think I couldn't have asked for anything better than what we got from this show. Here's hoping season 2 can even be half as good as the first. And when that comes out in like 2 or 3 years, I'll probably do another Adventure Time video on it. Personally, I would have preferred a different spin-off entirely rather than another season of Fiona and Cake. Seeing Shermie and Beth again made me especially hungry for a show with them. Sure, there definitely are some loose ends, but I feel like all the important character stuff reached its natural conclusion, you know? Especially Simon. I really hope they let the man rest. But I'll reserve judgment until it's actually, out. I trust the writers enough to be down with whatever they throw our way in season 2. I can't wait to see what they cook up. Finn and Jake wake up with a mission for the day. Don't talk. The only way they can communicate with each other is through signs that they write in the next 30 seconds. You'd think with a premise like this that this episode would be kind of boring and thin, but no, this episode is some of the most charming stuff this show has to offer. The personalities of Finn and Jake shine through extremely well, even with the fact there isn't dialogue for a good 99% of the episode, and the jokes, of course, are hilarious. It's incredible just how much mileage this episode gets out of such a simple premise. It may seem a bit silly to say in this case, but I think this episode is one of the best examples of the power of writing. Some of the most creative movies or episodes of TV I've seen revolve around taking away a crucial element of a story. Doctor Who is all about having grand adventures through space and time, with larger-than-life villains threatening the lives of countless people. One of my favorite episodes of the show, Midnight, takes place nearly all in one room, where a mysterious unseen monster starts possessing the crew in the ship, with no way out. That's why these episodes are so interesting. It removes 2 crucial elements of the show, the grand setting and the grand villain. It reduces it down to this. But just like Shush, a seemingly uninteresting premise becomes a wildly entertaining time. With such little to go off of, Russell T Davies, the writer of the episode, creates such an intense, exhilarating, scary story depicting just how desperate and selfish regular humans can get when their life is in danger. Midnight is an amazing episode of Doctor Who, but that's strictly because of its writing, and the acting of course. Similar case with Shush. Although it doesn't have the grandest of themes present, it still showcases the fact that the backbone of a good, entertaining story is the writing.
So glad our writers finally got a fair deal with our corporate overlords. Good on them. Hopefully we can say the same thing in a couple years as the rise of AI is gradually chipping away at the concept of art. Time Sandwich is an Adventure Time classic. Is it just a shenanigan episode? Of course it is, but I argue it's the very best shenanigan episode this show has to offer. Jake is inspired to make the perfect sandwich, which includes ingredients like bread, steak, tears, bird from the window, and lobster sole. No sandwich can be complete without lobster sole. After Jake's magnum opus is complete, the Treehouse Gang marvel at its beauty. Then Magic Man pops up and nabs it from him. He offers a BS riddle before he traps himself in the perfect sandwich in his time bubble, where time moves faster on the inside. Jake, of course, is shattered by his lost love. Finn and Jake call their buddies over to try and find ways to get the sandwich back. One of my favorite things about this one is how seriously the characters take the loss of Jake's sandwich. Multiple people check up on Jake and see how he's doing through the episode. Jake tries, and fails in vain, to recreate his perfect sandwich, but the passion is gone. All that's left is his broken heart. He finds his way into the time bubble and realizes the solution to the riddle is that time moves normally inside the bubble when you're sad. So he's able to beat the ever-loving shit out of Magic Man before he gets his sandwich back. This episode is, of course, hilarious. It wouldn't be this high if it wasn't. Jake is at his most... well, how I say this, he's at his most pure Jake in this episode. And like I mentioned before, this episode is a classic. If there's one episode to introduce someone into the world of Adventure Time, this is the one that I would pick. After the events of Elements, Jake has changed into this blue monster dude. He keeps noticing more new things about himself, like how he has 5 eyes, or that he has wings, or how he can taste the emotions of things he eats. Jesus Christ. Finn and BMO are put off by Jake's new form, BMO especially, but Jake seems relatively unfazed by the whole thing. He even denies that he's undergone any changes at all. That night, Jake has a dream. He sees a bunch of cryptic stuff about that blue alien, including some imagery that suggests that he's Jake's dad. Of course we know that, but Jake doesn't. It seems that maybe at this point in time, he's at least subconsciously aware that he wasn't born from Margaret. He finds Jermaine in the middle of his dream, painting abstract pieces. We know from Orb that Jermaine has been getting into landscape painting. He even says he's into painting real things. So Jake finds it worrying that Jermaine is suddenly so into abstract art. Jake figures there must be something wrong with him. Something's forcing him to do something that he doesn't want to do. So he sets off to find it. After a long journey and honestly a really funny cameo from the James conglomerate, he finds Jermaine in his studio. He asks his bro what's wrong, but Jermaine simply says there's nothing wrong. He just changed a bit, and it seems like Jake has too. Jake continues to deny that there's anything wrong, getting more and more monstrous in the process. He's just the same old Jake. Nothing has changed. And Jermaine is the same too. He isn't really painting abstract art now. That's not what Jermaine does.
No one is making me do this. I painted so many landscapes that the shapes of the land began to lose their meaning. And the shapes broke apart to me, so I painted them like that. And it's not like my new paintings erase my old paintings. They're both me.
Okay, I think I'm starting to get it.
In probably one of my top 5 scenes in this show, Jake surrounds himself with his brother's art, taking in the meaning as he looks.
The shapes are always changing. Changing is their normal state, like us. Even if we're not changing on the outside, we're changing on the inside constantly. There's some stuff about me that I've been ignoring for a long time. I'm afraid of that stuff. But it's part of who I am. As long as I know the shape of my soul, I'll be all right.
Jermaine's art gives Jake a way to understand that he needs to accept the changes in his body, in himself, and in his life. I mean, what else can I even say? Of course this episode is a masterpiece. It drags a bit in the middle with Jake's journey to find Jermaine, but who even cares? This is visual storytelling at its near finest. In the later seasons of the show, seasons 7, 8, and 9 especially, there's a lot of focus on the theme of identity. We have episodes like The More You Mow, Don't Look, Jelly Beans Have Power, Horse and Ball, Whispers, and well, Fern's arc as a whole, and all of these episodes are fan-frickin-tastic. But out of all of them, I think this one plays with that theme the best. I feel like it's in Jake's character not to learn from some mystical artifact or a grand adventure, but from appreciating art, and not just anyone's, but his brother's. And the metaphor here is brilliant too, using abstract art to demonstrate how people can change X and internally, but that doesn't change that they are themselves. This abstract painting of a mountain doesn't look exactly like a mountain, but it doesn't change the fact that it sure is a mountain. Through the series, there is a worrying amount of episodes where Finn either copes healthily or unhealthily with some trauma in his life, and out of all of them, this one takes the cake. This one takes place a couple episodes after Finn's extraordinary bung-up with Flame Princess, so bro is going through it right now. He hasn't been himself since. He even says,
I just been feeling kinda gray is all. Like my inside voice has been kinda quiet lately. Not a lot of instructions forthcoming, you know?
Yeah, well, sounds like you're sad.
The boys are looking for a secret cave. I wonder if that pops up later. But along the way, they stumble on this infinity train. They go inside and surprise, it's a dungeon. Finn is overjoyed, as dungeons have always brought him a sense of escapism. He quickly starts cracking bad puns, getting excited about loot, and just plain having fun.
Welcome back, buddy.
After a couple hours of bumming around on the train, Jake's getting tired. He's ready to head back, but Finn is sucked in by the train. He doesn't want to leave, so they press on. All the while, Jake tries to convince him to leave. Jake finds a crystal that shows the future, and Finn sees his old self still on the train after decades. Finn's like, that's totally math, and again presses on. Jake has had enough though, and tells Finn he's going back to the treehouse, but he really just goes on top of the train. He checks up on Finn in the morning, and he sees that he's turned into one of the very same twisted lost soul boss guys that Finn's been fighting. Jake's had enough of Finn being on this train. He's getting him out whether he wants to or not. But Finn traps Jake in a web, runs off, and checks the future crystal again, and sees his correct future self on the train as an old man. But this time, he notices someone with him. It's Jake. All these years he would spend trying to get Finn off. The rest of his life fading away. Finn goes back and apologizes for not listening sooner. He tells Jake to go home, and that he'll come back to the treehouse in a couple of days. Jake is concerned that Finn's still got the train's hooks in his brain, but they check the future crystal again, and there he is, doing dishes with his best bosom.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm talking about. That is what I'm talking about.
This episode is utterly fantastic, and the main reason it is because of the allegory behind it. For a lot of us, when we're depressed, we turn to escapism to rest our minds. Get ready for a healthy dose of bucket lore, but back when Splatoon 3 came out, I played that game non-stop. Similar to Finn, I was lady sad, and real depressed about it too. I used Splatoon to help me. It was a small thing that kept me going when I felt like the world around me was ending. But also like Finn, I got a little too sucked into that game. I would ignore homework, or I wouldn't hang with friends, or I would ignore my responsibilities altogether because that game was the only thing that made my inside voice happy. I forgot about the world outside my issues. The dungeon train itself is a perfect allegory for a video game. And hell, I mean, it's barely an allegory at all, it is literally pretty much a video game. It perfectly demonstrates how video games, or more broadly, escapism as a whole, can be a really important tool in dealing with depression, but you can't lose yourself in it. There's a healthy balance to escapism. It's great to forget about your troubles for a while and feel light, but don't let yourself run away from the rest of your life in the process. There's still a world outside, there's still dishes to do. There's still people that love you and that count on you. There's still more life to live outside of your escapism. Dungeon Train doesn't have a message as deep as life is worth living, but the thing about this episode is that, yeah, it's a simple story with a simple message, but it is done perfectly. Every element, every line is perfectly crafted. And it's great whether you're watching it with a context of the deeper meaning, or just as a normal wacky adventure. And I also want to quickly touch on the title card here. Not only is it a great piece of art itself, with Finn and Jake standing on a landscape of a bunch of moons in orbit, but it's a statement on its own. Finn and Jake are in their fighting stances, facing off against that Finn we saw in the crystal, the version of him that was permanently sucked into the train, the version of him that's representative of losing yourself. This title card is a perfect microcosm of the episode as a whole. It's Finn and Jake facing off against the personification of unhealthy escapism. It's gotta be one of my favorite title cards in the entire series, and that's saying a lot. As I'm sure you've seen over the course of this video, this show has some incredible title cards.
Man, of course this one had to be in the top 10. It's Simon and Marcy, one of the most well-known episodes in Adventure Time's whole catalog, and that is with good reason. This episode tells the story of how Simon and Marcy found each other in the fallout of the Mushroom War, how Simon took care of a 7-year-old Marcy while ooze zombies hunt them down, and how Marcy has to take care of Simon as he relies on the Ice Crown to defend them, losing his mind more and more every time he uses it. I can't decide whose situation is more terrifying here, the child whose only guardian is slowly losing his sanity, or the man who knows every time he defends her, he becomes more unstable, aware that he's letting down the child he's sworn himself to protect. Marcy becomes sick, so Simon takes her on a trek across the wasteland to find some chicken soup for her. They find a locked soupery, but decide to break in.
Vandalism is wrong, Marcy.
Okay.
Despite how dire this episode can be, these jokes are on point. As they raid the soupery, they find a mutant, and Simon prepares to put on the crown, but remembering his promise to Marcy, he instead bashes the mutant with it, and they run away. Later, they find the ever-iconic Clambulance, but still no luck finding soup. In his frustration, Simon kicks the car right off the busted freeway, setting off its alarm. He quickly realizes his mistake as hundreds upon hundreds of ooze mutants shuffle towards them. Simon and Marcy get backed into a corner, running away from the horde, and yet again, Simon is forced to don the crown in order to protect Marcy. He says to himself,
You have to keep it together, Simon, for her.
Simon, you promise.
Dun, da 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 dun dun. Making your way in the world today takes everything you've got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't it be nice to get away? Where everybody knows your name. Where everybody...
Simon is able to hang on to his sanity long enough to defeat the mutants and shove the crown off his head. Then, conveniently, he's given a can of chicken soup by this mysterious pink gum stuff. He then feeds it to Marcy as she says just how much she loves him. And Simon responds with,
I love you, Gunter.
Signifying that the crown's curse has taken hold of Simon for good. Simon and Marcy is one of the most powerful episodes in the entire show. Of course, we knew about who Ice King was before he was Ice King, and we knew that he found Marcy in the post-apocalypse, but we didn't know the extent of the harrowing, heartbreaking tragedy of their story. Even through all of its dark moments, this episode manages to be extremely funny and charming all the way through. You'd think it would be a problem tonally, but it fits well with how Simon is trying his very best to cheer Marcy up through all of this. You can just tell how hard he's trying to give her a normal life, given the circumstances. Another element I want to highlight is the voice acting. Tom Kenny delivers probably his best performance in the entire series here. He's voiced Simon a time or two before this, so he's put in place his mannerisms, speech patterns, and whatnot, meaning he has a good idea of what normal Simon sounds like. But then he's also been voicing Ice King the whole show too. Here is a weird case. Simon isn't quite Ice King yet, but he isn't Simon either. Tom Kenny does what seems like an impossible job and finds a middle ground on how both of these characters speak. You can see the little moments in his voice where the Ice King pops out, even if he doesn't have the crown on. And not to mention when he sings the Cheers theme. You can hear the terrifying little quiver in his voice as he knows this might be the last time he's ever truly himself. And as the song goes on, his unhinged Ice King voice grows as he clings to his sanity. Simon's descent into madness is handled amazingly in all aspects, but what really makes me believe it is the voice acting here. It's awe-inspiring stuff. For as powerful as Simon and Marcy is, I think I Remember You beats it out by just a hair. Ice King gets the idea to have Marceline help him write a song, so he heads over to her place. At first, Marcy tries to shoo him away, but eventually decides to let him stay. Their first song starts off as a fun little ballad about how Ice King is stalking Princess Bubblegum, watching her from outside her windows. How romantic. But then it devolves into him wailing about how he feels alone and just wants someone to love him, which obviously is very difficult for Marcy to hear. Ice King apologizes for acting crazy, but still after that manages to annoy Marcy, and we get our second song, where Marcy explains her convoluted feelings towards the Ice King.
She thinks he's a crazy, old, unhinged man. She's angry at him for hanging around Marcy even when he doesn't remember her. But she can't stop herself from loving him. Somewhere deep down in that mad, sad man is Simon. To hate him would be to hate the sacrifice that he made to protect her all those years ago. Marcy grabs one of IK's lyric sheets that he scribbled all over and shows him himself, and a picture of baby Marcy too. Though Ice King gets excited about the lyrics on the back of it and rushes over to the keyboard. And we get our third song, I Remember You. I don't think it's a stretch to say that this is the best scene in the entire show. The sheer emotional impact of seeing the tragedy that is Simon and Marceline's story portrayed through a gut-wrenching song is unparalleled. We're transported directly into Simon's deepest thoughts as he's losing his grip on himself. And yet, all he cares about is protecting this little girl. Marcy tries, in vain, to get Ice King to remember, but nothing can get through to him. He's stuck like this, and no amount of love can change that. The ever so slightly off-kilter music here adds to the effect of Simon's slowly collapsing mental state over the course of these two singing these letters.
Well, I don't remember you. Da-da. 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 Da-da.
What makes this episode all the more heartbreaking is that there's no solution here. There's no moral. There's not even really a happy ending. It's just a statement of the noble sacrifice that a man made for a girl. To think that there must have been a time before this where Marceline found Ice King out there in Ooh and was heartbroken as she realizes that trying to get him to remember is pointless. I don't think it's until this episode that Marcy can start to put effort into her relationship with not Simon, but Ice King. Before this, Marcy pushed IK away. She didn't want anything to do with him. But after this, we see them hang out more. They play basketball, they have dinner together. She confides in him. This is the start of Marcy genuinely trying to like Ice King. There are many turning points in this show, exact episodes in Adventure Time's history where it's clear that the show evolves. It came to the Nightosphere, What Was Missing, Holly Jolly Secrets are other examples of these, but I feel what truly separates early Adventure Time from the rest of the show is I Remember You. It's not just an evolution, it's a complete tonal shift that tells you what kind of show this is going to be from here on. There are plenty of episodes like this in TV. The Storm from Avatar is probably the best example of this. That episode changed The Last Airbender from a show about a goofy kid with goofy powers into a young boy dealing with the extreme responsibility of being the only person who can save the world. All the while, he tries to be a normal kid, as well as a series-long redemption arc, an exploration of the horrors of war and the consequences of totalitarian dictatorship. Man, now I just want to watch Avatar again. I Remember You changes Adventure Time's lighthearted fantasy world into one with countless horror stories of magical artifacts, Lich Kings eliminating all life, primordial monsters, surveillance states, manipulation, generational trauma. I could go on. It explores the terror and the emotional damage of all of these ideas. Not to say it doesn't keep that lighthearted tone, I mean so does Avatar, but there's this dark underbelly to everything we see now. It's far more mature. That's what I Remember You does. It evolves the show to make it more mature.
If you didn't know, this is my favorite episode in the entire show. The amount of themes and messaging weaved into this 11 minutes is incredible. Where to even start? Vin and Jake follow a map given to them by Flamo's brother. In doing so, they pass by the dungeon train and find the Hall of Egress. Vin gets separated and trapped inside the cave alone, with only a locked door, a snowman, and himself. He begins pushing, pulling, smashing the snowman against the door, but nothing works, until he finally rests against the door and moves through. He discovers you can only travel through the door when your eyes are closed, and if you open your eyes, you get sent back to the start. Through the door is an unknown maze of traps and tribulations. He tries mapping out the labyrinth, but to no avail, as it's ever-changing. Only when he stops looking for the correct answer, and brute forces it, does he begin to make progress. Finally, after so long, he exits the cave, and reunites with Jake. What a good episode.
Jake!
Nope. He's back in the cave. He starts leaving many times to go to the treehouse, but is always just whisked right back. Every time he explains the situation to Jake and BMO, and every single time one of them yanks his eyes open, sending him all the way back. He spends literal months in some of these instances, waiting for something to be different, only to end up back at that rusty old door. Finn realizes that waiting around isn't going to change anything, so he leaves his loved ones to go on a search for himself. He takes off his clothes and breaks the breadcrumb trail of his thread, shedding his past identity.
No more threads to follow. No more egress.
Finn finally stops trying to exit, which is a grueling process as he's stripped to his primal elements. He spends what is presumably months, if not years, wandering through the land of Oo, just scavenging around until randomly he stumbles back into the hall, however in a different spot. He enters it, unknowingly steps over the stone that trapped him in the first place, and finds the door. He is shocked when he realizes what it is, as he now determines something's different. He takes off the blindfolds and enters the same maze as before, however it is now crystal clear. Finn then emerges, meeting Jake, eyes wide open.
Oh! That must have been some cave!
No comment!
Okay, but what does it mean? Well, there's a lot of differing opinions, which honestly show how much of a piece of art this truly is. But here's my interpretation. Finn is exiting his adolescent years, and he's beginning his journey into adulthood, and this episode symbolizes that journey. At the start, Finn uses his thread as a crutch back to his former self, but he gets thrust into a new situation without that safety. He now has to deal with the struggle of finding a way out of a confusing situation all by himself. The snowman Finn smashes represents the easy answer that sometimes not everyone can see, which is really cool, as life is very complex and everyone goes about solving situations very differently. Just because one person sees an answer, it's not obvious to everyone else. He then rests on the door and finds the way out. He goes through the maze, mapping out every intricate nook and cranny, only for the maze to move and him to be left where he started. The only way to get through this blind maze is to just take it in full force and just sprint into it. Finn reconnects with Jake, but when he opens his eyes, he's again sent right back to where he started. You can't prematurely grow, and if you fall back into your previous ways too quickly, you'll end up back in the same point of view you started with. Every single time he stays with Jake and BMO, only for them to pry his eyes open, restarting him. He waits for change, which in turn causes no change to happen. But as seen in this montage, waiting is getting him nowhere, and so Finn decides he needs to leave the dog and bot for his own self-journey. He has now shed his past, breaking his thread tying him to it. The only way to egress is to stop trying to egress. You can't force yourself into growth, and that doesn't only go for a path into adulthood. It also goes for healing as well as any type of emotions. It takes a lot of time, and even though the feelings may feel unsatisfactory, trying to move to the next step when you aren't ready will again leave you right back at that rusty old door, right back where you started. His journey is very ambiguous, but I really appreciate it for that. Every person has their own journey completely unique to himself. What's important though is that Finn does what he needs, while no longer trying to egress. This is amplified by Finn being shocked to find the door again, as he's not actively searching for it. But as Bima's voice tells us,
something's different.
Finn is ready, and he takes off his blindfolds and opens his eyes. He enters the maze that was once a confusing mess for him, but with a new perspective is now crystal clear. I really love the imagery here of the before and after, going from a dark blank web of corridors into a crystal clear path. And with this newfound vision, he sees the only thing that matters to him right now, his brother, Jake. He rushes to him and embraces him. Even though Finn needed to shed his identity to mature, after maturing, he finds that he's still the same person he once was. But now he has a different lens to view the world, which in a lot of ways is what growing up is. It's developing more empathy and compassion, while also recognizing you're not always going to be perfect. I know I've called a lot of episodes masterpieces, but this episode, in my eyes, is the magnum opus of Adventure Time. The imagery and themes compacted into this 11-minute episode are awe-inspiring. You know it's a masterclass of art when you've watched it over 20 times and can still come away from it with new meanings and conclusions. This episode is one of the greatest pieces of literature ever, and I'm not even exaggerating. Molto bene.
Hall of Egress feels like a sort of sequel to Jake the Brick, in that it's one of those episodes that's so ambiguous in its storytelling. It's vague and mysterious, but that's not just because it wants to be. There's an amazing story here about growth and what it takes to change as a person.
Ash summed it up really well, but there's just one more thing to mention. That strange, strange line from Princess Bubblegum.
Hurry, Finn. At the seashell's center lies the cornucopia's smallest door.
What in the world does that mean? First, we have to think about what the seashell, the cornucopia, and the door all represent. When I think of a seashell, I think of this classic spiral-looking one. Notice how it looks like the spiral goes on forever? That's important. Add that to your tool belt. Now, the cornucopia. This tends to mean abundance or prosperity. Think of your traditional Thanksgiving meal. And then the door, which of course represents beginnings or endings, or just transformations in general. My personal interpretation of what this line means is that growth can feel like a spiral at times. It's endless. You're never gonna wake up one day as a perfect person. You'll always have things to learn. The promise of perfection, the cornucopia, is tempting, and you should always strive for being the best possible version of yourself you can be, but ultimately, you will never be perfect. It'll always be locked behind a door that you can't quite fit in. At the seashell's center lies the cornucopia's smallest door. It's a statement of how forcing progress isn't healthy. You'll run yourself ragged in trying to improve yourself, ultimately ending up right back where you started. That sounds familiar. Yeah, it's just another enforcement of the thing that this episode is warning against. Forced change. You can't pass through a door that's locked. Hall of Egress forces you to think, to really pay attention to every tiny little detail of this story and craft a meaning from it. Clearly, a lot of thought was put into making it, and it ended up as a meaningful, more than a little bit strange, thought-provoking story, without a doubt deserving of being in the top 5. Come Along With Me is unlike any other cartoon finale out there. It doesn't wrap up its conflict in a nice little bow, it doesn't offer a conclusion to a series-long character arc, the characters don't say goodbye to each other and part ways. It functions much like any other episode of the series, but just includes all the regular series finale things that any other show would do. We start off not with Finn and Jake at the beginning of the Gum War, but 1,000 years in the future with these two new guys, Shermie and Beth. They stumble across a relic of a forgotten age, a mysterious robot arm detached from its owner. They take the arm to the elusive King of Ooh. Oh, I thought we were done with this guy. Out of all the characters to bring back, nope, wait, never mind, the King of Ooh is actually BMO. I guess he's just using the King of Ooh as a moniker. What a little cutie. Anyhow, Shermie and Beth ask him the story of who the arm belonged to, and BMO begins telling them about the end of the world, and about a man who lived 1,000 years ago. Frank the Human. No, wait. Phil the Human. Yeah. So, I'll be honest, I wrote a version of this where I recounted the entire plot, but it took 3 pages and was just way too long and boring, so I'll give a brief recap of the important stuff instead, as a good chunk of it isn't relevant to the larger theme of the episode. Not that all this stuff isn't great and entertaining by itself, but, you know, priorities. Alright, so Finn and Jake use the vial of nightmare juice they got from Nightmare Princess to give PB and Gumball a chance to talk in a dream state. They each get a taste of their own medicine and experience the lives and hardships that the other went through. Finn is able to convince Fern to face down their trauma together and stab the emissary from beyond with a chair, killing it for good. Back in the real world, Fern's body is withering away as they killed the thing holding it together. PB and Gumball reconcile, but oh no, Gumball is tripped, shattering his glass of dum-dum juice on himself. Lolly saw this betrayal coming a mile away, even though she wasn't in the dream world and has no idea they even reconciled until a moment ago, so if she didn't see it, that means she was against him the whole time, so why not betray him sooner than literally seconds before the whole world is about to go to war? With their ruler defeated, peace is declared between the two Candy Kingdoms. But a dark portal opens in the sky, and out comes...
Wah!
And out comes Gold. Magic Man and Betty were trying to harness his power to save Simon and Margles, but uh-oh, they accidentally summoned Satan. Ice King tries to break Betty out of her trance and accidentally ends up blowing up a witch in the process, that goofy Ice King. The blast sends Betty, IK, and Finn inside Gold's stomach. Gold's digestive process, why do I have to mention this in a video, involves breaking down people and things into their essential forms, which reverts Ice King back into Simon. Finally, after 5 seasons, Betty did it. Outside, Gold's monsters are tearing through PB's army. One completely destroys the treehouse in one smash. BMO, with a crack in his face, sings to a heartbroken Jake, and luckily enough, they figure out that music is Golb's weakness. He's the embodiment of discord, so of course harmony would hurt him.
Jake forms a megaphone to pierce Golb's stomach to give Finn, Simon, and Betty a way out, but Betty pushes the other two down as she takes the crown and makes a wish. A simple, I wish to banish Golb doesn't work on this guy, he's too powerful, so instead, she wishes for the power to keep Simon safe. The crown ends up fusing Betty with Golb in a crazy scene as reality distorts and we hear the scream of a dying god. It's so fucking cool. Golbetty pieces out, leaving behind a heartbroken Simon, and right after, Fern's body gives out on him, and he asks Finn to plant him at the treehouse. As Finn and Jake plant the remnants of Fern in the ruins of their treehouse, BMO wraps up this story. Shermie and Beth leave to go find Fern's tree, and that's a wrap. Of course, there's more to this finale than just the plot, though. Like any other episode of the show, it always manages to work in a theme, too, and fittingly enough, this episode is about endings. Or more so, how endings don't really exist. Adventure Time as a whole is about a lot of things. It's the story of a young man's growth, the friendship between two boys, the decay and growth of a relationship over the course of several centuries. It's about identity, it's about relationships, but more than all of those things, Adventure Time is about change. The entire idea of the end is so antithetical to everything this show has been trying to tell you for the past 10 seasons. So, Adventure Time doesn't make an end. Instead, it uses the concept of the end to explore how things don't really ever end. The finale uses so many ideas established across the entire series and pushes them forward just a little more. Hall of Egress told us that growth and change is something that we never really stop doing. We're going to be changing our entire lives. The Comet told us that through all the joy and even all the pain we experience, life is worth living, no matter what. Even the Diary told us that everyone has a life story worth telling. And most of all, the episodes that come along with me serves as a pseudo-sequel to Stakes. Stakes was about cycles and change, how things repeat, but that doesn't inherently mean nothing changes. It's about how we can learn from those cycles. Adventure Time champions its method of episodic storytelling to show us all the small bits of knowledge and wisdom that change people in small ways. It's a reflection of how real people grow in real life. And there it is. Despite its fantasy setting and myriad of goofy, inhuman characters, Adventure Time has always been a reflection of real life. All the good, all the bad, all the growth, all the decay, and all the change. So, to tie all these themes together, repeating cycles, stories, change, and life itself, how does Come Along With Me further these ideas? I think we can find our answer from these lines from BMO, Shermie, and Beth.
That's the end.
I thought this story was about the end of Ooh.
Pretty much.
But what happened to Phil and Jake after that?
Or Princess Bubblegum?
You know, they kept living their lives.
You have to remember that Adventure Time ran on TV for 8 whole years. It was a staple of Cartoon Network. People thought it would run forever, like SpongeBob or The Simpsons. Its world seemed endlessly vast. There was always so much to explore. How could it just end? There's no way you're going to be able to give a concise enough conclusion to all of these characters for their stories to just stop. Well, that's the magic of this finale. The simple act of framing the Gum/Golb War through the lens of a story told by BMO 1,000 years in the future gives us a new perspective on our favorite wacky adventure show. It reminds us that Adventure Time is a story, and just like what BMO says after his story is finished, they keep on living their lives. How even after that story is over, it still has an impact on the world at large, and it keeps on going. Furthermore, this also reframes the entire show as seeing just a quick snippet of about 6 years of these characters' lives. Their stories will continue on, they will still have countless stories just like before, they will still grow and change, learn lessons, and forget them again. They will live their lives, just without us watching them. Things end every day. Relationships, school semesters, hopefully this giant video project at some point. But this finale tells us that even after those endings happen, things continue. Life always goes on. Come Along With Me tells us that endings don't exist. And this is most prevalent in the song Time Adventure. Time Adventure is a funeral song, plain and simple. It's the grieving of something lost, never able to return, bargaining for some amazing force outside of time to take us back to where we were. But it also has that smallest little bit of hope in it. The song starts with "Time is an illusion that helps things make sense." And later, the lyrics "will happen, happening happened, and you and I will always be back then" tell us that somewhere out there, you're still living in those good times before things ended. Even though those experiences are gone, they live on through you. The song fits perfectly into how the fans, as well as the crew of the show, feel about it ending. It had an undeniable impact on anyone who's watched it, and we're gonna miss it. It sucks to say goodbye to these characters, and it hurts that we won't get to see the rest of their stories, but regardless, we have to let them go. Time Adventure is then followed up by the ending to every episode of the show, the iconic Island Song, this time with a montage of all of our characters' lives going on. Our last glimpse into the amazing, amazing world of Adventure Time. But, as Stakes was sure to point out, things repeat, and you'd be surprised what makes its way back to you. We were lucky enough to see this world again, not just 1 or 2 last times, but at least 3. And that's special, man. Not every show, well, not even every show, not everything in life is able to repeat like that. But I'm so glad Adventure Time, something that's so important to me, was one of the things that did. Come Along With Me is a very comforting ending to Adventure Time. It's truly one of a kind. What other episodes in the show are that powerful? Well, if you can get past this very clean segue, there's just 2 more left to talk about. This one might be surprising to some fans of the show. Having the musical this high? I mean, it's good, but is it that good? Yes. Yes, the hell it is. This episode takes place right after Finn accidentally stabs Finn's sword. Like many other episodes in the show, Finn is going through it, but this time is different. Even in episodes like The Tower and Dungeon Train, he can still go out and do something, or even just make some pasta. But this time, Finn can't get himself up from the floor. He can't stop thinking about how he broke Finn's sword, even won't let himself stop thinking about it. Finn is depressed, hollow, plain and simply empty. Jake and BMO try to take care of him the best they can, but nothing they do seems to help. So Jake activates Plan Z! Oh, I love you, Plan Z! Sorry, I meant Plan C. Apparently, Jake and Bonnie have a series of schemes, all designed to cheer Finn up, armed and ready to put into action at any moment. I don't care what anyone says, that is peak friendship right there. And what is this famed Plan C all about? Well, it turns out to be a concert, with all the best singers and musicians from all around OO joining together to rock out, rap out, or groove out. And none other than our main man Finn is the celebrity guest judging every one of these performances. We see Susan, Ice King, FP and Nepter, and Marceline all perform. Marceline's being the best, as it's a cover of her singing Francis Forever by Mitski. And what a pick for her to sing! Mitski is exactly Marcy's style. The emotions and vibes are so similar to Marcy's own songs. While Finn is cheered up a little by all this, which should be noted is a victory in and of itself, it's not enough to fill the hole inside of him. Though throughout all these musical numbers, Finn hears what he describes as a beautiful voice piercing through all the sound, going directly to him. In the middle of Francis Forever, Finn up and leaves to go track down that beautiful voice, while Jake and Lady tag along with him, even though they can't hear the voice like Finn can. Finn finds the source of the song, a mysterious, sentient, music hole in the ground. She's lived for 1,000 years in the ground alone. Her only way to participate in the world at all is through song. When Finn asks why only he can hear her, she explains that only 2 kinds of people can hear her song. Those with a pure childlike view of the world, and those with a deep sense of loss in their hearts.
I don't know about child eyes, but I have been going through a rough patch.
Finn and the music hole then spend the rest of the day with each other, just chatting about life. The music hole says that she envies Finn. Her whole existence is just sitting there, singing. He can dance, he can be noticed, he can have friendships.
That's what friends are, right? Just people to observe you. People to enjoy your song.
Hey, bud.
Yeah, I'm lucky.
Finn then decides the winner of the Battle of the Bands is none other than the music hole herself. He gives her the ultimate prize of a potato chip bag crown, and they sing.
With the sorrow in our hearts we can play, and I look up to you, and we hear different sounds than the heartless do. Wakeful at night, looking everywhere for you. Why do I look up to you?
What does that song mean to Finn? We can't know for certain, but he does seem lighter now, does he not? The Music Hole is an exploration of what art can do for the soul. Every time I've been in a depression in my life, at some point I pop on this episode. Like Finn, the Music Hole speaks to me in a way that very few pieces of art can. It's difficult to describe what makes art as a concept so important and powerful. It's something that words can't quite do. Funnily enough, only other pieces of art can portray the majesty of it. And the Music Hole? Well, it does it the best. I think the biggest thing that this episode is trying to tell us is that even when you're hopeless and it seems like there's nothing inside of you, art can pierce through your toughest walls and touch your soul when nothing else can. It can prove to you that you do indeed have a soul. Furthermore, some pieces of art you can only understand in a specific headspace. Lots of people seem to think that listening to upbeat music can pull you out of a funk, and maybe sometimes it can for smaller problems, but when you're feeling nothing, that doesn't really work. Finn was listening to all of the performances and enjoying himself, but it was only by connecting with the musical's melancholy tune of longing that he was able to climb all the way out of his emotional hole. Lady and Jake hear Finn sing "I Look Up to You," but it doesn't have the same impact on them that it does Finn. It exemplifies that art is a unique experience to every person. It's just flat out impossible to explain in words your true, full feelings on a song that's important to you. It's something that only you truly understand. When you listen to a song like The Rainbow Connection, for example, you might think, hey, that was a cute song, I like the funny talking frog. Or you might think, holy shit, that was such a thorough deep dive into the unspoken, unknowable phenomenon of why artists are so compelled to create. Doesn't mean that either of those are wrong just because we think different things, they're both equally correct. We just saw different things in it. Even with people that have experienced that same important song, they have their own individual feelings and meanings attached to it. I guess in that way art can be lonely, but those times you truly connect to someone using a piece of art, like Finn and the Hole do here, is magic. And that's another thing. Art also allows us to connect to each other, like nothing else. The video games that me and my friends have played have made us laugh, spawned countless inside jokes, and honestly just gave us an excuse to hang out together. Art can bring people together. It can make you think about the most important things. It can relax you. It can make you cry. It can help you understand the people around you. It gives us a chance to be vulnerable. It can entertain, and it can touch your soul when nothing else can. And I could go on. Art is love, and art is passion, and art is everywhere. I think Finn puts it best when he says,
"An entire universe vibrating in harmony."
Like Finn in this episode, I struggle with depression. It can be hard to realize the connectedness of the universe, but this episode exemplifies that in such a beautiful way to me. It doesn't just make me know it, it makes me believe it. This is the most multi-layered episode in the show. In just 11 minutes, it packs so many themes together to make a powerful, beautiful exploration of the highs and lows of being alive. The Music Hole is Adventure Time's magnum opus. There are so few pieces of art that can give me such hope and joy. Yet, there's just one more episode that celebrates what this show has always done best. One more that gives a perfect conclusion to the greatest friendship on TV. Together again. One of Adventure Time's strengths is its way out there episode concepts and making something extraordinary out of them. Pahoy, Astroplane, Jake the Brick, to name a few. Together Again does that, but in an entirely different way. It goes where so few shows have ever gone before. Into the afterlife. That's right. Finn and Jake are dead. Our main characters, who we've loved for over a decade at this point, are dead.
I had to take a second and pause it the first time I watched this just to take that in. The opening of the episode starts us off in a dream sequence where a parasite is sucking Finn's mind and remixing his memories. We get a classic Finn and Jake adventure, emulating the vibes of Season 1, though something isn't quite right. As their adventure goes on, it gets more and more dire. Ice King freezes Jake, and Finn has to drag him along while Jake is pleading with him to just let him be. Finn isn't able to let him go. He desperately tries to keep Jake with him, telling him, "You don't break up with the team." Though he can't ignore it forever. Jake says goodbye to Finn and melts into a grave marked R.I.P. Jake. In a scene that is legitimately hard to watch, Finn breaks down, wailing Jake's name in agony. Jake probably died not too long after Come Along With Me, a couple years at the most. Finn had to say goodbye to his most important person, and he had to live the rest of his long life carrying that grief with him. And that's heartbreaking. It seems like he found contentment even with the loss, but still, the bond that these two boys had isn't one that he was able to just let go of. When the illusion breaks and Old Man Finn is told that he's dead, his reaction isn't, "Oh crap, I'm dead," or "Man, I still had things to do." It's, "I get to see Jake again." Finn meets Mr. Fox, there to guide him through to his dead world and give the audience exposition. He tells us that you can take any past form of yourself in the afterlife, and after Finn cycles through his past lives, he settles on his recognizable teenage self. Finn then sets off across the dead worlds to find Jake. Dead worlds, we come to learn, are places where souls are sent to when their lives are up. But why isn't Finn sent to a dead world? Well, he is, but he literally beats the shit out of the Undertaker cops that try to send him there. One of these Undertakers being, oh my god, Tiffany? Even death can't keep him away. I love you, Tiffany Euler! Tiffany has made peace with never seeing Jake again, and now he's content with his new afterlife as an Undertaker. Even with him and Finn's rivalry spanning across different planes of existence, he decides to help him. He takes him to New Death's throne room. Finn demands New Death to take him to see Jake, but New Death isn't having any of it. He isn't budging. He's a stubborn little prick that won't let him go. Finn is understandably furious with him, as his petty ass is stopping him from seeing his best bro. Though he's escorted out of the castle before he can do anything. Finn pushes Tiffany and steals his magical Dead World navigating panpipe. He scours Dead World, searching for Jake, but as he looks, he finds himself at the feet of Joshua and Margaret. After a brief reunion with the two, the boy, the 80-plus-year-old man, is back on his one-track mission to find Jake. Jay and M explain to him that Jake is in the 50th Dead World, what they describe as essentially Nirvana. Finn is determined not to want to go there extremely badly so he can see Jake, completely missing the point of Nirvana, but hey, he's in a mad dash to see his bro. As he's sitting up there on the roof, the Undertaker show up again and completely destroy the Dead World with the Super Saiyan bomb. Luckily, Jay and M, as well as Jermaine, are okay as they're captured by Tiffany, but Finn is left in a blank void.
Jake! Why didn't you wait for me?
Jake! I need you.
A golden portal opens above Finn, and out of it comes Jake.
Jake! Jake! Jake!
Jake! You found me.
Though, Jake isn't moved at all. He's in Nirvana. He's moved beyond worldly desires and connections. Jake starts to drift back as Finn is in shambles. The Undertakers show up yet again, right at the most opportune time, guys, and wedge Jake in the portal to hold it open and start beating the ever-loving crap out of Finn. He yells out to Jake,
What time is it?
Bam!
Jake!
The reminder of their past adventures snaps Jake out of Nirvana, and he quickly comes to Finn's side to help out his baby bro. No time for a reunion though, as New Death shows up. He explains to the boys his plan to destroy the afterlife for good, and that Finn led him right to the final place he needed access to. He enters the 50th and completely breaks it, sending Finn, Jake, and all the inhabitants of the 50th straight back to the first, stuck in the mud.
The rest of the episode has Finn and Jake travel through more dead worlds, meet life herself, and find a way to stop new death before he breaks the dead realms and even reincarnation for good. All the while, they crack jokes and simply enjoy each other's company after so long. They find themselves facing new death again, as they attempt to use the Kiss of Life to defeat new death. But they pieced out from Life's realm before she could tell them how to use it. So instead, Finn slaps a sticky note on ND that Margaret gave him earlier to hold him in place as they give him an ultimatum. Stop the destruction, or they'll figure out how to use the Kiss of Life and end him for good. New Death then complains how he didn't even want to be Death in the first place. We get a flashback of ND frustrated with his dad as a familiar-sounding, low, evil voice tells him to strike. And then he kills his dad, and after morphs into Death himself. Finn and Jake realize that whoever kills Death becomes Death. The boys then back away and decide to just leave New Death there. But then he starts to laugh. A familiar laugh. An evil laugh.
Burn.
The Lich is back. One final time. He's been puppeting New Death, forcing him to enact the death of the afterlife. Finn and Jake know they have to kill him now, or else the fate of everyone, living and dead, will be blank forever. One of them will have to become Death. Not willing to let the other be chained to Death's stuff, the boys fight for control of the Kiss of Life.
I love you! I love you too!
Mr. Fox stumbles in, pitying Finn and Jake. He yanks the stick out of their hands, just as the Lich frees himself. Mr. Fox aims, and the snake leaps off, killing New Death.
Mom?
The Lich remains, but not for long, as Jake smashes him and flings him out into oblivion. Mr. Fox becomes Death, restores the dead world, and gets all the souls back to their rightful place. And after Finn and Jake and Mr. Fox save the day, the boys finally have a heart-to-heart. Finn admits to Jake that after he died, he still had plenty to live for, but he was always just waiting to see Jake again. Life was never really the same after he left. He's realized that he waited his life away in waiting to see Jake again. Finn asks Mr. Fox to let him reincarnate, while Jake stays in the 50th. In order to live his next best life to the fullest, he needs to let go of Jake. After all the memories the two have shared, after growing up together, after loving each other more than anyone, they need to part ways. But Jake just can't do it. He rushes back to Finn, and we get the final scene between these two heroes before they move on to their next life.
Jake? What are you doing? I just had my Donkin epiphany.
I know. I'm just coming back for fun. Because it's great being alive with you.
Good reason.
Together Again is the true finale of Adventure Time. It concludes the stories of Finn and Jake in the most magical, most subversive, and most emotional way possible. It's not the most densely thematic episode like Come Along With Me or The Musical, but I think that's fitting for Finn and Jake. Throughout the series, their friendship isn't the focus of the stories they're involved in. Their bond has always been quietly in the background, but yet always there. It hasn't been tested like PB and Marcy's relationship, it's just a fact of life. Finn and Jake are together. They always will be. Or they always were, until Jake died. Finn's earth-shattering grief is so well portrayed, even with the fact we only see the smallest bits of it. We don't know how Jake died, and we don't see Finn's real reaction to it, though I'm okay with that as that might have been way too dark. We only get a taste of Finn's emotions as Jake passes on. What I really like about this portrayal is that Finn is a little bit selfish about it. He wanted Jake to wait for him in the Dead Worlds, and that would have been, 60 years? And he's upset that Jake moved on without him. Finn barely talks to his parents before he goes to look for Jake again, and he literally says nothing to Jermaine. Of course he cares for Jake more, but dude, really? You're not even gonna talk to your other brother? For as sad as that is, I think it fits Finn. This is the rawest we ever see him. All of his emotions are on overdrive. He's desperate. The thought of seeing Jake overrides everything else. And when they finally do reunite, our boy is euphoric. And at the end, they choose to reincarnate together. The last moment these two share together before they move on to their next life is something we see at the start of every episode. That iconic fist bump. No surprise to you, probably, I can't watch this episode without bawling my ever-loving eyes out. The story here is the big thing that makes this episode phenomenal, but there's a bunch of smaller things that elevate this episode even more. First off, let's look at the music. Together Again uses a full sweeping orchestral score for a good 90% of its music, and that's very out of the ordinary for this show. The score for the show has more often than not been upbeat, jaunty, and fun. Even in the more serious moments throughout the show, it uses techno-y sounds. Shifting the genre to an orchestra just emphasizes how impactful and important this episode is. The scene where Finn and Jake reunite is extraordinarily powerful, and a big chunk of that is thanks to the incredible music. Plus, the music as Finn and Jake reincarnate is great too. It's perfectly gentle and ethereal, like it's laying down these characters to rest. The score in this episode is far more emotional than any other in the show. It knows it's not just another episode of the series. It's an event that took a full decade plus of television to unfold. Despite how different this episode is to anything else in the show, I love how it feels like a classic Finn and Jake adventure, ironically better emulating that vibe than the very start of the episode. It's a throwback, remembering what made their relationship so special in the first place. Finn and Jake are a perfect duo in any situation they're put in, except if they're trying to find a date for a slug, or caught in a spider's web, among some other F-tier episodes. The Dead Worlds are such an interesting location. The many zany places Finn goes off to are visually stunning, and we already don't have too many depictions of the afterlife in media, but the fact they're able to dive into the unendingly unique version of it in this episode and have an extremely powerful story is something I really admire about this episode. Joshua, Margaret, and Jermaine playing a part in this episode is so great, man. I love how they take Tiffany in as another child to raise, and seeing Tiffany finally get a happy ending is really sweet. I even love the subversion they do where he falls into the bottomless pit and then we think, oh no, he's gonna die again, but then Joshua saves him. It's really sweet. In fact, all of the major and minor character appearances were amazing too. Mr. Fox, Tree Trunks and all of her exes, Choose Goose, Life Itself, a Donnie appearance, and of course, the damn Lich. Watching the finale for the first time, I was caught off guard when Golb was the main villain instead of the Lich. It made sense for the finale, don't get me wrong, but the last Lich episode was Whispers, which was kind of a low-stakes ending for Adventure Time's main villain, you know? But adding him back here, in Finn and Jake's episode, exemplifies that he is intertwined with their story. The Lich is Finn and Jake's villain, first and foremost. Together Again is Adventure Time firing on all cylinders. Amazing locations, an iconic returning villain, great cameos from characters we love to see, downright incredible artwork and animation, powerful character stories from more minor characters, and of course our main ones too, and just a perfect send-off to the characters of Finn and Jake. Together Again is the finale after the finale. It's the last piece of Adventure Time that you should ever watch. It does what Come Along With Me couldn't, and it lays the characters of Finn and Jake down to rest, cementing these two as the greatest friendship ever put to screen. You hear this all the time with us YouTube people, but regardless, thank you for watching. Thank you for indulging me, listening to me pour my heart and soul out to you for the past 5, 6, 7-ish hours. I don't know exactly how long the final draft of this is going to be, but regardless, again, thank you.
As you can guess, Adventure Time is a show that's important to all of us. Some of my happiest memories are from watching this show, and it was the first piece of media that really made me think critically about TV, movies, and games, and about storytelling in general. I am really glad that I got to be a part of this colossal project. Thank you very much for getting through this marathon of a video.
Adventure Time is my favorite show of all time, and I will absorb all media relating to it instantaneously, like a black hole of adventure show. Sharing my love for this show with the world was amazing, and I hope you all enjoyed watching it just as much. I'll see y'all around, because the fun will never end. It's the end of the video. Time!
Thanks for helping me out, fellas. I really appreciate it. If you're interested in seeing Ash and Sabrina's full tier lists, I have them linked down in the description, along with mine if you're curious. Adventure Time is special. It's taught me countless things about life. It's given me so much to think about, so much to love, and so much to analyze over not only the course of this video, but even since it started airing 14 years ago. It's honestly what's inspired me most to become an artist. It gives me hope that someday I can tell stories just like this one. One that means so many things to so many people. Adventure Time couldn't exist today. Shows aren't allowed to evolve like this one did. Every show nowadays has 10 episode or less seasons that need to know exactly what they are from the jump. And I'm not saying these shows are bad, I love them, Invincible especially, but they're the only shows on right now. Executives aren't making room for creative freedom. Projects are being cancelled right after they're greenlit. Fully finished shows and movies are being shelved for our corporate overlords' tax write-offs. Companies like DreamWorks are having mass layoffs, and the rise of AI threatens not just the jobs of creatives, but poses a threat to the entire idea of art as a whole. The entire entertainment sphere right now is, and I'm not going to sugarcoat it, it's fucking bleak. Though it also reminds me of that strange period of Cartoon Network. You know, the era where they ditched animated shows altogether in favor of really shitty live-action ones? Yeah, that was a strange time for the network. And then Adventure Time came along. It broke the conventions of what not only cartoons but shows could be. It changed not only the direction of Cartoon Network, but animated shows everywhere. The popularity of this show allowed other shows like Over the Garden Wall, Infinity Train, Steven Universe, Amphibia, and The Owl House to exist. And that's all thanks to Jake the dog and Finn the human. And regular show too, I guess. Us artists, we're always fighting a war to be able to do what we love. And right now, we're losing. But don't doubt the power that us artists have. Pendleton Ward's dream was enough to make countless other dreams possible, and every one of us can have that same power. So, let's stay resilient in our fight for art. Like Two Bread Tom says in Stakes.
As humans, it's our duty to tell the tales, to sing the songs. Art must survive.